Welcome in, 6 minutes past the hour, and it is the kickoff hour. We're live, and thank you so much for being with us. 629 We Be Big. That's the number you call to be a part of the show, 629 We Be Big. It's day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas as we start the last week of the Rick and Bubba Show. Big year ender is coming up on Friday, and so a lot to talk about and do this week for sure. You can text the same number, 866-932-3244. So as I mentioned, day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We have so many folks that are going to be coming by and saying, hey, former intern Orange Galooly is stopping by today. An old friend, old Rick Humphrey, stopping by, and we'll talk to him and catch up and talk about some old memories and things, just reminiscing. That's always fun. So a lot happening today as Santa Bubba has day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. Everybody good?
Crank another week out.
Oh, I know. Here we go. How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
We texted a little bit, so I kind of know. But
Yeah. I'm still decorating.
Still decorating. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff.
It keeps on coming out.
Oh, my God. It's a winter wonderland.
And the big tree?
Oh, yeah. She is up and kicking.
And lights and all that?
Yeah.
Now, do y'all double
that.
team it, or do you just throw the light strings around to the other side and then get down and have to walk around? Their tree is so big, y'all, if y'all don't know about this, you can't get your arms around it. So,
no, not even
so
fun.
you have to kind of sling the lights around and then go around.
We try to
the
work.
other
Now,
side.
once it gets up so high, at least it gets teetering on that ladder over there. So, yeah, I thought once you get it up, it looks really good. It's just dealing with it. Them stupid lights. Because, the pre-lits are long gone.
Oh, sure.
But she's hanging in there.
Well, Terry, I asked her kindly, when are we done? I mean, are we just going to keep?
I'm kind of there.
Because I saw another package of like garland and stuff. Mm-hmm. Do we need more?
Yeah.
Like what's the oh, that stuff we've had. That's just so old. It's just flat. You can't do nothing with it. Okay, well then why am I putting it back in the attic? Should we get rid of it? Because we're just adding to the Rubbermaids and stuff. We can't add. Something's got to go.
Oh, I know. We've gotten. Except for wreaths on the doors, the outside doesn't have a lot.
Okay.
At all.
Yeah.
I don't do a lot outside.
Yeah.
But the inside, wow.
Yeah. Well, less is more. I think less is more on the outside. You can do a little much, and I'm kind of like with you. It's just plain and simple for us on the outside, but on the inside,
good night.
Good man.
Let me tell you what I hate, and I'm gonna cover it. I don't know. I just said it again. Them flock trees with snow on them. Golly. They're a mess.
Aren't they?
They get up your nose.
Woo!
It even makes my skin burn. Dad got 2 of them.
Do you really?
Yeah, 2 of the flockers. I told them to get the flock out of there. I was tired of it. I don't like them. They look good, but buddy, hey, you get the vacuum out when you get them up.
Oh yeah, you better have the vacuum closed.
Good night. Then you look and it's like floating in the air. Terrible. Thumbs down on the flock.
Thumbs down. Busy weekend. We had a lot happening. It was a lot of fun. So Friday night, Terry had planned for everybody to come over. River. He turned 4 earlier in the week, and then I had mine Friday. And by the way, happy birthday to one Eddie Van Adler yesterday. He turned 39. So Edgar's Bakery, the official birthday cake provider of the Rick and Bubba Show, will be dropping by, scheduled to drop by a cake with breakfast today. But so she was like, "Hey, everybody, just come over and let's just have a fun night, And so I guess 5-ish or so Friday. They come piling in,
Friday night fun.
Oh boy, let me tell you something. And River running around, and Tyler Mabry, and they're dog bringers. And so
everybody bring their dog.
So Maisie came too.
Okay.
Their Labradoodle or whatever it's called.
Yeah, there's a lot of them doodles out there.
Sweetest little dogs, not a problem. It's just you add that and college dog Cuddy. And then our 2.
He's home for the holidays.
Before you know it, we've got
you got some dogs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're like some dog service.
I've been known to have a crowd, but I think you've taken over.
Yeah. Well, we had a good time, and Terry had the little elf out. Did y'all ever do that for the kids where you would move the elf would move
There's
around?
different ones. I think seemed like Chandler's used something called Sheppy.
Oh,
He's
okay.
like a shepherd or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, causes trouble everywhere.
Yeah, well, we got cake. We're blowing candles out. River's opening gifts, and I told him, look, I don't need gifts. Just everybody here is gift enough.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want. So, well, the elf, he for some reason I don't know what in the world was going on, but it kept moving around a little bit.
Watch him now.
And River was mesmerized by that. He could not believe
Think
it.
about it. His little mind.
Yeah,
You know?
oh, yeah. And so
what's happening.
You know the uncles. You know they got wind of that, and they said, well, we're about to.
We'll have fun.
We're about to really have a good time.
Yeah,
you know,
elf's going.
every time River would look down, they'd look up and go like, "Man, where's the elf?" And he's like, "It's right beside me. Where did it go?"
They
And
stole
all of a
it
sudden,
from
it's like up on the fan. I'm like, "The fan?"
That's pretty good.
He's like,
though.
"Wow, how did it get up there? Oh my goodness, Pops! Look, the elf is on the fan." And then he'd look down. Next thing you know, it's not on the fan anymore. Where is it? It'd be over like on some shelf. You know.
Yeah. So everybody was working together.
Yeah, and then they got even more bizarre. Like who could outdo who?
Yeah.
You know, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, but guys, it can't be on the roof. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
What's outside the mailbox?
oh my goodness.
How'd he get in the mailbox?
Yeah, where is it? And found it like in the garage on the 4-wheeler.
Yeah.
like
Oh,
he was,
yeah.
like he was ready to ride them.
Now that's
Pops, it's on the 4-wheeler out here. I couldn't believe it. I had the time, man. We had a good time.
Oh, yeah.
And so we stayed late. We had cake. Terry made the 3-layered chocolate cake.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Greg, so much icing.
Don't you like
So
that?
much icing.
Yep.
So
Make
much
your head
icing.
tingle.
Oh, goodness.
Make your forehead just go.
And he got some Spidey and Friends little figures, you know.
Oh,
He
yeah.
did, yeah. Any of yours like Spidey and Friends of Spider-Man?
They did that in Ninja Turtles.
Uh-huh. Oh, he'll
which have
Ninja
made a
Turtles.
comeback.
Yeah, they have.
I guess.
He'll Hulk you to death too.
Yeah,
and
oh, yeah.
like I've told you, he'll smash.
And then we got Duke Kaboom from Toy Story riding his motorcycle. We got Woody. We got everybody.
Right. Pops, come in here. What, son? Well, I mean, son. What, River? And I go up, and he's, you know, look at the elf. Pops, look. What? It's playing Xbox in here.
Now they're getting out
It's
of
like
hand.
a controller in its lap.
Yeah, now they're getting out of hand. Seeing who can outdo
I
the
try
other.
to find the uncles. Where are y'all?
Yeah, see who can outdo the other.
And you know, then they get into it. Oh my goodness, look. And so anyway, that was
Crazy elf.
all night.
He usually
long.
makes a mess too wherever he
Yeah.
is. The elf.
Yeah. One of them tried to tie it to the back of Cuddy and like the elf riding a dog.
Oh no,
Yeah,
that may be the best one yet.
Pops, look,
He's riding the dog.
the elf's riding Cuddy.
Cuddy wouldn't cooperate with it.
Yeah. And so now we were entertaining ourselves.
yeah.
You know, who could outdo who? But he was so amazed. So on a good one, Tyler was done with the elf. Okay.
Yeah.
And they get ready to leave. And so they're getting ready and they're loading up. And we couldn't find the elf. And then finally we found it in his car seat in their car. And he couldn't he opened the door. He's like, how did it get in here? Oh, it wants to go home with me. Hey, Dad, May, can it go home with us? And I looked at him and I grinned, and he looked at me like, are you serious?
Yeah, this will continue at
Hey,
your
son.
house.
Yeah.
Now it's on you.
Little payback, bud. Have
Yep.
fun with. Oh, you can take River. You want to take the
Hey,
elf?
in fact, he wants to go.
Yeah. Well, it wants to go home with us, Dad.
He's
Dad, can we
excited.
please? River, you take that elf, buddy. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
And-
I think the elf wants to go with you. It said it.
Tyler's getting in the car. He looks at me. Okay. So that's gonna be all night long.
All night. He'll be high.
He said he fell asleep with the elf in his lap.
Woke up next morning, he was out cutting grass.
Dad, the elf's in your golf bag.
What is he doing? He wants to play golf.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We got a lot to break down here. The official college
Oh, what
football
about that?
bowl schedule is out. College football playoff rankings and seedings are out. That's official now. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more critical. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe now. Right now, you can save up to 50% on a new Simply Safe system, their biggest deal of the year. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on your new system with a select professional monitoring plan. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe. This holiday season, surprise everyone on your nice list with Raycon's everyday earbuds. They already have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews, and their latest model's better than ever with active noise cancellation, a 32-hour battery life, and multi-point connectivity. Plus, Raycon's everyday earbuds start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. No one wants to think about debt, but many of us will get deeper in debt during the holidays. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required, bad, and fair credit accepted. Start planning today. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/bigbox. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
We love the Helix Sleep mattress. They are so comfortable. If your spine needs extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more critical. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe now. Right now, you can save up to 50% on a new Simply Safe system, their biggest deal of the year. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on your new system with a select professional monitoring plan. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It is day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. What Santa Bubba has in store, we don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But somebody is going to have a great day because they're going to win day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We do know it's going to be kind of cool on day 12, which is Friday. Man, we get Greg. We Barton Clay Jewelers. They have got some carved chain hoop earrings and some Spearflex cuffs. John Hardy, both that collection, and it is quite the value here. We're about $1,500 or so. And so Barton Clay Fine Jewelers, we thank them for stepping up and being part of the 12 working days of Christmas.
Awesome.
And the collection there that they're going to give away, we have in-house, and it's really nice. We were looking at that last week, and so we know what day 12 is, and that's Friday. As far as the gift goes, and so looking forward to a great week together. So last night, before we get into breaking everything down real quick, I saw where just being a part of it and everything, the Birmingham Bowl, which is we've discussed. It had 2 time slots talking to them, either the 11 a.m. or the 2:30, and they were hoping for the 2:30 because that meant that was going to be a better matchup. And sure enough, it is going to be at 2:30 p.m. Central Time on ESPN, the main channel, at Protective Stadium, where I'll be the stadium guy for the Birmingham Bowl.
What date?
It's going to be the 27th, which is a Friday, at 2:30 p.m., Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt. And, there was rumors it was Arkansas and maybe North Carolina or whatever. And then I heard late last week Vanderbilt being thrown around, but I had not heard Georgia Tech.
Wow.
That's going to be a heck of a game, I think.
That's a great match. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it really is. And so I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be fun. But both fan bases, with that being hosted in Birmingham, just a drive down from Nashville for Vandy and a drive over from for Georgia Tech fans out of Atlanta. And those, fans aren't just in those 2 cities, but, in the Southeast, they have quite the following. So it should be a great crowd.
And both of those teams had some upsets that shocked people during the season.
Yeah.
So, they're playing good ball.
Yeah. But the full schedule is out, and there's a lot to look at here as far as, matchups and different. Did I see where I believe, was it Alabama's playing Michigan? Is that what I saw? Let me see here. I'm kind of running through it here.
I didn't even see any of the other bowls once I saw the
So on Friday,
rankings.
December the 20th, the Camping World Stadium in Orlando, Florida, the Staff DNA Cure Bowl. It's Ohio and Jack State.
Well, that's a weird name for a bowl, but
yeah, it is quite the mouthful there. How
about the Gamecocks?
Yeah, so the Gamecocks, they won their conference. They beat Western Kentucky pretty bad.
They did.
They beat them up pretty good
after losing to them the week before.
Yeah. Good night. They beat them really good.
Oh, it's never a game.
No, I tuned over and I was like, oh, this isn't even a game. That was Friday night when we were having a little get together, hiding elves and stuff. So one's going to be pretty good is BYU and Colorado in the Alamo Bowl. That's going to be kind of neat.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm kind of going through here. Still don't see. I'm just over. Oh, Duke and Ole Miss. That's a strange one.
Where's that at?
Tax Slayer Gator Bowl.
How about that?
On the January the 2nd.
Ole Miss can't believe it.
No, they can't believe it. No,
they were. A lot of people had them picked.
And it is let's see here, in Tampa, Florida. On December 31st, it is Alabama and Michigan. So that's that. I thought I saw that, but yesterday, I tuned in just in time to see the college football playoff rankings show, and it was really an entire afternoon, and there was no real surprises except it all came down to the SMU Alabama discussion. And
the last spot.
I thought there were some great points. We both agree that the committee just took the easy way out and said, no, let's put SMU in. But there's controversy no matter what they chose. I thought Coach Saban had a lot of really good points. And then Indiana, I know those of you that listen in that area, that was even up for discussion. Should they make it? But the field is set. and both of those teams did make it. Alabama, the first one out, and
Miami out.
And Miami is out. There was a second one out. So in the first round, it's going to be Clemson and Texas in Austin, Texas, on December the 21st, and that's going to be on TNT and Max.
Are we doing that weird stuff like that?
Well, it looks like we're going back and forth between them and ESPN and ABC. And then in the first round, Ohio State gets a home game, and they host Tennessee 8-9. The Clemson Texas that's 12-5. So 9 goes to 8, which is Tennessee goes to Ohio State December 21st. That's at 7 p.m. Central Time. That's on ESPN ABC. And then SMU is 11. They go to Penn State and play. That's also on December 21st at 11 a.m. There at State College, and that's on TNT and Max. And then Indiana goes to Notre Dame. That's 10 goes to 7 on December the 20th at 7 p.m. Central in South Bend. And that's on the ESPN ABC. So it does look like there's going to be some on in the first round on TNT and Max. Then on the second round, those that got the bye was Arizona State, who's 4. They host the winner of Clemson and Texas on January the 1st. Oregon, who's the 1 seed, good night. Boy, what luck they got. They host the winner of Tennessee and Ohio State on January the 1st at the Rose Bowl. And then Boise State, who got a bye, they're at 3. In the Fiesta Bowl, they'll host the winner of SMU and Penn State on New Year's Eve. And then in the All-State Sugar Bowl, Georgia at number 2 will host the winner of Indiana and Notre Dame on January the 1st on ESPN, 7:45 p.m. Central Time. So that's kind of the first round, the quarterfinals. But I thought Saban brought up a great point. He said, look, on the whole SMU thing, he said, I'm not going to bash people and all that. He goes, but I think where the committee got it wrong is that going into the conference weekend and all that, they never should have been ranked 8.
Yeah.
He said, but when you put them there, then you're kind of in a tough spot because dropping them from 8th all the way out is hard to do. He said, but just with their schedule and the fact they haven't beat a top 25 team, they probably should have been on the bubble and maybe at 12, 13, something like that.
If they win the conference they're in, if they don't, they're out.
Yeah. Then you don't have the controversy. He said, so really I think where they might have he said it much better than I am, but he's like the formula we use or whatever and how they look at, strength of schedule and stuff, they probably shouldn't have been there because you don't want to go, so they got punished for being in the conference game because they lost. Well, no. He said they should have never been there. They shouldn't have been at 8. Yeah. That way, if they lose, there's not a controversy.
I get it.
So because the strength of schedules between them and Alabama is not even comparable.
And Indiana, they're
and that's one too. But it is what it is, and it's going to be different. I'll tell you that. At least the first round has home. You have home game matchups, and then the quarterfinals are at neutral sites and bowl games and stuff. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah, very.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 629 We Be Big, our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, up, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. We love our Helix mattresses. If your spine needs extra TLC, you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. You're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 20% off your mattress and get a free gift. Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more crucial. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe at simplysafe.com/bigbox, and I mean now. And right now, you can save 50% on a new Simply Safe system. This is their biggest sale of the year. Unlike traditional security systems that only kick in after someone is already inside your home, with Simply Safe Active Guard outdoor protection, monitoring agents can prevent crime before it starts, seeing and speaking to suspicious individuals in real time and requesting 911 dispatch before they even reach your door. Monitoring plans start at around $1 a day, and U.S. News and World Report named Simply Safe Best Home Security System for 5 years running. Act now to get 50% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. Just head to simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe. So there's no time like the holidays to realize you have no idea what to get your loved ones. My go-to gift, something they could use every single day and could use multiples of, like Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds make for an amazing holiday gift for anyone on your nice list. They already have tens of thousands of five-star reviews online, and their latest model's better than ever, with 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, a feature that can be difficult to find in an accessible price point. Until now, because Raycon start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. And if your recipient is for some reason not impressed, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee and easy returns. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right, up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and the Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. So we just skimmed the surface there of college football playoffs. And the bowl games. There's a lot more to break down.
A lot
and
going on.
We'll pick that up with the main show.
A lot going on.
A lot of controversy, which we knew there would be, and there is. But it is set, and the bowl season is set as well. And so we'll hit all of that. You know, there was one thing that there's a couple of stories now. This assassination of the CEO of United Health. Is that the name of it? Is it United? Yeah, it is.
United Healthcare.
Yeah. More and more is coming out about how he got on the bus from Atlanta to New York, and then they found a backpack and had like Monopoly money in it, which is strange. And now there's divers checking the lake, the pond, to see if he threw his pistol into the water. Saw where he left town back on a bus and kind of where he went. And he got in a taxi, has like one of the surgical blue masks on so you can't see his whole face. There's just more and more coming out about it. A former FBI investigator tried to explain the Monopoly money. He felt like that his plan was that he was going to take the money out of his bag and sprinkle it all over the body.
Make a statement like.
To like make a statement like this guy's greedy or something like that. And either he forgot or because
he's got to be with United Healthcare. That's for sure.
It didn't present itself, so he never did it. But so there's more coming out. It's just very strange, to say the least, on who this guy is, what his motive was, why he did it, what he was connected to, and there's so many theories now and all that from. The CEO's personal life to he was going to expose this person, or no, this family member was denied. You just don't know, but they feel like they're honing in on finding this person. But with these cameras now, they can find you and whatever you're doing,
they can track you
anywhere, anywhere.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but last night, Terry's office had a little Christmas get together, which they do every year. And we were all sitting around, and between Alabama being left out of the playoffs and the rankings and the bowl schedule, this was the other big topic. Everybody's like, "Let's talk about this," and just trying to figure out, okay, what's the motive behind it? You think he's a family member or something, or obviously he knew where the CEO was.
True.
He knew his schedule. He knew what he was doing and where to jump out and get him.
Yeah, I'll see the movie coming out probably, but
yeah,
this is an odd one.
It's a very odd one. And then the backpack that they found with what was in it. It's like why the fake money?
I know.
But I think
say the writing on the casings and
but I think it was the former FBI expert suggests that. He is that's the reason why it had that money. He felt like he was going to take it out and sprinkle all the fake money all over his body and stuff. But either he forgot because he got panicky and forgot, or because that witness that was standing right to the right when he did that, and then there was somebody in that SUV. He needed to go ahead and get out of there. But
he didn't get to make his little statement. I guess
we'll see. But there's just more and more coming out about this, and it's one of those things that until they figure it out, and will we ever? I don't know. This dude. I mean, they feel like they're getting close because of the all the footage and how they can track where he's been.
Yeah.
But right now the discussion is just why and who is he, and that's led to a lot of conversations. And now the experts are weighing in, but
everybody's trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not a whole lot happening.
No.
The fact that he fled on a bus is kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. A hired assassin probably doesn't just take a Greyhound bus.
No, probably not.
But he obviously assassinated the CEO. But was he just some guy? Probably wasn't a professional, I don't think.
No,
but who knows?
He had a beef on something.
I don't know if you see this mark right in the center of my forehead. You want to know what happened there? I got a big old blue bruise.
Yeah,
and that's because at that get together last night they had like a little taco bar, and I hit my head on the cabinet.
Oh, wait a minute.
And because they had everything laid out, and it's on me. But I just was leaning forward. I hit right on the corner of the cabinet.
God, that hurts.
Oh my God! And
that hurts.
I looked at Terry.
Trying to get a taco.
I looked at Terry and I was like, "Am I bleeding?" She said, "No, you're not bleeding, but you actually have a dent in your forehead."
Because I've done that with like cabinet doors halfway open and turn around, wham.
It couldn't be any more centered too.
No,
it's right.
I see it.
If you were to get a ruler on my forehead, it would be right above
perfect.
my nose at the top of my forehead.
Right where it curves.
I've got a blue
right on the apex.
Yeah, I've got a blue line, and that blue line is the corner of the cabinet.
I get that hurts so
Oh,
bad.
it hurts so bad. It
Nothing
hurts
worse.
No, and some of the other guys were
ruined your
there. They
meal.
said, "Swing around, let me take a look at." Oh, yay! Because it gets real red before it starts turning blue.
I thought you hit your scope in your head shooting at a deer. Yeah.
You talking about can't have nothing, but I did
Golly,
see.
reaching for a taco and knock yourself out.
They had hard shells, they had soft shells, they had, just regular tortilla chips. I mean, you name it, they had it.
And wham.
Yep.
Right
And
in
then,
the middle of that.
and then they had like little, and I thought of Bubba. They had bite-sized shrimp and everything. You could make a shrimp taco if you wanted.
You kidding me?
And when I saw the shrimp, I leaned forward because I got a little excited.
Got lost concentration.
And bam!
I mean,
I'm like, oh, it rattled. My teeth kind of came together, and it kind of almost bit my tongue, and it kind of rattled me a little bit.
Well, I see it.
I went on in pretty hard.
That's
yeah,
funny.
so that's going to look good, isn't it? That'll stay with me
So
for a
you
little
hit
bit.
your head while eating tacos.
yeah. Well, filling up the plate, and there was a line, and so it was right in front of everybody too.
Oh,
And so that became the joke. And
Everybody, "You
now
okay?"
now it looks like I've got like it's swollen, and I got a blue line.
Yeah, that looks good.
Right, I couldn't be anymore. Just right there. There it is.
I wish it was just a little more swollen.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Just a little more.
Yeah. I bet you do. I know Rick got out. He did a little hunting this past weekend.
Yeah.
I got
I
out
guess I'm
early
never
Saturday.
gonna hunt, so.
I mean, what's the deal? Oh, you too busy putting up
Yeah,
decorations?
that's a lot of that.
You want all that done.
Yeah.
So y'all host the family on Christmas
Oh, yeah.
Eve.
Yeah, we did.
And we're getting ready.
Getting ready, buddy.
Goodness. It'll be a Hallmark card.
Tell you
Your
what.
house, what you've been doing
How many more little tiny trees do you
between
need?
painting and replacing and
Oh, all that was going to happen anyway.
Yeah,
That was it just happened.
but it had to be ready though.
Oh yeah.
Because
There's
I
still
know-
sections of the house that are not. So
You told me the timeline.
yeah,
You're like, well, the reason where I'm on it because it needs to be ready.
yeah, we got to get that.
But now the decorations, that's said, and now here come the decorations. So yeah, I guess you won't hunt because of that.
Yeah, well, I'm not that fired up about hunting this year anyway. I knew going in I'd probably go about once or twice. I have fun. We'll go hang out and all that.
So I'm in the hardwoods early Saturday morning, and it is one of those classic. If you've ever sat in the you don't find them a whole lot of places now, but I'm talking about just hollows, and it's just beautiful, man. Just
Pristine is what I like to use.
Golly. And so you just sit in there, and I'm on a double ladder, and I'm just kind of hanging out, and all of a sudden I hear, like squirrel or deer,
Yeah.
because the woods are kind of coming alive.
Yeah,
Got in there early enough, and I've settled, and now here it comes, and the sun is coming up, and it's getting daylight, and I hear, and then I see that first doe, and I'm like, oh, coming right at me, and the wind was coming into me, so I knew I was good there, and then next thing I know, there's two little twins, two little babies,
Following mom.
and then another doe. So it ended up being like 5 does to get together, and behind them, trailing them, was a young 7-point, and just in between the ears, a little basket rag. But he thought he was the man,
Yeah. No challenge.
And so they come through, just gorgeous. The wind had died down. It was only like about a mile or two wind coming right into me, and so that's kind of cool. So they meander through, and I'm thinking maybe a big one's behind the line, because they were literally in a straight line, and because the rut's kind of starting to kind of develop a little bit now. The bucks are kind of going at each other a little bit now. They're dividing up. They're not running together, and so they go, and about 30 minutes passes by, and all of a sudden I hear just a bunch of racket behind me on a ridge way behind me. So, when you're sitting there like in a ladder stand, you have to look behind you, but it's hard to turn. Yeah. So I ended up having to stand up and turn around.
Oh, I've done that.
And try to figure out and glass the ridge. And then finally I find it, and it's a huge bobcat.
Oh.
And I'm thinking, a bobcat. So I'm kind of getting ready, but it's through just a bunch of thick stuff. I mean, I don't have a shot, but I see a clearing that's coming up, and the path that he was on was going to that path. So I'm getting ready. I mean, I've like got my rifle up and I'm ready for him to present a shot. And he's standing on a dead tree that had fallen over, and he's just sitting there. And then all of a sudden, about a ridge away, and he's probably from here to the production room for presenting a shot. He was real thick. There was no way I could just throw a shot up. And all of a sudden, some turkeys start acting up and gobbling. And he turned and looked, and Greg, he ran so fast directly at that sound.
He thought dinner.
Greg, please understand, he looked like a cheetah running through the hardwoods. Okay, that's how fast he ran, which upset me because I'm like, man, I wish I could have gotten a shot. But he obviously was either tracking them or knew where they were, because as soon as they made a noise, he went right to them. But this thing was a big one. He was big. He was big.
They're pretty.
And I thought, you know how your heart rate goes up a little bit? Yeah, I thought, okay, this is on.
You weren't going to let him pass?
And he needed me. I needed maybe about 20 more yards. And it wasn't like it was right in front of me.
If the turkey don't show up, that probably
I've got him, because I know he was walking that line, and he was going right to where it would open up. But it was a fun hunt. It really was.
Oh, yeah. If I'm seeing anything, especially in that kind of setting, I can sit there forever.
Oh, it was 8:30 or 9 before I knew it.
Yeah.
You know, it was just activity all over the place. It was cold enough, too, because when we went out, it was about 27. Ooh. So it's cold enough to where they're going to get up and walk, it's just really cool. So,
That was a good morning.
It was a very good morning. I guess you'll never hunt, though.
I'm waiting till the rut.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Shop limited-time deals on last-minute gifts now at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Werner 6-foot aluminum stepladder. Was $89, now just $39. Plus, get your choice of select Craftsman V20 tools for only $39. And save time and money with free shipping on orders of $45 or more. Because Lowe's knows deals. Offers valid 12/5 through 12/11. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay, where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to hand-stitched leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. So there's no time like the holidays to realize you have no idea what to get your loved ones. My go-to gift, something they could use every single day and could use multiples of, like Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds make for an amazing holiday gift for anyone on your nice list. They already have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews online, and their latest model's better than ever. With 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity, that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, a feature that can be difficult to find in an accessible price point. Until now, because Raycon start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. And if your recipient is for some reason not impressed, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee and easy returns. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right, up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour on day 8 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We thank you for being with us. Greg, I can officially say it is the last Monday that we'll do the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get to do some best ofs.
Yeah, boy, we are. 3 weeks of it. We'll share that duty.
Wow.
So as you are enjoying your Christmas break or New Year's, in between those, still tune in because after the big year ender, we'll still be hosting Rick and Bubba Best Ofs, playing some great moments over the past 31 years. And, having 31 years of a show and the friendships and everything that we've had and the partnerships and those we've worked with, we're getting so much from y'all, emails and texts. We appreciate that. And some are actually coming in and stopping by, like Rick Humphrey's going to come in today.
Sure.
Have a long history with him with the Talladega Superspeedway and some former interns. Orange Galooly coming by today, Juju tomorrow. Dan Moultrie is going to be in tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
It's going to be a fun week, but we'll look up. It'll be Friday before you know it, day 12 of the 12 working days of Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas. A lot of history, and so going to be a busy week indeed. Busy week.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Monumental week.
Yeah.
So here we go.
I see that Big Boy has got his Santa hat on.
He does.
That's nice.
That big old head.
Yeah. Big head. Big head, big Santa hat. Big Santa hat.
On a big old head.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question here, since you know everything about birds.
Birds?
Listen.
Okay.
I go out yesterday, and this time, in the spring, and I may be wrong with this. Maybe I just remember wrong.
Uh-oh.
You know how they'll build nests and cause problems, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got some around the house.
I go out yesterday, and the length of the garage, where I pull my truck up and all this stuff right in front of the garage, so therefore they'd be hanging on the gutters there.
Mm-hmm.
They have crapped all over everything, and I don't know where they come from. I don't know what. And like the other day, I looked on the front of part of the house. They were in the gutters and they all flew out. But I get up there and there's no nest or nothing.
So they're
just coming in crowds and hanging out on my gutter and crapping all. But they've never done it. It'd be different if I said, "Well, I deal with this all the time." It's never done it before. Got on my truck. The trash cans where I put my trash can, the lid of the trash can. I don't know what the bird. What are they doing?
They're coming in and landing, like you're saying, on the gutters.
But I've never had to deal with it.
What hanging
this
off.
year has made a bunch of birds start hanging out and crapping all over the house. And Lisa goes, "You're going to get that bird crap off the front porch." They done got up in the lights on it too. She goes, "Nobody want to walk through bird crap."
Nobody wants that.
But I'm not talking about a little bit. This looked like
like
they air raided me. They just assaulted me. And I've never, ever, because every year in the spring they're going to try to build on that little column on my back porch.
Right.
That happens, and you try to stay ahead of them, and it's amazing how hard they work. One twig. How do they do that?
I don't know. It's impressive.
That's unbelievable.
That and a beaver.
And I'll tell you,
gosh,
and look,
the beavers.
You go rake the nest off, they just start right back. But I've never dealt with this winter holiday season bird crapping. I don't know what's different, what stirred them up, and I don't know what they are. I don't know what kind they are.
So, that's what they're doing. They're landing on the edge of that gutter.
You don't understand how many it had to have been, and I've never had this problem.
Is it something that you think they just did and left, or had they constantly coming back?
I know on the front they keep bombing that area. But this
do you have a pressure
new.
washer? Is that what you're going to have to crank up, or the hose, or what?
Oh yeah, the hose got it yesterday because it was thick. It actually, I thought, and then I did get the pressure washer out on some others. But
how's your attitude with it?
Boy, I wasn't very happy at all. And I tell you what, they're eating a bunch of berries or something because it's just crushed. They're just everywhere, everywhere. But again, never had to deal with it before. Why now?
Why?
Why they want to take crap on my house? I wish you'd have seen the line. I walked out. I was like, "What in the world has happened?" It was the full length of a double garage.
So they just all landed, just a ton of them,
and just turned around, and crapped all over, and like I said, got in front of my truck.
Do you think they have it planned? Like, let's take this guy.
Watch this.
Evidently
they found some berry tree or something they like around the house because it looked like I'd been like somebody put a military attack on me.
So the question is were they coming through, or are they going to do it again?
No, that's my yeah. So I cleaned it all up. So if I go out there today, and I don't know what time of day. I did, like I said, the other day I walked by in the part on the front of the house.
Right.
I saw, and there were these little birds, I don't know what they were, just almost, a pile of them. They were landed up there, and then they flew off.
Okay.
Well, these here, I don't know when they're sitting on there. But you would think when I walk out that they would fly away.
Yeah, you would hear
but
some.
I haven't seen anything.
Sounds like maybe they're coming through.
And I thought, what if they got a nest somewhere? But
you know how sometimes you'll just see I'm talking about so many coming in together. Maybe that's what happened. They all landed on the house and
Lisa
stuff.
does have a bird feeder that she's fired up, but it's not near. It's always been there though. It's not nothing new. My goodness.
Terry's got a little hummingbird feeder.
Oh yeah.
You ever seen one of them?
Oh, them little things.
Go to town.
They look like a little bee.
I mean, the way they can hover,
it's crazy. It really is.
And they get that little.
Lisa wants red birds, and we draw them by the ton. Well, there'll be 10 of them out there.
Well, something's landing on your gutter.
No. Again, I know
the
that
downspout,
sounds like
you know where it curves?
Yeah,
coming out. Well, there'll be a little nest there in a
is.
second.
There's no nest anywhere. I got up yesterday and was cleaning some gutters out and doing some stuff.
You weren't cleaning gutters.
I was.
You were?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
A little cold. Wasn't that bad yesterday.
Okay.
Not like it has.
No. Just had the front coming through.
Of course, I got myself wet trying to squirt stuff with the hose.
You come back on.
That was cold. I'll say that.
All right, Lisa, I know sometimes you listen to this hour. When you see Greg doing that, could you just roll video from the window or just sneak around behind him?
Tell me who's bombarding my house and why. And they never done it. 16 years, this has never happened.
So you said they've gotten some berries up?
There was so much, it was honestly like that somebody set it up. I mean, that's impossible.
Yeah, just dumped a bunch of stuff out.
I mean, they were like, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to line up, and we're going to go to full length of a double garage, and we're going to crap on every inch of it.
Even on your truck.
Yeah, and then got my truck. The trash can lid really bothered me. It killed the trash can. I mean, they bombed it.
Looked white.
It was terrible.
All right, so Greg at rickandbubba.com if y'all know.
What kind of December birds are these?
Yeah, but you'll know now since you've cleaned if they come back.
Maybe, I know.
Yeah.
You think I ain't checking today? You're wrong.
Rick and Bubba.
The new thing is for businesses to have some social responsibility. Now, that's not a biblical responsibility. It's just social responsibility. We want clean water. We want clean air. We want to give to the poor. All wonderful things. We want to help the less fortunate. And that's all good, but it's not a biblical mandate. That's the new business plan. Man, you got to have some kind of social consciousness because this group of millennials and the Generation X, they love all that, or Z, whatever the next one is. That they love all that and they demand that. But it's not from a biblical standpoint.
Oh my goodness. It's Jax. Jax is here.
Yeah, baby! Chicken sandwich.
Oh, got big flour.
Good God! Wow!
Biscuits, too.
What you got? This is amazing! Wow! Yes! Jax! Yes! Yeah! 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 Oh! When I say Jax, you say Jax! Jax!
So, Juju, you brought all that and chicken sandwiches? Or no
I didn't bring chicken sandwiches.
Are you serious?
That's fine. But we've been saying
You said you were bringing.
You said you were bringing.
You've been telling everybody that's what you're bringing.
Are you serious?
Well, that's fine. We've been advertising.
That's what you told me you were bringing. You didn't send me coffee for the chicken sandwich.
I'm so sorry that I did not bring your new chicken sandwich.
Well, I threw my back out for nothing just now. I mean, this food looks amazing. Yeah. All right. Well, we just thought it was going to be something else.
Oh my God.
I mean,
wow,
this is a spread. This is a spread, Juju. No, you are the best, Juju. You're the best.
Jax, Rick and Bubba. Speedy wants to make sure I don't miss the key that I need to promote the Jax chicken sandwich. Should I now show my ability to act and pretend to eat one?
What are you bringing for Friendsgiving, Greg?
Oh, Friendsgiving?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to cheese dip. That's the only thing I know how to make.
So you got the Rotel.
Yeah.
Friendsgiving? I always bring dressing to be sure we got it.
Speedy, what are you bringing to Friendsgiving?
The perfect holiday treat, protein balls.
Okay. What are you bringing to Friendsgiving?
Wings, compliments of my buddy Ryan Schultz. He makes an amazing wing.
What are you bringing to Friendsgiving?
It's not a full bag. It's about a 40% full bag of delicious homemade Chex Mix. It's going to be great.
We about to make somebody's day. We about to make somebody's day. Y'all want to come inside and check out the show? Yeah!
Al Krausen. Greenberg. Chris Prince.
I'm Gavin.
Greg's grandson Ellis got his first haircut, and the pictures are phenomenal. He handled a haircut better than Greg did.
That's the truth.
Are you guys good with free metal here for a minute?
Sure.
Will you make me look cool?
I'll make it look real
All right,
cool.
do like lots of zooms and like cool stuff. Did y'all hear that? Hey, bring me a chair real quick. Thanks. Favorite country artist, old and new? That's a 0 from Rick.
If Zach Brown counts, I know they're not traditional country. It would be Zach Brown.
Favorite country, old and new, Bubba. Favorite country artist, old and new.
Porter Wagner.
Speedy, favorite country artist, old and new.
I mean, I kind of fall to Alan Jackson a little bit.
Oh, I think that's Speedy. That's terrible. Isn't it? Yeah, it's my opinion. Well, I know, but I just disagree.
Hank Williams Jr. for sure on the old side. I reluctantly say this in front of Greg. Rascal Flatts.
No, I like it.
Okay.
I think, in my opinion,
Really?
it's pop country, but they're good.
Yeah.
It is pop country.
And it
Emphasis on pop.
Yeah, well, most of it is these
Nowadays,
days.
yeah.
That's a
It
great.
sounds a lot like Danny Shane.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite old and new?
Well, Ham's took my old, so let me come up with a different one. I like Hank Jr. if I got to go old. Dwight Yoakam. Of course, for the new, I got to say Riley Green.
Who's that?
Yeah, Riley Green.
Riley Duckman Green. You discovered him.
Yeah, technically.
Old would have to be Hank Williams Sr., and new would have to be Chris Stapleton for me.
Speedy, if I dunk this, you have to run around the closet naked.
Oh, you run around the closet naked!
Adler.
I brought sandwiches.
Juju came through. Juju came through. Juju came through.
Juju came through.
Yeah!
This is the Jack's Fried Chicken Sandwich. I find myself now engaging in chicken sandwich wars.
Six minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome, a brand new hour. Merry Christmas. This hour starts with the national anthem. And then there were five Rick and Bubba shows remain as we work our way to the big year ender on Friday, the big show ender. 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, over 3 decades, and a catalog that will live on forever. But there's 5 new shows that have never been heard or seen before. And here they are, out on the platter before you. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have knocked out the kickoff hour. They are here, as you know. Eddie Van Adler settles in to enhance the YouTube experience. So Eddie Van Adler back from the weekend. And we have gift number 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas today. Gift number 8. So be standing by for that. And the one who has it is the Silver Tongue one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba! Go, Denver, go! Sing it, boys!
Well, how about it?
Denver and the Mile High Orchestra.
That's a little toe tapper right there.
I think they're still playing and bringing joy everywhere they go.
Yeah, I bet they are.
So,
well, howdy, everybody. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Glad to be here. And I think possibly the last time I'll have Sunday night Big Eye ever.
Well, you be careful. I mean, you don't. You got to make some decisions going forward. Don't put yourself in another Sunday Big Eye situation.
Wow.
Oh, Sunday Big Eye. Where'd that come from? Where is it?
I don't know. It's something about changing gears again that. I suffer from that from time to time.
Yeah.
Not that I'm dreading anything.
No, it's just
it's just shifting gears again.
Yeah, shifting gears. So
you took a couple of days, you knock it out of gear, and then hey, here we go again. Slam it into overdrive.
Yep, we're back 5 more, and
5.
And then we go into the long vacation. Best of shows will be hosted as you listen to the last 31 years. And then, of course, 2025 has new adventures for Bubba and for the rest of us. But this week is about remembering what has been and celebrating 31 years. I was discussing that yesterday. I mean, that puts this bunch in a very unique category. You brought the numbers out on Mark and Brian. We've been going longer than them, longer than Johnny Carson. Beatles, it wasn't even close. I mean. They only did 10 years. And it has been incredible, and we're so thankful to all of you. And we'll mix that in today. We got, of course, the college football playoffs out there. Of course, no one's upset about that. We've got the 12 teams, and of course, I saw all the debate on that yesterday. So we'll hit that a little bit today. Bubba, gift number 8.
It is gift number 8.
Gift
today.
number 8, and I know I know your phone's just burning up. I mean,
well, the email that I've been getting, people just begging for more beaver bucks.
Yes.
And I luckily ran into Bucky over the weekend.
Yes,
so, we'll see how that comes out.
You wouldn't believe. I'll have people just stop me on the streets and say, "Please tell me Bubba got more beaver bucks."
Please.
I'm just like I said, can we move on into the Christmas service? So we have that. Also, that'll work our way to Friday. Barton Clay Fine Jewelers will have the final gift ever in Rick and Bubba history, and it is a doozy.
Yep.
Over $1,500 worth of fine jewelry. Got a carved chain hoop earring set, spear flex cuff, and this spear collection, of course, is really cool from John Hardy. So anyway, Barton Clay Fine Jewelers, $1,500 worth of jewelry on the final day.
There you go.
So that's coming up.
So we'll go
Friday.
out with a bang.
Go out with a bang. So that's coming up. And who knows, Bubba might throw in a beaver buck or two.
Who knows? You never know.
We had, it was, well, let's see. I can't think out or get that picture. But I had, yesterday at church, we had the whole thing with Advent. I get real confused over the whole Advent thing. It's one of those things kind of like the Trinity. The word Advent's not in the Bible, but everything that revolves around it is.
Right.
And so we decided. And look, I always have a fun time, with the pastor, because whenever the pastor announces he won't be preaching next Sunday, it'll just be a music service. I wonder how it feels to him to notice it's always a bigger crowd. I mean, people will pile in if you say, "Hey, we're dropping the preaching and we're just going to sing." There was a mob at church yesterday, and that was it. So look at this is a Baptist church, okay, and they the praise team, choir, orchestra, whatever you call all that. They opened the Advent service with "Carol of the Bells" by Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that's a big number.
And how about this? They wailed. I mean, they nailed it.
Is that Greg on the flute back there?
It is. See, you know how you always do. Hey, those two. At one point, they even went back to back, and Mama went with us to the service, and I looked at Mama. I said, "This is a little different, First Baptist, isn't it, back in Calhoun County?"
Did they give it to Pete Townsend?
It was.
Windmill.
But how about this? You know how when I've heard them tried it, I thought, "Oh no."
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. They absolutely nailed it. And at that point, that was a powerful service, but it was great. So anyway, that we're full blown into the season now. So do we? And I'm sure we'll talk college football playoff. I know the.
We got a lot of that to cover.
Sure. Jack State is Conference USA champions.
Yeah, how about that?
That was big. That was huge over the weekend. And Not even close. They got their second shot at Western Kentucky, and boy, they took it.
Yeah. We'll tell you a little bit about that. It was a great day for Jacksonville State, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And now we're headed to the Cure Bowl in Orlando on December the 20th.
What does that mean, Cure Bowl?
It's actually
is it the breast cancer thing?
Yeah, it's a research group that is working on cancer research, and they sponsor a bowl game to help raise money and awareness for that. And it's in Orlando. It's the old Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And it'll be there at the Camping World Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And what a great venue to go and
play in
spend
Ohio.
A few days. Yeah,
play in Ohio.
Didn't we go there during the XFL?
Yes. Was it Camping World we went to? We went to the.
I thought we went to the one that used to be the Citrus Bowl.
I think we did.
Maybe we did. I can't remember. I know we went to the Tampa Bay Stadium for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because I remember the pirate ship in the end zone down there.
Yeah.
But this is a different one.
Yeah, this is the old Tangerine Bowl.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And so we're looking forward to that.
Okay.
That's we'll talk about it in a minute.
Yeah, we'll come back. So. Yeah, we'll recap the weekend, so we'll get into all that. It was. There's much to cover. We'll get your phone calls today. Obviously, this week we're going to give you a lot of time to reminisce your favorite moments in Rick and Bubba history. Definitely going to do that. It's going to be, a lot of folks coming in over the last 31 years. Adler turned 39 yesterday, so all that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah! This is the Jack's Fried Chicken Sandwich. I find myself now engaging in chicken sandwich wars. Let me tell you something. You can't have a good fried chicken sandwich if the fried chicken ain't no good. This fried chicken is fantastic. I like this bun. And I'm going to tell you what. This chicken sandwich is ready to win a war. Mom, I'm sorry, my mouth's full. Hey, Popeyes. Chick-fil-A. That's good.
Okay, man. That's completely unnecessary. Bubba, are you into Friendsgiving?
I'm into eating.
The great thing about what God has allowed me to do for a living is, and this is not trying to sound good or, hey, this is what I should say. I can honestly look anyone in the eye and say, I do not dread going to work. What I've tried to do is I've realized that some people are different, but if I get here too early, then I get sleepy before the show starts. But if I get out of the shower, see my hair's still wet, if I get out of the shower, get in the truck, come to the show, then I feel like I go on with energy and I haven't started that decline. So that's just my philosophy. You might want to check with your own boss to be sure they're okay with that philosophy, but that's the beautiful thing about being the boss. It works. Morning, Mr. Bussy.
Hey, man.
How are we, buddy? This is our new CD this year. 25 big ones. We've been at it for 25 years. Shocking. What I'll do is I'll just kind of sit here and settle in, look at some Email, we get hundreds of emails a day. The truth of the matter is this: we do get a lot of emails, and you can't respond to every single request, but you can look at your email on a regular basis for those things that are extremely serious or people who are really struggling, and take a few minutes. And I know just for my own life, and not just other people, that if you can just get somebody to give you a little bit of encouragement or a little bit of response, or if you'll answer a question about things that are important. Certainly, I mean, we can't answer every single question about the best restaurants to eat when you're at the beach, but you can certainly take time when someone says, hey, I'm struggling right now, or we get sometimes emails of I'm contemplating suicide, or in our case with Sherry and me, our child just passed away, or hey, we have a child that's struggling with the same thing that your child struggle with, and we watched how y'all handle this. Can you give me some insight on that? Isn't that why we're here? And I'm not trying to sit here and say that 100% of the time I've been able to respond in a timely way, but my goal is that I respond to every single person who is in one of those type situations. And for those of you that I may not have, I apologize. It might have been that I just missed it, but my intention is to always respond.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us as we work our way through today. All right, so we have. Let's start with Jacksonville State, because that was on Friday, right?
Yep.
And so that was. It was not the closest of games.
Well, it started out like a lot of games. You see, Western Kentucky got the ball, went right down the field, and scored on their opening drive, and then Jack State came back, and I guess they kicked a field goal on the first drive. Jack State came back and scored, and then, that offense, they just ground it out the rest of the game. They've done that all year, and congratulations to Coach Rich Rod and the whole team. For their second year being, Division I, right. To be going to their second bowl game is pretty wild. And for those of us that have been around and grew up watching Jack State football, it's just crazy to see where it was and where it has got to.
Well, I was, of course, I had a little fun yesterday was hanging out with Mom, and I said, Jack State won the conference. She goes, well, how about that? And I said, now they play in Ohio State. And she said, are they playing Ohio State? I said, absolutely. And
now it's the other one.
I know, and I said, look, they play in Ohio. And she kept looking at that, and she said, why are they playing Ohio State? And I said, Mom, I'm just kidding. It's just Ohio.
Yeah.
And she was
Ohio.
Like, and she said, why did you do that? I said, well, I said, Mom, the Ohio State's in the playoff.
Yeah.
Then we sat down and, and Mom was she was the analyst for the playoffs. She told me who should be there and who shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, Friday night was
she was very opinionated.
It was very cold. Going to be one of the coldest games we'd probably ever had there in Jacksonville.
Yep,
and
that's your cold one.
Yeah, and I was the students are out, so I was worried about the crowd.
So students were not on campus.
They were officially out of class. But they showed out. We had a great crowd, and I think for the weather, it was extremely, extremely good crowd, and had a big home field advantage. They were noisy, and it was just a great evening for football. Rick, this was funny. I got an email from a lady named Lee Seacrest. She says, Bubba, I had to write and let you know, had a great experience at the CUSA championship game. My brother coaches for Western Kentucky. And since they were playing a school so rich in Rick and Bubba history, I knew I had to be there.
Absolutely.
Despite the freezing cold temperatures, my kids and I drove 5 hours to the game.
Wow.
Pulling into Jacksonville felt like coming home because of listening to you guys talk about it. At the game, we had a mess up with our tickets. And after walking to several different gates, the workers who knew we were there with the other team graciously helped us get into the stadium. The most kind and patient staff, and we appreciate that. At one point, I almost name-dropped you, but then I remembered myself that I don't even know you. Y'all are more than a friend to me, so I saved myself from the embarrassment. I also overheard a young mom trying to heat up a bottle for her baby, and the concession workers did it for her. Just good folk, I agree. Even though it was a beatdown, congrats on the win, Gamecocks. It was such a great time being there. Good luck in your new venture. You will be missed. Stay cocky. Lee Seacrest.
So she went over to our side now? She's saying stay cocky?
Well, she's just congratulating.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing about the toppers?
Yeah. Well,
52 to what? 52 to what?
52-12.
Yeah. So
but you turn around, 7 days.
Not a lot of hill topping.
6 days before that, they beat us on
that's
50-yard field goal.
That's football.
On any given day.
That's it.
That's right.
You got to show up.
You said that for the first time?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if anybody ever thought about that.
Right. Yeah.
On any given day. Just one day. You may lose 9 out of 10.
What's next? That's why we play the games?
Yeah.
We throw that one out there?
That's right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's why we play it on the field, Rick.
That's right.
That's why they call it hunting.
Right.
So I jumped to a different sport, but yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
But it was it was crazy seeing all that going on, and everything technically went off fairly well, best I know.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, I watched some of it, and it looked really good.
It does.
It did.
And so, I was just sitting there kind of flashing back, thinking about being a little Cub Scout and selling programs out there. We've come a long way.
Were you one of those?
Back in
I remember the Cub Scouts selling. They'd stop at halftime.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you better.
You got off then.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but it was a great time, and we're looking forward to Orlando. That ought to be a lot of fun.
So are you going to make the trip?
Oh, yeah, probably so.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a long way, but
they have airplanes now.
Well, I know. I was going to say, that's what I mean. You got to go. You got to go airplane. I drove that.
Oh, I've drove it.
That's right. You drove it not long ago for the Ham Fest.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
It's an all day.
Yeah,
all day.
So that's
event.
good. Well, that and like we were trying to remember if that's where we did the XFL, and I think it was on the Orlando team in the XFL. I think we were in that.
Yeah,
stadium.
I can't remember which stadium it was.
Yeah,
and that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's been redone.
Yes.
Well,
that's true.
Then,
and it wasn't called Camping World then. I don't think, but
right.
No,
probably that's the Tangerine Bowl.
That's right. And
it went from Tangerine to Citrus to Camping World.
Yeah, so Jack State finishes what? So they what was the final record?
Oh gosh, Rick, 4 losses.
Okay,
they dropped the first 3.
Yeah, and those were all
cranked up.
They're 9-4.
Yeah, wow, that's good. And I know Rich Rogers going to West Virginia now. So I mean,
that's a big room.
He's certainly in the mix for that. I'm sure.
Well,
but, we hope he stays.
Well,
and, you never know.
Yeah, that was. I know he said he hadn't done any interviews or anything like that. People start all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. You would, when you're a successful program, it's just like the portal. You're going to have people, trying to pick the old cherry tree, So
absolutely.
that's to be expected.
Yeah,
you just got to be able to do a lot. I mean, Nick Saban, I think, showed you the way to do that with all the coaches he had to turn over. You just keep reloading.
Absolutely. Yeah. But it's, like you say, that is a huge step for the program, especially into the Division I Conference USA champions.
Yep.
And I saw the trophy look fantastic.
2 years, 2 bowl games. Mm-hmm. That's pretty impressive.
I will tell y'all this: if you're in Jacksonville and want to see the trophy today at Walmart, Bubba and Eli will be there. you can come by and have your picture made with the trophy with Eli and Bubba.
I saw the trophy on the sidelines. Pretty impressive.
Well, yeah, I saw it too. I mean, it's fantastic.
That's a big one.
That was a great one. That's a great one. Well, there you go. Congratulations, Gamecocks, and everybody at Jacksonville State University.
That's right.
Well done. We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More to cover on the program today. Speaking of college football, the college football playoff, we now know.
Yep. We have our first 12-team playoff. We've been wanting this for a long time.
We now know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Tell people the things that have gotten me through it.
people wonder why we struggle with our weight and everything. Here's where all good intentions come to die. This kitchen is always full with delicious things, and I personally had to evaluate that in my life. Now, first of all, let me be clear. There should be a thin person saying this, not a person who still has weight issues like I do. Weight issues have been in my life as long as I can remember. I certainly am, I don't think, ever going to be lean, but I have concentrated on, being less fat. And the reason why is I finally came under conviction, for me personally, I'm just talking about me, that I was eating and treating myself in a way that was sinful. And I certainly don't think I could ever be involved in any kind of leadership role, especially in men's ministry, if it looked like physically that I didn't have self-control in my own life. Now, this is not about legalism. This is not about there's some holy height and weight, be holy BMI. If you're 6'2", if you don't weigh this, you're not coming into heaven. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in my own life, and I'm only speaking to me. What I'm trying to do now is to exercise more than I ever have, 2 to 3 days a week. That's about all at my age I can do, and try to see if I can stay around 1,500 calories a day. And so this kitchen does not help that at all.
As a toddler, my head was just way bigger than my body. Like, it was just, the proportions were not there.
Look, your head ain't bigger than mine.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got the record.
Oh my goodness.
Dude,
you're a cute little kid, but I'll tell you what.
Hey, now.
Yeah, maybe intern sledgehammer. Hey, look at that nog.
You really grew into it, man.
Yeah.
It worked out. It all worked out.
It did work out. For about 10 years, it was bad. It took like 10 years.
It was bad.
10 years. 10 years. I'm not joking. Yeah.
Did you have you some nicknames?
Oh, yeah, like Watermelon Head.
All right, so that's what we voting on, Hams.
Olin Alford, Megamind, Osama Big Noggin, and Big Headed Pony.
So let's start. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Osama Big Noggin.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show, who you voting for?
Osama Big Noggin.
Rick and Bubba Show, who you voting for?
Osama Big Noggin.
Rick and Bubba Show, who you voting for?
Osama Big Noggin.
Rick and Bubba Show, who you voting for?
Osama Big Noggin.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Osama Big Noggin.
All right, dude, you want me to stop?
Gotta have the BuzzBox coffee. This is the one we love the most right here, off Papua New Guinea. I met Jeff Erickson, gosh, I can't remember how many years ago now, but it's probably been 5+ years ago, maybe a little more. And Jeff Erickson is out of Camano Island in Seattle. He's an entrepreneur, and he has a great philosophy, which is great, that if those of us that are followers of Christ, instead of doing a nonprofit where you're asking people for donations, why not do business and then use your profits to then do ministry, and that way you're actually producing something that people are buying, and they're using that money to advance the gospel and take capitalism and go introduce capitalism to some of the most poorest countries in the world, and then you see their whole community change, just like their life changes, their family changes, the community changes, and the standard of living starts, being raised in those communities as well. And then the consumer gets a delicious product and buys that, and then we take a percent of that profit, and then we advance the kingdom of God with that. So it's a great program, but it's got to be good coffee first, and it is.
Hey, today's the Rick episode of Daily Documentaries, where I'm kind of following Rick around. You got any good questions for me to ask Rick?
Ask him if he colors his hair. I think he does. Maybe he'll finally come out.
Greg, now do you color your hair?
Well, yeah, I do. I color it gray, and I keep the top shaved.
And you wear a wig, right?
Yes, but I like to have this, it looks like a yarmulke. I like that.
Difficult to find at an accessible price point until now, because Ray Conscious. we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas. Gift number 8 coming up on the 12 working days of Christmas. 629. We Be Big is our number. Text line stays the same. 866-932-3244 as we're seeing your texts coming in. All right, so let's update you on a couple of things as we wind down the Rick and Bubba show this week. So here's the latest update out of the Rick and Bubba store. So all the copies, CD copies of Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down, they are all gone. So we've gone through 2 orders of that. None of those exist anymore. So the only way you can get it now is to have a friend to win one, or to wait for it to come to all the streaming services, which it will. I just don't know when. So all of those are gone. Here's the only thing left. The things left in the Rick and Bubba store. We still have some copies of the Blu-ray DVD 20th anniversary show. So, and that's a great keepsake. It really is. It's got some really, really, really cool stuff. If you're looking for an item that really gives you little tidbits from the last 31 years, that's about as good as it gets. Now, you're going to be missing 10 years because it's only 20 years worth. But anyway, so it is a DVD Blu-ray, so those are available. The CD on our 25th year, 25 big ones. For some reason, we must have ordered too many CD copies of that, and we still have some of those left. So there's some of those. The bandanas, there's a few of those left. And, of course, from the pandemic, the Rick and Bubba face mask. I don't know why you would want one of those, but you could, use some tacks and put it up like something on the wall.
Or make a flag.
Or make a flag.
Cut 2 of the strings off, tie it to your antenna.
So if you're looking for any of that, of course, they'd like to have all the orders out the door by Friday. So if you want these things by Christmas, you'll have them. So that's going to be it. And once these things are gone, then they're gone. But if you're still looking for a couple of items from the past, that's what's available at the store now. Everything else is sold out and gone. So there's that update. All right, so the college football playoff, it is, and we knew it would not be without controversy. But
but we'd rather have that controversy down at number 13, 12, 14 in that area than we had at 4 or 5 or 2, 3.
Yeah.
And we grew up in a time where they just voted, which we thought was ridiculous back then, and it was.
Horrible.
And this will be the best sample and the best playoff we've ever had so far.
Well, I think you're going to get. I was trying to follow what everybody was arguing about yesterday on the show they had on ESPN that went on for hours on end. And I know they needed content, so they would just anything they could stir.
Sure.
And one of the things that it felt like they were talking about that there's going to be addressed the very first time when this one's over, because they're going to keep trying to make it better, is that they had an issue with how they seeded everybody. Mm-hmm. And I never followed what that meant. What's the issue with the seeding?
Well, a lot of it is that you have Oregon, who has fought to be the best team in the country, number 1 ranked, and they're going to get rewarded by playing the winner of Tennessee and Ohio State. So it looked like that the 5th and 6th seed have the easiest path, and so Saban and others were like, they should really, instead of seeding them, because of conference champ, whatever, the top 4 should get the bye. It would just work out better versus, I won this conference and I get a bye. Okay. I won this conference because
the top 4 should get a bye no matter
if you've
where.
worked hard to be the top 4 ranked, then you ought to be rewarded like in other playoffs, and you get the bye.
And like I say, if you're the top rank in any other playoff, you usually have an easier route.
Right.
So
that was one of the things that we're talking about.
There's no perfect way to do it, because if you go into seeding like that, then what's going to be your criteria for seeding? And, we got conference champions. That's how you win it on the field. But it does look funny to see Boise and maybe even Arizona State in when you have Alabama and Miami out. And I don't know that is necessarily the best 12 teams, but you have to reward conference champions. And if you're in a tougher conference, it is a tougher road to get there. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how else you ever fix that.
Well, some people will say, who cares about the conference champions? Let's just get the 32 top teams and put the top 12 in the playoff. I'm not saying I'm for that, but I mean that would be one way to do it.
But that goes back to voting, and what somebody thinks.
Well, yeah, but I think you just said it. I mean, and I know that I'm perfectly fine with the 12. No, so don't hear me arguing about that. But what I'm saying is I do understand that you could sit there and go, all right, you're telling me right now that if SMU was playing Alabama, you're going to take SMU.
They're a very good team. They're much better than I thought they were after watching them. But I don't think that list of 12 is the best 12 teams. Now, are those the teams that did what they had to do to qualify? Yes.
Yeah, I would really, people talking about Miami, even South Carolina, who was playing really well there at the end, are dangerous teams. Miami, I thought, was not as overpowering as some of the others.
I think the quarterback, his stats were so overwhelming you didn't realize they didn't play very good defense.
Yeah, they did, and they struggled in a lot of games.
Yeah.
But I don't really, and most of the Bama fans that I know, and of course I know many Bama fans, we all do. I'm talking about your true dyed-in-the-wool Bama fan that demands excellence of their team.
Right.
I don't hear from any of them that they're angry about being left out. Now, there may be fans that are for Alabama that think they should be in. Most of the fans I have said, no, we don't lose 3 games and be in the playoff.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
If you don't, you beat a very average Oklahoma team and you're in. You lost. I'm talking about people who demand that Alabama be. Now, I can hear all this. Hey, we could beat 3 of the teams that made the 12, and that's probably true.
Right.
But you still lost 3 games that if you had won just one of them, you'd probably be in.
But
it's true.
The bottom line, every team is in charge of their own destiny. You win your conference, you're in, and nobody can take that away from you. And if you can't win your conference, then you have to go and hope and eye test and, hey, who do we win, and strength of schedule, and did we lose early or late and all that. So, every team has a chance, and then, that's the good news about this. We're arguing about 12 and 13 and not number 2 or number 4.
Yeah, I'm not hearing much controversy over conference champions. It's the 2 at-large bids that got in, and that's SMU and Indiana, with their strength of schedule and just how that laid out. No offense to them. They're both very good teams, but you put them up against an Alabama with who they've beat and their strength of schedule, and it's no contest. Alabama had a much tougher road. And so that, to me, watching the show, that has been the controversy. And I thought Saban had a great point. He said, no offense to SMU, but I think where we all got it wrong is they shouldn't have been at 8th when they went into the conference championship game. They should have been more on the bubble, and if you win, you're in, and if you didn't, then there's no controversy because they haven't beat a top 25 team all season. And so that was the big discussion, right or wrong or whatever. That's just what it was, and it was SMU over Alabama, and then Indiana was even brought into the conversation because of their strength of schedule. Again, it's not the scheduling is the scheduling, but when you have these now 16-team conferences, one team might have to play, like Ohio State had to play Oregon and Penn State, but Indiana only had to play Ohio State. They didn't have to play Oregon or Penn State. And so now that's a controversy. So I think you're going to, after the first year, they'll have to sit back and maybe restructure some things.
They'll
because,
always tweak it.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you look down at the last few and you can find flaws in every team that was even up for discussion. And,
and all that's valid. Everything that's just been said is completely valid. However, if you get your business done, none of this matters.
Yeah.
And if Alabama had gotten beaten by, say, Georgia, and then their losses were to the top SEC teams, but they lost to 2 that are
not even top 25.
That are not even top 25.
Yeah, they said that's what hurt.
And if you just simply
win one of those,
to Bubba's point, if you handle your own business,
you're done.
Then
you ain't got to worry about it.
Then you're in.
And Greg McElroy,
you don't have to depend on deserving and all that.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
You put yourself in that situation.
Yeah.
Greg McElroy, I think, made a great point, and others have made it too, that you can't be penalized for going to the conference championship game and losing.
No, I agree.
And if you start that, you're going to start a real dangerous scenario where teams might tank to miss it if they think they're already in the playoffs.
Yeah, but the other discussion is that SMU shouldn't have been there before the conference championship game because they shouldn't have been as highly ranked as they were.
That's valid.
And because now they lose, and to your point, Bubba, now it looks like looks like you've punished them for losing. In that game.
it'll and it was a close game too, and that helps.
It was.
You'll see the
second half helped them.
You'll see
tempo.
You'll see the difference if these teams that everybody is talking about deserving or whatever, if they get waxed real bad. In the first round, it'll cost teams in the future.
Yeah.
But if they play real well and show themselves, then there you go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You color your hair?
Well, yeah, I do. I color it gray, and I keep the top shaved.
And you wear a wig, right?
Yes, I like to have this, it looks like a yarmulke. I like that.
You shave that.
I do, because normally it's thick, but I don't want, why would I want that? Nothing worse than like an 80-year-old man with jet black hair, because ain't nobody buying it.
No.
Ain't nobody buying that.
I understand now that people are trying to decide whether they want their kids to play football or not, and I acknowledge that it can be dangerous, and we do know more things about it than we did. But I can say that kind of in my own life, I believe the things that football taught me far outweigh any dangers that I might have encountered, and especially I just think at some point that football. I look back, it taught me about discipline. It taught me about being part of a team. Having to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of other people. It's really the only, there are other team sports, but to me it's the ultimate team sport because there's guys in football that don't do anything but try to give up themselves for the benefit of somebody else. And it teaches you about, being under leadership. It teaches you about how to operate under authority. It teaches you to push yourself, and I think there's just so many elements that only football can teach. And so for me, it was invaluable. The work ethic it taught me alone has served me well.
So today is the Rick episode of the Daily Documentaries.
The Rick episode?
The Rick episode.
Does that mean it's about Rick?
It's about Rick, yeah.
Well, first of all, I'll say this. He has nice hair. And even though Greg thinks he's using some product, it's the real deal. So I like that. And I don't know that I have ever met another man that pursues Christ like he does. It's awesome to see every day and a great influence on us all. You know what I'm really envious of with Rick here at the studio? And I love his bookcase. I got bookcase envy. Look at that. Is that not beautiful? I wish I could kind of sneak that out at the house. I got a good place for that. And I like his beard too. He's got a good beard.
Can I get a picture of my shirt?
Okay.
Because I love Greg like Lisa loves Jason Crow.
Oh, wow. Hey, Bubba. Oh. Today's episode is the Rick episode, where I kind of followed Rick around more than anybody today.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like normal?
Kind of like normal. So it's kind of like a normal episode. I forget which one you get. You go to 0 or you go full sugar?
Start with 0, finish with sugar. I like to mix them up.
So what is it like working with Rick Burgess for 25 years?
Oh, gosh. It's well, obviously it's been good. I'm still here, so I can't really say much. But, no, Rick's always a lot of fun. He's always full of energy, and, he always likes to get after it. So he keeps all of us straight.
What is a moment where you thought to yourself, you know what, this thing is going to work out? We've found something here.
Well, I think it was back in Spanish class, and we were having fun, and we were about to drive everybody around us crazy. But no, everybody seemed to enjoy the show we were putting on, except for the teacher. But no, I've always felt like when we're having fun, it seems like other people are having fun. So that's kind of what we shoot for.
It's Jim the Crazy Sign Man.
Well, hello there. Where are your signs, Jim? I don't know what to do.
They're sitting in the back of my car.
Oh,
I'm on my way. I'm on my way to get a puzzle, and this is just on my way. And I thought, well, I'll just stop by and see if anybody's hanging out.
Adler's going to get a puzzle too over there.
What now?
Adler was going to pick a puzzle.
Were you going to get your puzzle?
Yes.
You want to see my puzzle? You want to see my latest puzzle? I've got to transfer it into a good readable copy.
Okay.
There's the Harper's puzzle.
So you do it once and then you do it again.
I'll do it again, right? And they had
right, because why wouldn't you?
They had 15 letter clues here. One of the clues, one of the answers was circumnavigates.
Wow.
The other one was sample envelope.
Yeah, I can just circumnavigate, Greg.
You heard circum, I got nervous.
Greg, you love puzzles, don't you?
Oh yeah, don't you like that? People me to guess stuff. I love that.
Hey, guess what?
Guess what? Guess how much I paid for this? Guess. God.
I don't want to guess.
I don't want to guess.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Gift number 8 in the 12 working days of Christmas coming up. The final 5 days of the Rick and Bubba Show. The big year ender coming up Friday. And the big show ender as well. So we'll reminisce throughout the week and wind that baby down. Adler's showing you some flashbacks in the break on the YouTube option as well. So we talked a little college playoff. We talked about Jacksonville State's big conference championship that happened on Friday night over the weekend. So it was an active weekend for sure. Looking back, I was trying to kind of grasp 31 years. You know how sometimes you come up with that little analogy or a fact, and you go, okay, I got it. So we were discussing this. How big a chunk is 31 years? So first of all,
big old chunk.
First of all, look, since you and I are 60, and we both can say this, of all the things that we've done for a living, we've done this the biggest chunk of our life by far.
Over half my life.
Right.
Yep.
So for me, I have done this longer with you than I have been married to Sherry. So that's crazy. If a listener was 10 when the show started, they are now 41.
I know.
41. That's the one that hit me.
Yeah,
that's the one that hit me.
the one.
We were discussing that yesterday, and I was just kind of casually walking away. I said, "You're not gonna believe this." I said, "I met somebody. Said they started listening when they were 10." I said, "They're 41 years old." Wow. And all of a sudden, I could hear Sherry follow me down the hall. She goes, "What did you say?" I said, "Think about that. Do you realize how big a difference your life is from 10 to 41?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
41.
I mean,
A 10-year-old's 41 now?
That's bad.
That one got me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
We've had families in the golden ticket seats
Wow.
before, and like the dad will stand up and go, I listened with my parents, and when they took me to school when I was little, and like they've got 2 kids with them
know,
and a
that's
wife,
kinda
and I'm
weird.
like, well, okay, that makes me feel. But the way you just described,
that's the one
really
that hit
makes
me.
it good.
That hit me
That
yesterday.
hit home.
That hit me yesterday.
good gracious.
Yeah, and the other thing I noticed is after church yesterday, and Mom and I were going out for lunch, and so we were in the line, and when you're 60, there's little markers like people will make. They now make a physical reaction to your age. That's never happened before. It's like, so now how old are you? I said, I'm 60. What? And I'm like, I said, they're now starting to kind of have a reaction like, okay, you're not as feeble as I thought you would be, or something like that. And so I was in the line, and I'm not a huge fan of this when it comes to restaurants, especially if you got somebody with you that you want to visit with. I don't like you walk in and don't just go to a table and sit down.
Right.
I hate you have to go stand in the line, go order, then go sit down. I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're meeting somebody. That's the worst. Because, of course, we're there early,
Right.
if you're any of us, and you're waiting on the person, but you can't go ahead and sit down and get some chips or something.
Right.
You got to
You
stand
have
there and
to
wait.
be, yeah.
And so we're in the line, and I notice, you okay?
I don't know what happened.
What just happened?
Never seen that before.
Greg, I mean, I'm not.
That was a clear one there, wasn't it?
I'm not that upset about it. You know what I mean?
That age,
Greg is tore up.
I'm sorry, Greg. I should have never brought up the 10-year-old.
It's like there's a frog in you just wanting to get out.
I don't know.
So then,
And I wasn't even eating nothing.
yeah. So
Yeah, I get choked
right.
just sitting here.
You choked on a
for
swallow.
no reason.
Sure. So I'm in the line, you know, and you know, I'm trying to talk to Mom about what she's going to order and everything, because you don't want that. You don't want to get up there and
get hung up.
Yeah, and suddenly, and the person in front of us was letting the gaps form a little bit. You know, let's keep moving. You know what I mean? And so I look, and there's like not one, multiple males that are probably the oldest they are is probably 13. Okay, and they're with their family, and we had found their little baby sister who got separated from the family and kept asking me if I knew. But greatest line ever. I looked down and I said, "Are you looking for your mommy?" And she was like, and I said, "What's her name?" You know what she said? Mommy.
You dummy.
I thought, well, that's a dumb question to ask a kid. Yeah. Kid didn't know his mama's name.
We're looking for mommy.
Anyway, so we get them back to them, and then the young males look back, and they start whispering a little bit. And they were finally said, you know, as you know, this is, "Are you Rick and Bubba?"
Yeah.
And I said, well, I said, I'm
part of it.
I'm part of it, yes. And there was a moment where, in the past, you know, when we, you know, let's go back to way back when you and I knew the show had something going on, you know, and that was when we were nearly attacked by sock women in Fort Payne, Alabama.
That was the first time I thought, goodness.
Yeah.
What in the world?
So you know how that felt, kind of like a frenzy. That kind of had that Beatlemania feel to it. Kind of made us feel young and hip.
Yep.
These young males, it wasn't what I'd call excitement. It was almost like they'd seen a relic. You know, it was almost like they had this attitude like, you know, that they couldn't believe I was still alive. They couldn't believe that, you know, and it was almost like you get a picture with somebody you don't think you're going to, you know, that may not be around much longer. It didn't feel the way it did when the sock women went crazy. You know, it was like, do you mind if we get a picture? And they almost were saying it like, can I pull that off? And I'm like, sure, that'll be great.
Before you kick?
Yeah, it was. So, yeah, this is, a lot of time has passed, friends. I mean, a lot of time has passed. And we've had so many of you have grown up on the show, and there's so many things that we've gotten to enjoy and experience because of all of you. And I hope that this is. I know it can be a week of, you know, something's come to a close can be sadness, but I hope it can be a week of celebration too, because there's much to celebrate. I mean, if it's you know, like I say, if neither one if I never lived another moment. The grace that God has shown us and the things we got to experience through this, I mean, I would die a blessed man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
Everything from here on, it's just me piling on.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, I and like we've said, I know I have watched TV shows and listened to radio shows that come to an end, and it is a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, it is terrible.
Yeah.
I remember, and I've told this story, sitting in the parking lot listening to Mark and Brian's last few shows, and especially the last day, because they were finishing up after we were done and I was going to lunch. And I sit there for about an hour and listen to the last show, and man, I just cried like a baby when it was over. And I'm like, I don't know why I feel this way. I don't get to listen to them. I listened to them growing up.
Sure.
But I mean, it's that feeling like you saw the postman run over your dog or something.
Right.
You know, I don't know why it is.
Right.
And I hate that some people are gonna experience that, and I don't like that part. But you know, we have to focus on the fun we've had over the years.
Absolutely. And it's okay to have I'm glad that people. I tell you what I would think would be horrible, and you know, and I'm glad we didn't go on to this point. I'm glad y'all not out there going, "Oh God, love them, they need to get this thing done." I mean, this has gotten sad. I'm glad that people care. I mean, I'm glad. I don't want it to be. I'm like you. I don't want people to be upset, but I'm glad you care.
Yes.
Now, I will say this: unlike the things that we all were fans of that shut down, you're living in an era now where access to all the moments of the last 31 years, you guys have access to technology we didn't have with the things that went down. So, I mean, there's years and years. Well, Rick, there's 31. Well, we didn't have a way to record some of it in the early days. There's at least 29 years worth of stuff that lives on forever, and frankly, easy to access. So that's something they have that we didn't have.
Yeah.
You know, when Mark and Brian went off, we couldn't have any way to hear them unless we drove to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
You know. Top of the hour, we will be celebrating this week. We'll be chatting with you. 629 We Be Big's the number. Gift number 8 coming up today. when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Me to guess stuff. I love that.
Hey, guess what?
Guess what? Guess how much I paid for this? Guess.
Okay, so let's talk about Hillsdale College. You know, I remember the first time that this was brought up to us, and we actually had an intern that went to Hillsdale as well. So A Christmas Story, Home Alone, all these, so many Hallmark movies, that they're all fun Christmas classics that we watch every year. But what about A Christmas Carol? I remember, when I was younger, it kind of spooked me a little bit. It's been recreated a bunch of times over the years, but have you actually ever read the original by Charles Dickens? If that sounds a little intimidating, don't worry. Hillsdale College has this covered. I love the Christmas Carol movies, but if you've always wondered what a story about some ghosts have to do with Christmas, most of the movies, as you can imagine, they kind of miss the main point. It's a story of how an old grumpy sinner is reborn after an encounter with the divine. So if you'd like to take a free online course that's being offered, and I did say free, by Hillsdale College, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol is available to you now. That'd be cool to be doing that here this time of year. So they also have more than 40 free online courses that offer history, economics, politics, philosophy, so much more. So if you'd like to find out more, go right now to hillsdale.edu/rickbubba to enroll. Now, there is no cost. And it's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/rickbubba to register. Hillsdale.edu/rickbubba.
And it's one thing to be able to say, well, I do what I enjoy, but we do what we enjoy, and I get to do what I enjoy, but I also have been afforded to be able to make a good living at it. I just can't believe the grace and mercy that I've been afforded. Here's a little boy, wanting to be, do a radio show from the time that I was young. I honestly knew what I wanted to do very early on and found a way to do it. But that came across God's desk, and He said approved. It's been incredible. It hasn't always been easy, but I truly love what I do for a living, and I intend to do it as long as I mentally and physically can do it. But the good news is, too, because of what we do for a living, it does afford you time to do other things. My wife and I both, now that our kids have all left the house, have found time to devote ourselves to other things that we feel called to. And for me, that has been men's ministry. Now, I've been doing a lot of going out and speaking for a number of years, but then God's kind of focused me in on men's ministry. That God has given a certain influence to the male that nothing rivals. And men and women are certainly equal, no doubt about that in Scripture, co-heirs with Christ. However, God did not make men and women the same or with the same roles. So men to their families and to the church and to society are either a blessing or they're a detriment. So shouldn't that be the church's most important priority? And that's discipling men, reaching them first, but discipling men from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity. So God called me to that, and that is a passion of mine. And we've got something really exciting coming up in the next year that I think is going to be kind of a hub where churches and groups can go to do men's ministry. So the balance of it is this. Certainly people can have their own projects here as long as it does not affect what we're doing for the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm supposed to be here ready to go and to do my job and do it well. So I've tried to find a way to balance the two things, but first, not at the expense of my wife. My wife is involved in how much I'm doing and what I'm involved in, and we do a lot of ministry together too, which is great. So you make sure that your wife knows what's going on and is involved in the process. You make sure you're not neglecting the job that pays the bills and keeps the lights on, and a lot of people are depending on as well. But the beautiful thing about this is we're able to take the ministry part of what we're doing, and it also is part of the show. So it really kind of works together in a beautiful mix. So I will say at this time of my life, sitting here before you at 55 years old, I'm enjoying this part of my life probably more than any period of my life that I've lived before.
Well, when I started working with Rick, I had dark brown hair.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. It is the final week of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here today. Thank you for being with us today. Gift number 8 coming your way at some point today. Be waiting on that. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in the final week of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, you wouldn't believe what happened to me all the way out to get into my truck yesterday at church. You know what everybody kept asking me is they grabbed me in the parking lot.
What?
Any way we can get some beaver bucks?
Well, I tell you, it's been the email. I've got to have a break from the email.
Good night. I mean, it's just, do you know anybody that's got beaver bucks? And I said, well, I might. You know what I mean? Just I'll have to get back to you.
Just stand by, baby.
Bubba, the memories. It's a week of memories. It's a week of looking back. It's visiting with old friends and former interns and former employees and you know, it's there's some that I know some of you are still wanting to possibly hear from, but there's some contracts with other broadcast companies that might make that tough. But anyway, we'll see. But but we had, and when I go back to try to see where your name came from, I never can remember.
We don't have to talk about that.
Right. I know part of it. Part of it I know. The orange I'm not sure about.
Well, my last name is Sherbet.
Sherbet.
Like the orange sherbet ice cream.
Okay, that's where I know where the other came from.
Yeah.
But well,
the other one I try to forget on a regular basis.
Well, we all do. We all do. And that is your intern name was Orange Galooly.
Galooly.
Right.
I love how instead of saying, "Hey, this is Kathy," you go, "Hey, this is Galooly."
Right, and that's the best part about it is it was OG for a little while, but then the part that really stuck was the Galooly. And I'm convinced that you guys just were really loving that word and that name at the time because it sounds kind of funny.
It is funny.
And just tried your best to make it fit. That's what I tell myself so that my heart doesn't hurt a little.
So you were, what era were you here?
I'm going to really date myself here. So I was in 2006. I was just looking at the math, and that means that anyone who started kindergarten when I was an intern is graduating this year.
Oh, wow. That.
How about that?
How about that?
You know, hey, I feel so young.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I say.
Yeah. You're young compared to us.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, when you were here, we were located where?
Red Velvet Lounge.
Yep.
Red Velvet Lounge.
On Big Boy Bluff.
Who were some of the contemporary interns during your time?
I know I'm going to get these wrong, but Adler came in my second semester, so everybody will recognize that name.
So you were here before Adler.
I was here before Adler. Crayola, Death from Above.
Okay.
The names escape me. Candace was here. I can't remember her intern name.
Yeah.
Don Juan was here. We worked the 5:30 replays. Ooh, 5:30.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my memory is pretty crappy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
so you were, when we go back to the first intern ever, which what was his name?
Louie.
Louie. Louie's mama thought that Louie hanging out with us was not good, and she eventually removed him from the show. You had something similar that your parents did not know what you had gotten yourself into, and walk that story out.
So I was probably 15 or 16 when I started listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. So when I came on as an intern, it was like yay! I've been listening to this show for years, and I get to be an intern. So I sought out being an intern. But 103.7 The Q in Birmingham, you guys were on air, and I was listening to music on that station, and so I heard you guys in the morning, and I was talking around my house, as we did, as the Sherbet family, about a super awesome game y'all used to play called Lucky Butt.
Lucky Butt.
And Deborah Sherbet, my mother, was very concerned about this thing called Lucky Butt.
I bet she was.
Yeah, she was alarmed. I didn't know this at the time, but she started listening to the show to figure out what kind of smut I was listening to.
Correct. Right.
And that is how she became a lifelong listener, was Lucky Butt.
So,
which for those going, what is Lucky Butt?
Yeah.
I think you guys would call out a waist size, and then the caller would call in. And if they had that waist size, they had the Lucky Butt, and they won.
Yeah. Well, it was
we did waist and inside.
It was our original wheel. We had a wheel, that we would spin, one for the, like you said, the waist, and one for the inseam.
And did you have?
And once you had, that was your waist and your inseam, we would scream out, "Do you have that Lucky Butt?"
Yeah.
And if you did, now the uncomfortable part was that, and we did have male and female, so you could pick.
Right.
When you came to pick up your prize, we
verified.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there was
no cheaters.
Try donkey, Rick. I think that's what you're looking for.
Donkey?
Yeah,
because that was the bank.
I thought it was donkey.
Donkey, but I think we just said donkey because I
there it
think
is.
that's it is.
It.
You're right. It is donkey. Though.
Yeah.
Give me that donkey butt and no big old leg.
Okay, so that was.
And we would scream lucky.
Yeah, right.
Give me that lucky.
So that is how
12 gauge classic.
Yep, and then we'd follow this with.
Too much baby in that pan.
So that would be it.
Yep.
That was how I came to know Rick and Bubba.
Oh,
wow.
Well, you do have a good mom because she probably heard that.
Oh no, let me
It
tell
was
you.
years later I found out she was concerned, and that's how she found you guys, and she still listens every single day.
No, that's a good parent. If you hear your kid talking about, I'm thinking about joining a group. Tell me about the group. Oh, I love this Lucky Butt thing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
You'd go, what? Where are you going? So,
but you got to do some cool things when you were here. We had a lot going on during that time.
So when I interned, I've always been a bit of a morning person, so I didn't mind. I did get to come in early and help with the morning replays. And one thing I used to get so tickled at is I lived on my sorority floor at college, and I would be getting up, 4 a.m., coming to work, and people would be coming in to college, and it was always funny because they would be like, "Kathy, what have you been doing?" I'm like, "I'm going to work."
Yes.
How was your night?
Right. Yeah.
So it was a lot of early drives down 65, but we did bathtub races on Big Boy Bluff.
Okay,
it was a fun memory.
Yeah.
I got to meet Bo from Dukes of Hazzard.
No, there you go.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
And we got to do some Christmas shopping one year. Y'all sent us out with some cash to go stand in line and find some prizes, so we got to do that.
Okay.
That was fun.
Now, were you
didn't
on
have
the-
bever bucks then though?
No,
Didn't have
no,
beaver
no,
bucks.
that's something else there.
I wish I'd known. I could have picked up some beaver bucks on the way in.
Well, now
Old
we would
times
always
sake.
go out on the bluff right there at Big Boy and just do stuff out there.
Yes.
Do you you just brought up the race outside? Were you there for the when we did race lawnmowers around the building too?
I
Were
don't
you in for
remember
those?
being there in person. It may have been during my time, but it may not have been the day
Were you
I
on
was
the
there.
marriage, the wedding on the bluff? Were you there for that?
No,
Okay.
I didn't realize there was a.
So what are you doing now?
What a blessed day.
I work in healthcare now.
Healthcare?
Claims, billing, all the really exciting office stuff.
Oh my!
Yeah, IT, software, those kinds of things, all related to a healthcare company here in Birmingham.
So how many kids you got?
I have 0, but I am by far the best aunt in the world.
Oh, no doubt. By far.
And I have 4 wonderful nieces and nephews.
Do you spoil 'em like
5
crazy?
to 6 that I count.
Yeah.
Aunt Kathy says I can.
Yeah, Aunt Khaki does all the things.
Oh, let me tell you something.
Everybody loves Aunt
dresses
Khaki.
up and puts on this and does that.
Don't you think that being that role is probably the one with the least responsibility? You know, grandparents, it's to some degree, but aunts and uncles.
Well,
you really get a pass.
Yeah.
It's fun because I've always joked that like at any house I've lived in my homes, everybody walks in. I'm like, I know it looks like 3 children live here, but I promise you, they're just here part time.
That's funny.
And so the kids are at the house. I mean, we love it. It's a fun zone. I think my brothers are the ones who really just don't realize how lucky they are.
I hear you. Now that is true.
You know, it's one of those.
Yeah.
But we love it. We were talking about in the break. I'm on the lake, and so we kayak and we boat and we swim. And my youngest one right now is a fishing machine, and so we fish. I love to fish. He loves to fish. So
That's awesome.
we have good times with the kiddos. And then, just like you said, unfortunately, gotta send them home.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sugared up.
I hate it. I just hate it when it
Hopped up.
happens.
Yeah.
So you get all the good and very little of the bad.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I hope the internship served you well throughout the years. Did you learn a lot here?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How to, wake up early.
That's right.
How to
Be on
get
time.
Cokes. How to
Yes.
avoid strange people at the door.
Right.
Things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to responsibly accept social media friends. So several years ago, I did a big cleanup because I realized that I was in college when Facebook started and when everything started.
Oh, wow.
The MySpace of it all.
Yeah.
Right. And I had friends. I'm like, how do I even know this person? And then it hit me. I'm pretty sure this was a Rick and Bubba. Like somebody wanted to be my friend because they heard me on the radio. And at that time, you're just like, okay,
Yeah.
accept.
Yeah.
And so
Not a great idea.
I don't do that so much anymore.
Yeah, not the best idea.
Yeah.
Not the best idea. Well, you served us well, no doubt about that. And
You've done good.
you're doing
done
really
good.
Times, good times.
All grown up.
So when we come back, we'll talk to you, America. The number is 629 We Be Big. And we'll hear your memories over the last 31 years. We'll do that all week long, whatever's on your mind. And the lines are available, all 10 of them. 629 We Be Big. We chat with you on the final week of the Rick and Bubba Show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, over 25 years, a lot of things have changed. We have the best job in the world. It starts early, I'll give you that. But after we get here, we have the best job in the world. The 12 working days of Christmas. It's the biggest giveaway on radio anywhere. Merry Christmas. I know why Santa uses a sleigh. There's not enough room in some of these things. Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! I'm not out of breath. I see this desk is in a mess just like I left it. I can't believe it. A lot of people ask what makes me tick. Heart of a ninja. Oversized, but heart of a ninja. And that's the secret of me. Like sometimes you see me, sometimes you don't. Heavenly Father, thank you for another day. Thank you for another opportunity to be here. Try to get online, look at some of the leading stories around the country, see what they're doing. And of course, one of my main things is to talk to Fred the fish. Oh, I agree. You know, when you do this, it's crazy. I can hear the lake he came out of. Yeah, well, I like option A. I really do. I think that's the way to go. Okay, good. Sounds good. Talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President. Hey.
All right, breakfast is here. See what we got.
Ooh, breakfast. What is it? Oh, hey, where did those goat drop go? Was that it? Is that it? Oh.
Buddy, they got those good. They got those good.
That's perfection. I don't care if I don't give to the FCA anymore. These are good.
They do look good. They do look good.
So, I think since I quit giving, their chickens got better.
So today's the Bubba Day, isn't it?
Today's Bubba Day. Bubba Day.
Bubba's something else. He's taught me a lot about ketchup in general. You know, I thought it was just a condiment. It's not. But, you know, all of our personalities rub off on each other. I'm like, I've become a little bit of you, a little bit of you, a little bit of Adler, whatever. But when it comes to Bubba, I think about him every time I eat.
Well,
every time I eat.
I do, because he is, I mean, he's a pro. If you ever watch him when he comes by the table and he tries to sneak it,
oh yeah,
he'll be walking by, so you'll see his little hand come out and go.
Have y'all met Eddie Van Acker?
We have. By the way,
he'll video everything. And the most embarrassing moments will end up on YouTube. If y'all need anything, by the way, Speedy will get it. Just let him know. Let's see what we got.
Santa's bag.
Ooh, stand-alone virtual reality. You want to escape the world of Greg Burgess? You go right here.
Easy, Greg. Easy, buddy.
Apple Watch.
Nice.
Mavic Air, the latest. You want to be a podcaster? Do your own podcast out on the street, like Adler.
What's his voice in there?
What about a home pod? Organize your whole world with a home pod. Apple TV.
All right. Oh, buddy. Simply Safe.
These internet picture frames, but like you give it to your mother, and you have a...
The gravy, please.
22 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls coming in, 629 We Be Big. We'll get started with Ted. Ted's out of Florence, Alabama, looks like, WLAY. Ted, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Oh, it's Ed.
All right, Ed, well, go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to, my favorite memory of Rick and Bubba is my son had got tickets. He lives in Birmingham. We'd come to the morning show, and we brought a young lady with us who had given birth 3 months earlier.
Oh, boy.
And we were sitting there and visiting, and everything was great. And then Adler and Helmsy came up to her and said they were very sorry that they weren't able to do a baby prediction. There wasn't time in the program.
Adler.
And that's one of my favorite memories of Rick and Bubba. The look on Adler and Helmsy's face was worth $10-15 million.
Did you say to them, would you like a bottle of water to wash that foot down?
It actually wasn't Helmsy at all, but I'll put it on him too. It was 100% me, and I still think about it sometimes when I'm trying to sleep at night.
Yeah,
terrible.
I think, and I hate to bring this up, but I think at this point I'm the only one that hasn't got burned on that.
Bubba, wow, but there's days left. There's days left.
No, you listen. you have to have your water has to break,
Right. Yep.
and you have to be giving birth for me to say anything about it. I just won't do it.
That's it. I passed a location where it happened to me. We were going through Tuscaloosa, Northport to head over to Starkville for Thanksgiving, and I saw the parking lot that I called out our first pregnant contestant, and she said, "I'm not."
Horrible.
Yep. Oh, I remember that.
Horrible.
I remember
it was
really
it was kick for cash.
Yeah, we were kicking the football.
And there's
in
a
the parking lot.
There's a Walgreens where I was standing, and it wasn't. It was just an open area, and I said, "It's our first pregnant contestant."
Our first pregnant contestant.
Was
Rick
that
and
over
Bubba?
at Hamburger Heaven?
No,
in
this,
Irondale?
no, this was in Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
I remember
She
us
said,
being
"I'm
live
not."
on the lot somewhere, and you saying that we were like, "Oh man!"
Yeah, I called in for kick for cash, and I said, "This is our first pregnant contestant."
She's kicking for two here.
and instead of just playing it off and going with it, she said, "I'm not."
She said it so loud.
said,
I'm not pregnant.
I just wanted to run away.
I hate, you know what I hate is we didn't know Andy Blanks yet. Jason in Huntsville. Jason, go ahead.
She looks so pregnant.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Easy, buddy.
One of my favorite memories from just listening to y'all is just hearing people probably my age saying they listened in the car growing up with their parents. And right now I'm in the car with my daughter. She's 7 years old, and I'm dropping her off at school, so she gets a little bit of Rick and Bubba before y'all go off air.
What a good dad. Wow. What a great dad. 7 years of it. Sarah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Sarah.
So I might get a little bit teared up.
Go ahead. Cry it out, girl. Cry it out.
This is my first time calling in, but Mike Starnes was one of y'all's biggest fans. He passed away in 2002. And one of his last Christmas presents, no lie, was a burned CD with Willie and Wanda on it.
What a gift. What a gift.
I've used you over the years and grew with you and listened to you going through high school. And now as I'm driving on my way to work down 22, and I will spend this final week with you guys, but I just wanted to thank you. And I'm glad that eventually, as my kids are now getting older, that I have a way that I can share you guys with them, and I just thank you.
You hang on to that, Willie and Wanda, pass it on to the grandkids.
That's right.
And
Sarah, stories live on. They'll live on.
Thank you, Sarah. That's the kind of stuff that gets us out of bed every day.
It is.
It really is. David,
because when that alarm goes off, it's ugly. It's nasty.
So ugly.
I know you said it too, and we just said it again. I've had people encourage us, and I said that's the kind of stuff that gets us out of bed.
Absolutely.
David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yes. Hey, I want to call back in the 2000s. I used to drive a friend of ours' kids to school, and y'all would sing that song, 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Got to get to work on time.
Yep.
And the little girl would cover my mouth because she did not like the way I sang.
Well, it never stopped us from singing.
Yeah.
And we'll do that again on the final show. We'll play it right when it's, we can't because we don't do it's different now.
Yeah. Oh, we might do it a day or two this week.
Yeah, we might. Well, I'm telling you, we can't play it at the top anymore because that's where the commercial breaks are now. But we can do it right after.
7 o'clock-ish.
7:06 in the morning. Unless you live somewhere else and you're listening to an archive.
Then it's some other time.
8 Eastern in the morning.
Right.
Hurry up.
About timeless song about things. Let's go to Flo. Flo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. By the way, love your Geico commercials. Love the Geico commercials.
It's Float, not Flo, but Float, F-L-O-T. Y'all know me, man. We go back way back, man. Back from
Float.
Yeah, from being on stage in Gaston with Rapping Romeo.
Oh yeah, that's way back. Yeah.
Yeah, we go way back. But the story I want to talk about, hopefully you remember, Rick, is I came to your house to do pest control one year, and you got the house you had the glass panes in front of it where you could walk up and see everybody in the doorway. Well, I ring the doorbell, and Rick comes to that glass pane and just kind of stands there and looks at me. Next thing I know, here comes Sherry standing there and some kids standing there, and they're just all standing there looking at me like. And I was like, Rick, you going to let me in to do the pest control, bro?
Wow. That's funny. So, in those days, just another one would come and stand. Here comes another one.
Yeah.
Before you know, we fill up the whole window.
Yeah.
Well,
but mainly what I had was the outside, service. But I thought that was funny, and I'll never forget it. And just want to let you guys know
Thank you, man.
I love you. I love you guys, and appreciate everything y'all have done over the years.
Well, Float, thank you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
And I appreciate that. You guys, as you saw right there, 31 years, you pretty much helped us raise all the kids. We're now into grandkids, and it's incredible. So thank you very much. We'll come back. Eddie Van Adler having a birthday. It was actually yesterday, but it's our first chance to celebrate it right here on the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it shows up on her picture frame even over in Jacksonville. There's another whole nother.
That's cool.
How about that?
I like that.
The Hand of Truth like. This is some kind of Xbox One Star Wars thing. Hunter said it was real cool. That's all I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess we got 10 things so far.
By the way, you guys missed it. This one right here was almost choking to death on a sausage ball during that last segment.
Who did the Heimlich on it?
I came in here, he had to cough into the trash can. That happened.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll be coming here to lay down the floor.
He gave me a scared look. He gave me a scared look for a second.
Didn't cut your hair off?
On a sausage ball.
Yeah.
What happened to Kirby? Well, he jumped down on the sausage ball in the kitchen of the Rick and Bubba Show. Ain't no balls like that.
Ain't no sausage ball.
Ain't no balls like that. You think you have to dislodge it and then give him mouth to mouth?
I was watching. I'm like standing there watching. Like
you did the Heine lick maneuver?
Yeah.
Heimlich.
How did those two presidential meetings go? How did those go?
Well, I think there was a lot of similarities. I mean, when you're meeting the President of the United States, that's kind of a big deal. You know, it's you're fired up, and there's a lot of security, and there's a lot of people around, and both of them are very personable. I would say there was probably more similarities than differences in a lot of it. When we were at the White House, it was a little different because we were in a Radio Row kind of thing, and I've told the story about Trump coming in, and after Hope Hicks had told us we were going to be last because we were taping our segment, everybody else was live. President Trump came in and he looked at us. He said, "Hey, I'm doing Rick and Bubba first," and that kind of wasn't the plan. And then after he did a quick TV interview, he came to us first, and that was not really the plan. But he did what he said he was going to do. I've always thought highly of him for that. Not that we deserved it, but he said he was going to do it, and he did it. So, and I think you see that reflected in other things.
That's. Well, I mean, 25 years of Bubba. I mean, what can you say? There's been a lot of great food. There's something about Bubba as a magnet for food. So we've enjoyed great meals together. Bubba is there is no one like Bubba. There's a lot of Bubbas in this world, but there's no Bubba like our Bubba. And on a serious note, I mean, when I was doing the show by myself, I remember the first time he and I we started interacting on the air, and you can't make chemistry just happen. It can't be taught. And I remember we had that chemistry. The one thing that we do have in common with all of our different interests and everything, the one thing we have in common is a sense of humor. It has always been really, really very similar. And so what he thinks is funny, I think is funny, and it just worked. There's no way we'd be here 25 years later without what Bubba has brought to the show. I mean, and I'll always be thankful that God put him in my life. It's called Rick and Bubba for a reason. Everything prior to that was inferior, and the Rick and Bubba thing just worked immediately, and 25 years we're still here. So thankful for you, buddy.
See, Greg, that's how you talk about people.
Okay, I get it. Let me go back there and practice.
When we first started the show, I didn't have any kids. They're both in college now. And Betty and I have celebrated 30 years of marriage, which is unbelievable. I'm so blessed to be married to such a wonderful, godly woman, and she is a hoot. We laugh all the time, and I hope we get to continue to do that for a long time. I just want to thank everyone who's watching this. We appreciate you listening. We appreciate you watching. We appreciate you going on the internet and just being a part of the fun that we get to have every day. And we have had a great time for 25 years, and we owe it all to you guys for being with us and supporting us and watching and listening. And we hope that you will keep doing it as we get here every day and we have a little fun. We speak a little truth. We act a little goofy, but we have a good time. So thank you very, very much for listening and being with us. I say let's try to do another 25.
Here we go. We are in the final week of Rick and Bubba, but libraries and libraries of best of bits available on all your streaming services. You can go get any of the cuts from the last 31 years wherever you buy music. Just search Rick and Bubba Show. It's all there. Now, we did get the update from the store earlier today. There are no hard copies or CD copies of the final CD. Somebody run me a Z and shut her down. That's all those are gone. We did 2 full orders, all gone. So the only way that you can get that now is when it comes to the streaming services, and it will at some point. So keep checking. If it happens before we're done this week, we'll let you know. Or if it happens during the best of shows, the guys will let you know. So anyway, so that's an update. Only a few items in the store, even in stock. We ran those for you. The 25-year CD, there's some of those. There's still some of the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere Blu-ray DVD, which is a great keepsake. A few bandanas and a couple of masks. So find those at rickandbubba.com under the store if you so desire. So today, Bubba, we had Speedy's birthday on Friday. He was 5'6", right? 56.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, Eddie Van Adler turned 39 years old.
I'm a man. I'm 39.
I'm 39. Come after me. So Edgar's once again has sent us another delicious birthday cake. They also provide our breakfast every day, so we love Edgar's. I ate lunch over there a good bit too. But anyway, so Bubba, today it looks like we're going chocolate birthday cake. Nothing wrong with that.
Beautiful cake.
Chocolate birthday cake, and it's got 39s all over it.
Back, so I don't need any.
So I know you don't want any, right. But Adler, if you
I might get just a corner.
Do you want to just tell Adler to take it home? We don't even have to cut into it.
Just to celebrate.
Oh, we're cutting into it, brothers.
Yeah. So are you ready? Here we go. Happy birthday to you.
I don't know what to do.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Adler. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, guys. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Growing old.
You know when it's not gray hair. It's awkward.
Yeah. Did it bother you we didn't do harmony?
No, but there wasn't even a candle, so I didn't even know what to do at the end here. Yeah, well, that's fine.
No, when there's no candles, when everybody says at the end, you just lick one of the corners.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just take a bite from this.
And then Greg never could blow without spitting, so he would spit all over the cake. So we stopped it during COVID. We kind of stopped it.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So there you go. So
more like plandemic.
Then I get to keep the whole cake.
Yeah, that's it.
Solid plan.
Yeah, solid plan. So there we go. So there's the birthday cake. Bubba does not want any.
39.
So we
I said a little bit. Right. I want to celebrate his birthday. I don't want to hurt his feelings.
I appreciate that.
Adler, let's talk about you. It's your birthday. So you have been with the show 15 years? 16 years?
Your guess is as good as mine, guys. I have literally no idea.
So you interned when?
I guess 2007, 2008.
Was it Galuli's here? She was in your era?
2006, 2007.
Yeah.
In there.
I think 7. I think. I don't know.
How long a gap from you being an intern to you coming back as an employee?
Like 2 years, maybe more.
Okay,
maybe
all right.
even more.
So if you
something like that.
Yeah. So if you add your intern years, and we'll say they went 27, 28, 207, 208, maybe.
Something
no,
like that.
I was here in 208. Well, maybe in early in 208.
Yeah,
I'm mad about
2-6.
It was a summer.
Yeah.
It was Actually, I know exactly when it was. It was the summer between my junior and senior year, and I graduated 08, so that would make it 07.
Okay, so then
Summer 07.
So you probably joined the team 2009.
Something like that. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that gives us an idea where you are. So.
Yeah, I don't know when exactly.
14,
Yeah, so that's 15 years, and
Yeah.
then if you pick up the intern years, somewhere around 16, 17 years
Something like
that you've been here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Your voice has gotten deeper today.
Yeah, it has.
you know, yeah. I don't know. I think that's Monday. I slept this weekend. It was great.
Are you feeling better? I know you've been under the weather the last week or two a little bit.
My kids are trying to destroy my immune system and then destroy me, I think is what they're playing. And it's every week at this point. But I actually took some naps this weekend, some like guilt-free naps, 2 of them, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. It was amazing. That was like, you can tell I'm old. That was one of the highlights of the weekend.
Yeah. It really, yeah. That you may be older than us with that kind of statement.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah. So you came in as a long-haired, raging liberal, and
now he's a long-hair, hardline conservative.
I'm talking about alt-right. I'm talking about Alex Jones.
But the hair has not changed.
No.
Yeah, sometimes you can't judge a book by its cover, I think is something people say.
What did you really make a turn politically, or were you just faking being a leftist? No offense, I know you're a happily married man, just to kind of appease and fit in where you needed to?
Well, back then the narrative was that Democrats were the party for free speech, and they seemed to be anti-war, needless wars, and
I'm sorry
they
that I
seem
did
to be.
this.
But now it seems to have swapped. So I'm whoever's for the Constitution and freedom and limited central government.
Okay. I
and
can get on board
the
for
family
that.
unit,
That's
things
right.
like that. Okay,
That's
yeah,
right.
I've 100% totally changed. You're right, actually. Now that I hear myself talking.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's fine. We all, as you get older, things feel different.
And I've mentioned this before. There's that graph where you're kind of staying put, and the right stays put, and then the left just is running off to Looney Binville on a road towards communism. And so I definitely don't want to go down that road. So,
do you regret going into the Capitol on January 6th?
I did, but now as these numbers are coming, especially with the most recent election, it's looking like January 6th was justified.
Oh, here we go.
It's what it's looking like.
That's funny.
I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Of course, but nobody.
That was bad. That was a bad look.
No, it's a good joke.
That was a bad look for the nation. I'm just so everybody knows.
It's all
just
good.
clarifying.
Hey, they're all about to get pardoned anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So the shaman already got set free.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's just hard to lock him up when he was getting selfies with a guard.
Yeah, he was getting escorted.
That didn't really. Honestly, I was a little shocked you could get in as easy as you could.
Really?
Yeah.
That's true.
When
it's almost like they wanted people
really,
in there.
They really held it against that one lady.
Yeah, they really did.
Out of all those people, they decided to take one.
I had a more difficult time getting in when I was a tourist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't have anybody waving you in.
Yeah, right. Inciting you, wearing earpieces oddly.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. I did get. I had a fun.
Can we say if that was the plan, it backfired?
Jay did.
Yeah.
Bad.
It really did.
I had a fun family lunch with all the Adlers. We had 11 Adlers at a Mexican restaurant on Sunday, including I brought the kids. Anytime you bring a 1.5-year-old to sit down and have nice manners in a place, that doesn't work.
No.
So I'm walking him
How many part
around.
harmony do y'all sing when you have that group?
Oh,
You
it's
go 5?
beautiful.
You
It's
go
like a
5?
chorus of angels.
Yeah,
singing.
if you're in the Mexican restaurant, do you feel the need for y'all to sing something a little more Latin flair?
They know I made the mistake of saying it was my birthday, and then then now the staff knows, and so Ezra was throwing a fit. By the way, you can't put a napkin near him because he will like yank it like a magician is trying to yank the tablecloth off of the table, but he doesn't know how to do that, so the dish goes with it.
Yeah.
onto the ground. Cheese dips flying everywhere. Chips are flying like shrapnel, like grenades. It's crazy. Anyway, so he gets upset. So I'm walking him around. The sidewalk in the front of a restaurant is now become an important feature of a restaurant now. I'm like, how's the sidewalk in front of the restaurant? Because that's where I'll be walking back and forth with my 1.5-year-old. Yeah. And so I'm like, all right, let's go check on Mama. Let's go back. So we're walking back to the table. And I see Erin my wife waving me back to the table. I'm like, okay, here we go. Yep. Great. The staff knows. Yep. And so I sit down, but I didn't know there was a staff member behind the little booth wall behind me. So I sit down, and he busts out with the sombrero hat, scares me and Ezra. So now the staff is singing happy birthday while Ezra's crying. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is fantastic.
What a great video. But it was a surprise.
Yes, but we were all surprised. But they were singing too, the staff of this restaurant with my family. So it was like angels mixed with mariachi. It was beautiful. It was a great
happy birthday. Angels mixed with mariachi.
Yeah, so it was a great happy birthday song.
Did you don the sombrero?
I did. I wore the sombrero, and for some reason they handed me a shot of tequila, and I'm like, y'all, it's 12:45. What is happening? I did not order this.
You pounded it.
Right. Didn't say no, but I mean, I don't think I did not order this. Why did you hand me this?
Now that I've made my point, where's the lemon? But, right.
The lime and salt, I knew how to do it. Old memories come back, but my goodness, what are we doing?
Well, it's like riding a bicycle. You remember how to take a shot of tequila?
Yeah, you got it, buddy. It never leaves.
I guess so. It's like riding a bike, I guess.
Adler from official historian Patrick Campbell. Your first day was March 31st, 2010.
There you go.
Wow.
2010.
It's been an amazing run. I'm so thankful for the time here, and I'm so thankful for my life. I'm so thankful for my family. I am just a blessed man. I truly am.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you guys so much.
Happy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So thank you very, very much for listening and being with us. I say let's try to do another 25.
What? Greg.
I-92 with Rick and Bubba happening now. Christmas Clearinghouse to help make this season bright for local families in need. Just visit WLWI.com. I-92.
How is 180 Van Adler today?
The question is today, how are you guys?
I'm great. 7 minutes past the hour.
Here we go.
It is Thanksgiving
Buckle
Eve.
up.
What's up?
It's going to be a fun ride.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See what they look like against Auburn.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Iron Bowl predictions. What y'all got?
Oh. Well, the question is, can Auburn score on them? Or Auburn's defense? It's going to be a good game. Y'all, I'm going to say Alabama wins 24-17.
That's a good pick. I was going to say 28-17. It may be 35. Alabama don't kick field goals often. They just score touchdowns. So 35. I'm going to go 35-20.
It's going to be a fourth quarter game, though. It's going to be a good game.
I got a weird feeling. I'm stepping out here, by the way. I have a feeling Bo Nix is due for a big day because this whole year playing all them teams, getting banged around a little bit. I think he's going to have the game of his life and Auburn wins.
Greg.
28-17, something like that.
Well, you can just get on your cow and just ride on out of here to your cow town, you barner.
I just got a weird feeling. I don't know. I may be wrong. I think he's going to, because think about the gauntlet that he's run. He's played a really tough schedule, true freshman year, and took his bumps. And
he's done that.
And I think he's going to shine.
Bumps or lumps? I think he's taking your lumps.
Because if he took a bump, wouldn't that be?
He'd be drinking. I don't think he's been drinking the entire season.
No, you've been taking your bumps. He's been taking his lumps.
Right. You'll be taking a bump while you watch both.
I meant lumps.
Everybody's talking about the Egg Bowl. It's got a lot of national implications. Egg Bowl.
Egg Bowl, you think about it.
Everybody's a little worried about it because, whoever wins or loses that game, it's a big deal.
You can get into the Big Semester playoffs.
Do you want it to be bad so more heads gone?
I don't think he's going to be gone.
I don't think he's gone. Next year, the seed is going to be warm.
Right.
He may need to gain his weight back.
Even if he wins and they're bowl eligible, I still think he needs to defensively. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. Is it the offensive?
Greg.
Nice hat.
Looking good.
Bright pink.
Well, yeah, we see it.
Oh, we see it, buddy.
The vintage hat challenge. Explain what your hat is, everybody.
Yeah, you got some signatures on it too.
Yeah, this is a little special hat. I thought I'd roll it out for the special holidays going on.
You look special in it.
Hey, Speedy, why do you think that?
You can't say that.
So good.
Hey, what is y'all's Thanksgiving morning tradition? Like, what do y'all do? Like, you're gonna wake up and do what?
Usually,
normally,
whatever we're responsible for bringing, at least will be panicking, trying to get it cooked, and then we'll try to go where we're going on time. There's never like a tradition.
Okay.
Y'all gonna watch the parade? I get that.
Right.
On TV, which is just awesome.
I'll be spending my first 3 hours trying to get the house and yard ready for people to come over.
Your gift to everybody this holiday is that new haircut.
Well, I've got to go to Huntsville to eat a late lunch, early dinner. We normally eat around 3 or 4 or something. And then the big decision will be, do we stay for the Egg Bowl or not? Because the Egg Bowl doesn't start till 6:30. So it's like if you stay.
How about the Egg Bowl messes Thanksgiving up?
It really does.
You don't need to play a game that you care about.
Like it. Right. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Right.
I just like watching.
There's 3 NFL games.
I'm talking about if I was he's from Mississippi and
that is a tradition for some people. They like do their.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As we roll through the final 5 days of the Rick and Bubba Show, approaching the big year-ender and show-ender coming up on Friday. Then it's going to be Best of Rick and Bubba's. We'll have those shows available to you on the same platforms as you have now, all the way till the end of the year. So, Bubba, we have a lot to reminisce on coming up next hour. It will be, of course, we have more people that are going back through moments in Rick and Bubba history where they were involved. Sometimes it was a blessing. Sometimes it could be uncomfortable. But we tended to make people's lives interesting. But, I believe what we were, because of the massive audience that God blessed us with, many times with these promoters, we were more fine than we were crazy.
Yeah.
And we were worth it. Of all the headaches we would bring and all the things, we were always worth it.
That man right there, he knew several of them.
Yep. He couldn't find a seat at the track. So we'll talk about some more memories coming up next hour.
There it is.
Well, you have to be in here to be told. Here we go. It is gift number 8. Gift number 8, Bubba. I know you can hear the fever pitch out there. Good night.
Rick, my email has just been on fire. Bring us more beaver bucks.
So
we got more beaver bucks for you. $300.
$300
of beaver bucks. Now, they're broke down into $100 cards, so you can keep some, give them, share them, whatever you want to do.
Oh, my goodness.
But $300 total.
There we go, 300, and a lot of y'all that felt like the show is kind of coming off the wheels, and the budget's down. We stand corrected.
Right here.
If you've
300 big ones, baby.
If you've been listening to the 12 working days of Christmas this year, you're probably thinking to yourself, why are they shutting this down? I mean, these guys are loaded. So here we go. Beaver Bucks ready to go. And, boy, you can buy a lot of nuggets.
I remember they're good, too.
So on Adler's birthday, we'll do caller 39.
39 for Adler.
It was actually yesterday, but we'll do it today. All right, here we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then there's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Michael from Houston.
Michael, do you realize that you were caller 38?
Oh, one off.
This is the third time I'm one off this year. Oh, man.
Houston, where?
No way.
Which Houston?
Houston, Texas.
No.
Texas.
You're telling me you've been one off already during these 12 days?
Day one and then last Friday. Yes, sir.
So
he's got to win.
Next time you
that.
start to call, just do a 1001, then dial.
Yeah. That's
true. All right, 1001, go.
Michael, I can't imagine the disappointment that Beaver Bucks were right here.
I know.
I mean, they were
so
right
close.
there.
So close.
You could clutch those nuggets. God, you could.
Oh, it was right there in my grass. Can't have nothing. Well, I want to thank y'all and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
You can't even call from Houston. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show.
Y'all buying that?
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Mike from Florida.
You're caller 39.
Mike, you're the winner.
You did it, Mike.
You did it, Mike.
Another Mike.
Beaver Bucks galore.
Oh, Mike, I can't imagine the enthusiasm.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Now you've got $300 to wander around Buc-ee's and just fill your Buc-ee bag.
Boots, jerky, nuggets.
Mike,
all you need. All
right, so Mike, what part of Florida are you calling from?
Fort Walton Beach.
Fort Walton Beach. How long you been listening to the show?
About 15 years.
15 years. Oh, congratulations.
Now, what do you do, sir?
Same.
I'm retired.
Retired. Anybody ever told you got pops?
Yeah.
Your phone's fantastic. What a breath of fresh air.
Tell a good landline.
All right, so let me
How
put
about papa, mao, mao.
Baba, wow. All right, Mike, we'll put you on hold.
Elvira.
Speedy will get your information, and those Beaver Bucks will be in the mail.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mel.
Thank you, buddy.
Try to calm down.
Yeah. I thought he was retired, but it's almost like he was calling from work.
I know, he's a little quiet.
Okay, all right, here we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello?
It's Mike.
Hello?
Yes, who is this? Hello?
Hello?
This is Rick and Bubba's. Who's calling?
This is Jessica.
Jessica,
how are you, Jessica?
Hello, Jessica. Where are
I'm
you?
so sorry. I couldn't tell if you were talking to me or not. I had a YouTube TV on.
Oh, I see. That's the reason why we tell people to turn all that down, because it gets real confusing. doesn't
Listen
it?
to the phone.
I know, and I know I lost. I'm a loser.
No, look.
Well,
you're
not a loser.
How did you know? You only missed it.
Not a winner.
You missed it by one call.
Well, because I heard the guy win with the deep voice.
But you kept calling. But you just hung in there.
I know. I hung in there.
Yeah, were you hoping we'd get disconnected to him or something? I wonder why you were still hoping.
Yeah.
Okay.
That could
I
happen.
thought there might have been the chance.
That could happen.
You never know.
Well,
You never know.
Greg, she's caller 40. Missed it by one. What'd you win?
Well, good news. Bubba brought some Beaver Bucks in. He also brought a handful of nothing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There's a
So enjoy. Merry Christmas.
There's a Merry Christmas right there.
Thank you anyway.
Yeah, thank you for listening and watching. Thanks. So there you go.
She said that's the third time she's called, been one off.
Rick and Bubba Show. Who's calling?
This is Misty from Huntsville.
Hey, Misty. Do you know you were caller 41? You missed it by 2 calls.
Hey, I'm just glad to finally get through on 12 working days of Christmas on your last week. Never gotten through in all these years. So
Wow.
We're going to miss it.
There you go.
Better late than never.
Yeah, 0629 We Be Big got it done.
And she
That's right.
it'd been perfect. She's got a location not far from her.
I know it. She does at Buc-ee's up there in Athens.
Yeah.
But Greg, what did she win? Is she gonna get to
you
go to
talking about what she won?
Is she gonna get to go to Buc-ee's?
No, she's not. She won absolutely nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Zip.
So sorry.
Have you seen a big zero? You know what it looks like?
Zip.
Thank you.
I got through. That's all that matters.
That's a victory.
Well,
Thank you.
What a great spirit.
Thanks for listening.
She don't mean it.
to the show. That's right.
Yeah, she don't mean it.
Yeah. So I don't even know what all $300 would do at Buc-ee's. I bet it's just.
Oh, you go crazy, right?
I bet
Rick,
you go.
I tell you, we went by there yesterday, and it was like walking through a chicken house. I'd never seen so many people.
It'll involve a brisket sandwich, I tell you.
Oh, I got him.
Can you imagine though? You get your brisket sandwich. You're like, all right, still got money left.
I actually saw Bucky. Got my picture made with him. So I got it on social media.
You actually saw Bucky?
Where is that treasure so I can see it?
Well, it's on social media.
Please tell me you were doing Bucky Beaver to him.
Did you?
Well, we had a little conversation.
Right.
I mean, I've been wondering if Buc-ee's people have been contacted by Buc-ee's for some advertising spots and things like that. Now that he's available, I think
it's
golden opportunity.
Yeah, you talking about being a spokesperson?
Yeah.
You know, they don't. Does Bucky ever talk?
Adler, look on
No,
Instagram.
Rick, he's a mascot.
I mean,
Mascots,
no, I'm talking about like the cartoon. Did they ever do anything with
I don't
him?
know if he's got a voice.
Because I'll tell you, his face on that sign.
Yes.
It's just pure happiness, isn't it?
There it is.
Look,
And
it's
look at
Bucky
that.
with the Bucky statue and Betty and Hunter.
That Bucky statue is a little scary.
That is fantastic.
A lot of Buc-ee.
That's
What
a
a
lot
day.
of Bucky.
A lot of Bucky.
That's it. Hashtag blessed.
Bill, Betty, Bucky.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanksgiving dinner at the game.
Yeah.
You don't like that, Greg?
How about that face?
I don't get, and it's none of my business. These people that enjoy the shopping, the holiday shopping, they look forward to it. It's something they do. I don't know how that's possible.
Because now things are opening like at 3 o'clock on Thanksgiving. You know, it's ridiculous.
I like Amazon dropping it off at the front porch of my house. That's what I like.
The only thing you got to worry about there is porch pirates.
You know about the PPs?
I got to put up a Christmas tree today, though.
Oh,
See, I'm already done with that tree. See, I'm already done with that.
Do that today. Today I got to do it.
I'm already done with that. This weekend.
Yeah, Rick. Oh, sorry, buddy. I have my hands full. I didn't see your hands. Lord, we love you and we submit to your authority and everything.
Speedy, what are you doing right now as producer of the show?
I am wrapping up show prep. I staple up stories for the guys. I do a one-pager where the guys can look down and see like the news of the day, and it's divided up into categories like news or wacky world or politics or sports or entertainment. And then up top, I just kind of put in bullet point form like, here's guest or here's some of the big topics of the day. Oh, gosh.
Oh, sorry, man.
Scared me, buddy.
I'm so sorry, man.
Getting paper for the old printer. We're always trying to find stories that might be breaking once the show starts. So I'm just going to present it to the guys and say, hey, as far as, the things we have today, this might be an option if you want it.
Over 20, you've almost been with the guys for almost 25 years.
Yeah, right.
24 and a half.
I'm 6 months shy. I was in the same building as them. I just wasn't in. I was doing afternoon drive when they started, but I've been with them pretty much about, I guess, 6 months shy.
Over that time period, how many stories do you think you've printed up?
Oh, what do you think? I don't know.
How many a day do you think you do a day?
What, 30?
30
maybe?
a day times 25 years.
Oh, wow.
Greg, you're allowed to use more than one finger on the keyboard.
I don't have to. It's just numbers. I'm just using numbers.
So what are you doing right now, Greg?
I'm scheduling commercials.
So when you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Network and you hear a commercial, that's because you...
That's right.
That's because you used one finger to type in the number
type it in.
and make it happen.
I don't want to show off.
So 2 points of focus in the office. People always ask about. One, the map. It's a huge map, but the wall of motivation, here it is. And so I know this is going to sound silly to some, but I always come over here. One of the last things I do before I go into the studio is I come over here and look at the wall of motivation. I try to find something that I can lean on. Say, like, for instance, today, exert enthusiasm, whatever of your life. Should you have a better attitude in? I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. So that one hit me this morning. The last thing I do, I give a little PJ Fleck, Coach Fleck, a fist bump, and I head out. I told him I said he's going to go by and do everybody's office. I said, we're trying to think of something we could put in here that you could say, hey, what is that in here for, Greg?
I put these up everywhere.
I know.
Just because it brings it makes him
a good memory.
Well, it makes his heart beat too.
It's his wall of motivation.
Right.
That's what it is.
This is the tower I was climbing. I froze up somewhere around here. Well, it was below that, probably around here.
What do you mean you froze up?
These little rails right here.
You got nervous?
They were rusted out, and so when I went to grab it, you could tell they were like to break and come loose. That's when I looked down and said, so this is funny, but if I fall, I'm dead. You know what I'm talking about, Pink Hat?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Baldy. Sorry, I had to clap back there. I'm sorry, Speedy. I'm sorry.
Wow, disrespectful.
Yeah.
All right, let's find stuff to put in his office.
I gotta admit something I put in your office 4 years ago. This weird squirrel thing right here.
Yeah.
Did you know that was here?
I did, and then I also know that this guy right here.
Where did you get that?
This is Coco. This is Nick. He put this here to see if I would ever notice it wasn't my kid, and this is him as a kid,
too.
and I did notice it.
I cannot believe I hadn't noticed the squirrel. That's funny.
Yeah, that's the one that went berserk in Pascagoula.
That's right. Which is so cool. That's where you're from, by the way.
Yeah. All right, so what do we want to put? Oh, I could put this in here. Go speak, ready to go. Are we back on yet?
I don't know.
What else do you have?
Rick's got it.
Rick's got it.
I'll ask him to give me a tour.
Yeah.
Then what's that thing?
Oh, we are back.
Okay, we're back. Crap. Oh, crap. Crap. We're back. Crap.
Radio listener special. I used to promote Go Bubba to get your Bible blank, use a dream sheet.
You had something on your ear.
Free plus free ship. That's unveiled.com with radio.
You had something on your head, Greg. I think it was an ear.
What are y'all doing? There was something on you. I don't know.
All right. So what works about the Good Time Gang? What do you like about those guys?
Well, look, the Good Time Gang is you got to have that. I mean, they're bringing stuff to the table. They're a little ensemble. They work together. You know, it's got to be more than a team. I think they bring an element to the show that the show can get a little dry, a little mundane. It's more places to go. So I think they bring energy. I think they bring a bizarre perspective on a lot of things. There's a lot of diversity there, and you know what they bring? The word that would come to mind: hijinks. And you know what? If you want to have a great show, there's got to be hijinks, and they give us plenty of that.
What is it that works about the Good Time Gang?
The Good Time Gang. What is it that works about them?
Yeah.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us as a brand new hour starts on the final week of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, the birthday boy today, is here with us. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
A lot of reminiscing going on this week, obviously. So Rick Humphrey has joined us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Some of you may be thinking, who is Rick Humphrey?
A lot of people. The Hump.
Yeah, and why would the Hump be here?
The Hump.
But we're going through Rick and Bubba history, and we spent many years doing promotion after promotion when you're still in racing, right? What are you doing now?
So I'm involved with a racetrack in Brazelton, Georgia.
Okay.
Road Atlanta, which is a road course that NASCAR owns over. They run sports cars and motorcycles. They're very similar to the Barber facility as far as on-track content. So I've been over there for a little over 10 years now.
Rick, you just can't get away from the racetracks.
Yeah.
can
I'm
you?
afraid
You got
I'm-
asphalt in your blood.
I'm afraid I'm destined to end my career in motorsports.
Yeah.
One day.
And you answered the question, so you are still with NASCAR, though.
Yeah, so it's a NASCAR-owned facility.
Yeah.
IMSA is their road racing series, and so that's the division I'm a part of.
Well, your years with the show, you were in Talladega at Talladega Super Speedway, the world's largest, motor speedway, and the fastest. And so you
Most educational.
Most educational there, the Hall of Fame. We've looked at different things that we've done in the past, and we think that Bubba's turnaround at Talladega may be one of the greatest accomplishments in media.
I don't know why we have to keep bringing that up.
And media history.
Bragging.
To go from having your credentials taken from you over an incident
and attached
Snatched
as
right
a
away.
lifetime ban. On top of
Forgot
that.
about the ban.
Yeah, a lifetime ban from Talladega to go on to serve as Grand Marshal.
Well, there's a lot to be said for change in management, change in people in position. So Jim Freeman was the PR director, I think, was responsible for banning Bubba lifetime.
Right.
And although Jim moved over to the Hall of Fame, when I moved in, he left me a lot of information to go on and to build on and to continue to grow. He did not leave the fact that Bill Bubba Bussey had been banned from the facility.
Left that out.
So, yeah, he left that out.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys remember how our relationship started. So it was in 97 when I came, and so your sister Angie was working with us at the track. And so my very first race, they would send a driver for us to do PR rounds. So he came race week. It was Dale Jarrett. I was looking for a radio show that stayed on till 10 o'clock in the morning. You guys were the only ones that had a show. So by default, by default, you guys win.
So, we won a lot that way, Rick.
I didn't know about the band.
So that extra hour was beautiful.
It was a game changer.
It rolled right in. So I remember listening to the interview, and evidently Ned Jarrett has lost a finger. And so you guys proceeded to ask him about that. Ask Dale Jarrett in trying to promote the race at Talladega. So Dale, how did Ned lose his finger?
Well, that's an interesting question.
It was, and I didn't know. Ned was missing a finger, and so he comes back and says it was in a hunting accident. So I won't ever forget. You guys end the show. Well, that's Dale Jarrett. Seems like a great guy, great family. Just don't go hunting with him.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, no wonder the guy got banned.
Right.
Yeah. I'm banning him again.
Legitimate concern.
Holy cow. So that's how it all started.
That was, and then when you go through the years.
I saw Jim several times years after that, and we're all good.
Okay.
He was in his right, technically.
Everything's all right. But one of the things that we've gone through so many. So there was the tribute to Wendell Scott.
Yeah.
Look at Rick's face. So Wendell Scott was the first ever African American NASCAR driver and had some success.
I met his widow at the track.
Yeah.
At one event.
So Don Juan DeMarco Williams was working with us, who is also African American, or I think now we can say black again. And so we decided he didn't know about Wendell Scott,
right.
and we learned about that on something we did in February called Black Facts. You might remember that for Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
And so Don Juan, we said, why don't you take a lap around Talladega in honor of Wendell Scott in the Rick and Bubba Funmobile?
Right.
Which made sense.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
We just didn't clear it with Rick.
I remember
we
that.
did it.
Yeah, we forgot to clear it with everybody.
Yeah, and then I think your callers after Don Juan was detained or not banned, not like Bubba, but I think your callers proceeded to call in to tell us that we were in the wrong,
right,
and continue to call, and continue to call.
Yeah.
In fact, Grant Lynch, who was running the racetrack at the time, who was my boss, he came down. That was Thursday or Friday morning of we only work 2 weeks a year,
right?
And you guys decided to do this, with our busiest week. He comes, he said, "You tell those guys to stop it."
That is hilarious.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, that's when we thought any chance at grand marshaling was surely over at that point.
Yeah.
So it hadn't even crossed our mind.
Yeah, right. So where did this idea come from that we would be grand marshals, and how in the world did you ever get it approved?
I think it had an impact on me getting run off.
Right. That's true. That's true. They did run you off.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that.
right, shortly thereafter. I said, despite the attendance, that was the most crazy thing. I've ever done.
Yeah.
No, it was.
That was a good year.
It was a very well attended event. And it was. I don't recall how it all came together. I think it was obviously something Grant and I came up with. We attached. I think it was the Richard Petty driving experience. You guys promoted that. Mm-hmm. You came out and did laps with fans. It was a neat deal and it was a lot of fun. I remember you guys sitting in the suite trying to get out that afternoon after the race through the crowd because you stayed for the whole race.
Well, you know why? Because Dad.
Yeah, of course.
Dad would not leave early. He was a massive NASCAR fan. He's like, we're sitting here on the tri-oval. We're sitting here in these primo seats, and y'all want to leave? I'm like, Dad, we'll never get out of here if we don't leave. And, of course, it ended up being another close finish. Yep. So he wasn't leaving.
Yeah. But that was a lot of fun. And, again, I wish there's a lot of things I do remember about the show, but I can't remember how that harebrained idea came about.
Look who's in the background. I figured somebody got sick or something.
Look at that crowd, though.
Yeah.
Look at that crowd.
That is not.
You know, Rick, I'll tell you, we've got to do a lot of cool things, but I can't think of anything that would rank higher than being Grand Marshal there because it was so much fun and we got to ride in the pace car, start the race. And when you go by, and I knew they did that, but when you see it going by and all the crews are lined up and their colors, their uniforms, and it's segregated down through there and they're all saluting. And then we look back and we've got, I think on that particular race, it was Davey. No, it was, who was it, Rick? The two lead. It was Junior.
And when did Jeff Gordon?
And Jeff Gordon. Yeah, we're in the front two spots. And to see them following us in the race car ready to go, that was too cool.
Yeah, that was a neat experience, a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys remember this, but funny how things turn, almost kind of like you getting banned from the track, Bubba. Yeah. You guys, part of the Grand Marshal duty is to go to the radio booth and do an MRN interview.
Oh, that's
Motor
right.
Racing Network.
I forgot all about
and at that time, our pal Eli Gold was in the turn, and you guys had the headset. I can't remember if you told me this personally or if it was on the air. And they said, and the producer said, after the break, we're going to go to Rick and Bubba. And you guys said, Eli said, oh, now we've reached an all-time low.
Yeah. And he didn't know we could hear him.
And look, that's come full circle.
Yeah. You know what? He's at an all-time low again.
How about this? Eli Gold now knows how Jim Freeman feels. Isn't that funny? Golly, that's funny.
Oh, he was just joking around, but it was funny.
Oh, yeah.
Who put these rubes
What
on?
did you think he was joking about?
I wish an angel would have walked into the Spirit of 76 ball and said to Eli one day,
You won't believe.
Well, at least just said, hey, he was banned at one time.
Oh, yeah. Man, that is fantastic.
That's great.
That's good.
Oh, in the years of us being down there, Bubba and I, and radio, the things we had to do.
Oh, Rick, quite a memory.
You would sell everything. We would sell time trial reports. And then you get there and realize that technically you couldn't do them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you go to a payphone on the side of the toilet out there and you call in. All right, let's tell you where we're right now. Earnhardt's on the pole. There's a shocker. Yeah. And,
all the pre-race promotions, what I love, because y'all would send me.
Oh, yeah.
And hey, I want you to go around the track with Jeff Gordon. He's just going to be riding like in the pace car or whatever. And he's over there and he's driving with one arm. And his elbow is sitting on the side of the door. And he's memorized every bump in the entire track.
It's amazing.
And I could reach out if I would have touched the wall. He was that close.
Yeah.
And just memories like that.
Yeah, Bill Compton always taking care of us down there. I've known Bill forever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's really good.
Saw him not too long ago.
Welcome home, Rick.
Thank you.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is it that works about the Good Time Gang?
The Good Time Gang. What is it that works about them?
Yeah.
Does it work?
If I catch this and it's straight up, Adler said he would kill it.
What? No, I never said that.
Without taking a break.
No, I didn't say that. Nope.
Oh! Here you go, bud.
Is he really going to kill you, right?
You can't stop. Chug. You can't stop. You cannot stop, Adler. Breathe through your nose. Adler, breathe through your nose. You're supposed to breathe through your nose, buddy.
I saw water come out of his nose.
I know.
I hope you put that in slow-mo. Is there any way you can put that in slow-mo, the water coming out of your nose?
I don't know.
Hey Bubba, say something about Greg Burgess. Who is Greg Burgess to you, Bubba?
No, this ought to be good.
I'll tell you, Greg, he has a harder outer shell, but he's like a turtle, man. You get off that shell, he is a old softy. I've seen his heart grow 3 sizes with his grandchild being born this year. You know, Greg, we're real tight too, and a lot of people don't know that. We go way back. He actually lives on land that used to be my family, so he's kind of like the settlers to the Indians to me.
I didn't think that. You're right. Hey, kind of wanted you to buy that beside me, and you didn't. Now I got some stranger over here. What? I don't know who put that in here.
That's always in here.
That is Speed Racer in my office? No. Okay, I don't know how that got in here, but all this junk is mine. This is where I keep my clothes because I practically live in my office sometimes. Here's pictures of my family. See? My children, my wife.
What is it about the Sports Czars or the good? What do you guys prefer, Sports Czars or Good Time Gang? What do you prefer, Greg?
I don't like either one of them. No, the Sports Czars were good when we were actually doing the Sports Czars, so I guess go with the other one.
Okay.
You're just reminding me that we got yanked off the air.
What about the Sports Gang?
There it is.
Or the Good Time Czars?
That may be it. I'm going with the Good Time Czars.
What works so well about the Good Time Czars?
What works so well? I think we forced chemistry because we're around each other so much, whether we wanted to be or not. We work good together. If somebody's not here, the others try to pick a slack up and all that. And we all have the same sense of humor. We like to make fun of each other and you and other people on the show. I think it works.
Well, they did have a message that they wanted to make sure you got from the Hand of Truth.
Oh, wait a minute. Where's that? That is so good. There's the Hand of Truth.
All right, time to look at traffic.
Oh,
let's go. Yep.
Did that scare you?
That scared me.
So, Helmsy, tell us again, how did they find you?
Just a haircut joke.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I didn't know how long.
2 days now.
I just wanted to know.
You got about 3 more hours of that.
Look at the back.
I know.
They usually box it off. It fades into his.
Do you think the person that was like doing his hair is like falling asleep?
This is coming from a guy that don't have any hair.
Oh wow, sunshine. It's not a very good traffic time. Good gosh,
that's tough.
Can't even see.
I bet I look squinting right now.
This is not fun.
There's nothing enjoyable about that.
Normally.
$22 minutes now past the hour. Memories, memories, memories. All week long, our era with the Talladega Super Speedway. Rick Humphrey was there at the time. He's back with us. He's still working with NASCAR over in Atlanta now. But so we were talking about it earlier, Rick. Working with this show, the promotion is good, but there's always baggage that comes with it. I mean, and did you learn over the years? Hey, look, there's going to be a couple things where the phones are going to light up. There'll be something going on, but it'll be all right in the end.
Well, first of all, let me say, it's a pleasure to be on the show. The last week of the show, but let's also be honest. There's several times before we thought it was the last week of the show.
No,
right?
we did. Many
you got to admit it.
It's many times.
You guys, yeah.
Many times.
I mean, I remember years and years talking about buying advertising, and now probably don't need to buy those guys. They're on their way out. Books are down. They're on their way out.
Sure.
Look at you, 31 years.
31 big ones.
That's unbelievable.
Going out on top.
Unbelievable. But yeah, going back to promoting with you guys, it was always a lot of fun. Always questionable. You never knew how far you guys would go. How far you would send Speedy out to take it. I remember him and Mark Prater numerous times coming out to the track doing early morning stuff. Prater would do the weather. I remember one time they destroyed a couple golf carts racing around the track.
Easy.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
They wouldn't stay up on the turn.
Yep.
Well, destroys a little much.
Yeah, but
Well, you roll them.
pretty much when they won't run.
Yeah,
they're supposed to actually
qualifies.
Yeah. So it was always a lot of fun. We did remember we went to BIR back when they had the racetrack over at Birmingham.
Forgot about that. You let me race around there?
We let Speedy get behind the car, and he claimed that so we did it with some media members and let them go out and take laps. So the car in front of him, Speedy swore that the car in front of him was slowing him down.
Yeah. I need to get on going. Let's go.
He was holding
Pick
him
it up.
Let's go. Let's go. And I didn't want to I know if you're not rubbing, you're not racing.
Right.
But I felt like in that promotion, me getting that left quarter panel and spinning him would have been him a little much.
Yeah,
Probably not the thing to do.
Been another
Like he did
band.
at the golf cart.
Yeah,
Well,
to
no,
me.
clearly everything was fair there.
Yeah.
Just in my way.
But we did the Dale Jarrett Racing School. We did the Richard Petty Racing School.
Yeah. All that.
All that at Talladega. Those were, that was fantastic.
I did the Mark Whitlock Racing School.
Yeah.
Where in a
You enjoyed that day, didn't you?
a
Rick?
pre-race promotion, he brought his Viper, and I thought we were just going to joyride on the low lane and just
It was joy for somebody. Maybe him.
He cranks up that backstretch, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Where'd y'all go?
I know we saw 180.
I can't tell you.
180?
I had my eyes closed. Going into 3, it was like.
Were you in the car? Please hold it.
Yeah, it was separate times, so he made obviously. I hope my statute of limitations is run out. Right.
Yeah. Look, it just happened. I'm in the
This isn't my last week of the show.
Yeah. Still going.
They forgave me, Rick. They'll forgive you.
Yes. God rest his soul, but in his credentials to be able to drive that fast on the track were
unchecked.
Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. And, I mean, if anything goes wrong, and also last time I checked, even though it's a nice sports car, it's not designed for racing. It doesn't have roll cage and all that in it.
When we slowed down and went back around Tri-Oval and got back to pit lane, I looked at him and I said, "Well, that wasn't real smart, was it?" He said, "No, probably not." But we called in, and it's on a best of. I got to try to find it and run through the archives. We saved me calling in when he was going around, and I was going 140, 150.
Oh wow,
That's good, Mark. Thanks.
Yeah, that was like 100 years ago, right?
It was. It was 100 years ago. So long ago.
That was. I do remember that.
Yeah.
So long.
I wasn't driving. I was just in the car.
Well, what about when you?
We're gonna jump.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say when you're in the passenger seat, isn't that what a helpless feeling?
Yeah, it was very helpless.
When Earnhardt threw his phone and called, were you with him that morning?
I was.
That was a great.
Oh, that was the greatest promotion I was ever a part of when we did the state trooper thing, and we had Earnhardt in a trooper car, and he would pull over. The trooper would pull over drivers who were obeying the law. Find a seatbelt on, and I remember we had the first person we pulled over had a Boys and Girls Club sticker. So Earnhardt told the officer pull him over. The guy got irritated because he was on his way to work. It made him late. So that didn't go over real well.
Oh, wow.
He didn't care who Earnhardt was. Next person we pulled over had a big 24 on the back of the glass of his truck. So he pulled him over thinking it was a Gordon fan. Well, he was a Mike Harmon fan. Mike Harmon was running number 24. So we were 0 for 2. At least he did know who Earnhardt was. But that was a lot of fun. I remember that day. I think that was the day that he slammed the phone and threw it in my vehicle.
Yeah, I think it was because we said we were disappointed because he was being so nice to us. And he said, "Really?" And all of a sudden, he just threw the phone out.
That's fact.
Yeah.
He was one of a kind, wasn't
he? He was awesome. When you get him in those type environments, and I was fortunate. I don't want to come out here like we were best of friends, but I was able to do that a couple times with him, and he was when he came into town, he knew what his mission was, and he knew what he was supposed to do. He would do it, and it was great.
Would you? I mean, I know it's debatable. It always is because you can argue different things. But in your opinion, what has there been a better one as far as to be able to know how to do that draft and know how to work that track than Earnhardt?
He was special for sure. I mean, he and then Dale Jr. had a lot of success there when I was there also, and then those two really, boy, it was amazing. I mean, we could get all kinds of credit for being the greatest promoters in the world, doing the Rick and Bubba Grand Marshal stuff, doing this, doing that. But if the Earnhardts are running good, man, we were golden. It was good. Let's don't fool anybody. I mean, if they were running good, the stands were packed.
Oh yeah, that's true. It was always very helpful. Yeah. Everybody else was playing on the road.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's true.
Well, if he ever took the lead coming around toward that home stretch, gosh, the crowd would go nuts.
We always talk about being there when he came from what, Greg? Where was he?
Oh, remember on the last lap, he was like, what? He came from 15th to first in 2 laps or something crazy.
Yeah, it was the last win of his career. It happened in 2000 before he passed away in 2001, and that place went nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah, me and Dad were in the pits, and we were on the end. And you couldn't see 4. But when we saw everybody stand up, start screaming, and then you look at that black 3 was out front, they went nuts.
They went crazy. Wow, man. You know, when you get into those, over 100,000 people screaming, it's like, no, I don't care if it's a track or not.
That's right. 40 cars running together, and you can still hear them.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Thank you, Rick. Love you, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
A lot of great memories. We'll come back. We'll continue with your phone calls next. 629 We Be Big if you want to be on to talk about yours.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's like doing his hair is like falling asleep.
This is coming from a guy that don't have any hair.
Oh wow, sun shining.
It's not as good, very good traffic time.
Good gosh,
that's tough.
Can't even see.
I bet I look squinting right now.
It's not fun.
There's nothing enjoyable about that.
Normally we enjoy the traffic.
There's nothing. I don't know about where the sun's at this time.
You know what we can do though? The West Coast strut.
Yeah, give them a strut.
Yeah.
That's good, guys.
One of my right knee gave out every time I walked. What was right here? Almost fell out there. One of those ladies might fall.
Sick out there.
I hope they don't fall.
This right here is a bad scene. She's
Really
gonna fall. Watch out!
Hey, will one of y'all pretend to go fall so that they see you fall and they won't fall?
So you want us to go fall? You want us to fall
In front of them?
I want you to go pretend to fall in front of those people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gosh.
No, do not.
Hope he falls in this big one. Here he goes. Here he goes.
Yeah, he's the best. She helped him up. She was concerned. Yeah, he's getting a picture. Did you get that deer?
Yeah, I shot it at Bubba's place.
Did you?
Mm-hmm, sure did.
Nice.
That's the one I couldn't find. You remember the story of the deer I couldn't find? That's it. So guess what? We found it.
Greg, you called it.
I did, didn't I? I didn't call that score.
And you see that ring of the hell, you see that, and they have it up on the screen. And he's looking through the goalpost, and the volume is painful to your.
That's a good idea.
And Betty is screaming something in my ear, and I can't even hear. It's like you're standing next to a jet engine taking off, right? And Betty is saying to me, "I don't see how any human can take this." And I was like, after I said, "Well, they can't. That's the thing." I mean, look, that was, and he's a backup kicker. I mean, that was tough. I mean, that's just tough. Your face is 4 stories tall up there, and you're looking at your eyes, and you look like you're seeing a ghost. Okay,
you're watching yourself. Look, doink. There it is.
They might bring.
I couldn't hear it hit the goalpost because you couldn't hear it.
Now, here's what they need to do. Since the game went the way it did, you need to get them both to play in the Birmingham Bowl right here at the old Gray Lady and let them slug it out one more time. I like Clemson.
I'll be pulling.
I've always liked Clemson.
I love Dabo.
Hey, man, SEC, man. You got to put SEC.
like the SEC has anything to do with my life.
Yeah. Can I not just like football and can I just? Because you're right. When I was a kid, I liked Oklahoma. I liked Ohio State. Oh, yeah. When Woody Hayes.
I hated it. I love Clemson and Utah. That's who I'm pulling for.
Clemson and Utah. Yeah. See, I was from Michigan. He was from Ohio State. Yeah, I was an Ohio State guy. He was Michigan.
What's going on here?
How's it going, Alan?
We got us a little bit of sausage.
A little elk sausage from Colorado.
Man,
sweet.
Good deal.
I'm going to hide that.
All right.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Elk sausage.
Sweet. Greg, there's no R in sausage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sausages.
Okay, I want to be very clear. That was not Betty and Sherry, or Betty and Patty Moultrie, or Betty and Lisa, or any of the blondes that we know that was stuck in the bushes. I believe in massage therapy, but since I don't have time to disrobe and lay on the table, this will have to do.
You brought that from me.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you have it in a minute after the break.
You can't have nothing.
All right, so we got all the lines open up for you now. 35 minutes past the hour. 629. We Be Big is the number as people are reminiscing the final days of the show this week. And your chance to call up. We're also interviewing folks. We've spent time with former interns and folks that we were in, promotional relationships with. Like we just talked to Rick Humphrey all the years he was at Talladega Super Speedway, and we have some big Rick and Bubba moments tied to that. We went over some of those. But you have your own, and you can join us now. Speedy taking phone calls. We'll start with David out of Prattville, Alabama, I-92. David, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was going to say, great show. God bless you all.
Thank you.
And I just have to ask, have y'all ever found out any updates about the intern Bruiser? I think I loved him. The fact he was a big guy. I just wondering if you ever find a girlfriend, start a family, just any updates if y'all can find him. I've got to know how's he doing now.
He was Greg's favorite intern. I hate
Greg. You were tracking him for a while.
I was. He was my greatest creation. I'm just going to be honest.
Okay, that's good, Greg.
I would love to hear what Bruiser is up to, and I know a lot of people. We still play him on best ofs because see what the thing with Bruiser, he wasn't trying to be funny or entertaining. He was just being himself.
Right.
And he was genuine. That was him. He didn't drive on the interstate and all these things. We brought him up and we had him. Got him a date. Remember that?
Yes.
Had him a workout program. Remember we did that? But he was an awesome guy.
So he had such a, like you said, he would just veer into the funniest things without even trying.
And people loved him because he was real. He wasn't trying to be funny. He was just being himself. And
that day he
was, as far as entertainment, he's the best we ever had.
And he was so naturally naive. And that day he told you about his mama getting mad. About him singing a music lyric, he didn't know what it meant.
Yeah,
golly, that was hilarious.
He said, "I had no idea."
He goes, "My mom got really upset." God, it was.
And when you're hearing those best stuff,
and he sang it with a passion too.
Oh yeah. When he got that speeding ticket that time, and he was like, "Well, I know that Greg knows about it because my mom called him."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Let's go, Bubba, to D. D, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead,
D.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Great. How are you?
Good. Missed a chance to get in there on the last week. Say thanks to you guys for being friends and providing good Christian and somewhat clean content.
Right. Well,
Spent my birthday with you guys for 17 straight years.
That's right.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I had a bag of candy to bring this year. Our schedules didn't mesh up, so hey, we ate it.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, Dale, bring some.
It was good stuff.
Peanut M&Ms.
I'm a type 2 with Greg, so
There you go.
some pieces here and there.
That's good. Well, Dee, thank you so much. It's been incredible.
Thank you, Dee.
and been so much fun.
Yep.
And like you said, I mean, we certainly are men of faith, but as we said, but we're not prudes, and sometimes still fall.
Yeah.
So, Dee, thank you very much for that. Greg, let me go ahead and warn you about something. I've planted a bit of a handle for you this week.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
With Mom after.
What?
Yeah, so I'll get back to that later.
So you've assigned me something?
Yeah. You know what I brought it to her, Bubba? I said, are you worried about Greg and his top two, the way he
Oh, Rick, why do you do that?
Hey, she went into monologue. She goes, I'm telling you. She goes, I just don't understand. And so you probably have a conversation coming
Oh, good night, Rick. You're making all that up. Good.
She said, well, I worried to death about him. I hear him up there eating all that stuff. And I said,
Oh, good night.
But anyway, so
we go get a brownie.
Let's continue. Let's go to Meridian, Mississippi. We're on the buzz. John standing. Joe, I'm sorry. Joe, go ahead.
So, like I called a few times. I've first got onto y'all when Kevin Derryberry come to my church. Y'all were on one of his albums, and I think I was 5th or 6th grade. My son, who is in kindergarten, loves y'all. He just randomly throughout the day, you'll hear him go, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I have now got him playing those drums that I bought from you. And he loves it. I'm a drummer, and it's pretty cool. So I want to thank y'all for all the memories and everything that y'all have given, not just me, but obviously y'all's large audience. So I just want to congratulate y'all on y'all's historic run.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. Yeah, and you guys were the fuel that made it happen. We're not saying that, trying to do some false humility. It's just the true. You know this, Rick Humphrey, being in promotions. What everybody's after is the audience. All we are is the vessel. But if there's no audience out there, nobody wants to give us the time of day.
No.
And that's all right. That's the way it should be. And so
Rick probably knows that better than anybody.
Yeah. Well, he does know that firsthand, don't you, buddy?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's why they lifted that band.
We just had to be more fine than we were crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes bands aren't lifetime.
There's always an appeal.
Let's continue. Let's go to Ron out of Birmingham. Ron, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, good morning to you. Congratulations on all the transition that's going on.
Thank you.
And I had the opportunity, gosh, it's been over 20 years ago, with you, the Lakeshore Foundation, and Mark Sr., when we did a fundraiser for a guy named Hunter. And we all went on a hunt down in West Alabama. It was you, Speedy, Rick, and both Rick and Bubba were down there. And the thing that I was so impressed with was that the guys that showed up were the same guys that were on the radio. Y'all are transparent. Appreciate you guys big time. The Bible study has had just a major, major impact in my life, and I just want to thank y'all so much for that.
Thank you.
And ironically, I'm semi-retiring at the end of this week, too, so I figured if y'all have just been doing this for 30-something years, I figure it's time for me to start hanging it up then, too. So anyway,
I'm afraid we're starting like a domino effect, by the way.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. Bubba and I just were talking about that hunting trip just the other
Is
day.
that the one where we stayed in the tin building that was attached to the house?
I think it was. It was. I don't want to say the name of it, but it was a number of rivers was the name of it,
and it was
down
very
West
cold.
Alabama.
Very
yeah,
cold.
it was.
Yeah,
it was a great time though.
And we could actually
anyway,
see outside.
You,
it was great.
Yeah, it was really good. Well, you know, the reason why
it was fun.
The reason why you meet the same guys off the radio as you do on the radio is, frankly, we're not talented enough to be actors.
That's the truth.
I mean, we don't have that kind of talent. I mean,
that's a good point.
We just turn mics on and then turn them off.
Is talent really the definition?
Well,
of this?
thank you, Rick. Thank you for always keeping us humble.
You could always count on Rick.
Thank you, Rick. Let's go to Texas. Patrick standing by. Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Got a lot of favorites from over the years, but I was listening to your podcast this weekend, and you were talking about drive-through password. And one of my absolute favorite moments of the entire show was the day that y'all were playing drive-through password, and the lady couldn't understand what you were actually wanting her to accomplish. and it turned into me password. I was actually working on a project at Tennessee State University in Nashville, and I was up on a boom lift, and one of my friends was listening down below, and we were laughing so hard we were crying.
Yeah, was that the woman the one that Bubba brought up the other day when she thought we were saying a rock like you throw as opposed to the country?
No.
Okay, all right.
It was the lady that she didn't understand the concept of the game, but she called in anyhow.
I got
and you finally just got her to say her name. Can you say your name?
Yeah, I do remember that. That's funny.
So she couldn't get it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, buddy.
She called in having no idea what.
No.
What it was all about.
Yeah. Let's see. Larry in Huntsville. Larry, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing today?
We're
great. We're great.
Great. Well, listen, September 1st of 2010, I sent you a package in the mail. You played my wife's CD on the radio. Her name was Nita. Her last name was Keel. You played it and your Keeper Coaster segment, and she was so thrilled. She wanted me to call you today and thank you for all the memories. I've actually been listening to you all on radio since 1997.
Thank you.
And I've had so many people like your segment, your church segments, your podcast. I just want to say from all our fans in North Alabama for everywhere, what you two guys have done over the last 25 years or so was just remarkable. You have made so many fans. My wife loves you guys. We listen to y'all every morning forever. And I hate to say this, I'm a little older than you guys. I remember watching y'all play football in high school when I was in high school.
Oh, wow.
And my dad thought your dad was one of the finest gentlemen he had ever met because he got to meet him one time years ago down at Jack State.
Well,
and he was a fine man. I just wanted y'all to know that because my wife, every morning we listen to you relentlessly, and I cannot tell you how many people I've had tell me they love your show. And congratulations on your retirement, and I hope your life goes fantastic.
Well, you are so kind, but curiosity is getting the best of us. Was it a keeper or a coaster?
Yes, it was a Keeper Coaster.
Cool.
It was a Keeper. You played her CD, and a lady stopped on 280 and called me. She pulled over on the side of the road. She bought 5 CDs from us because of that. Y'all were very kind about that, and my wife just remembers that like it was yesterday.
Well, thank you. What an encouraging call.
Well, it wasn't that other lady.
Well, for a minute when he first called, I said, "Is your wife's name Misty Lee?"
Don't bring that up.
No, but he knew it was coming. Look, he just sat there and waited on it.
I had no way to block it.
What a great call, sir. Thank you. Very kind. Tell your wife we said hello and congratulations, and thank you for all the great memories.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll continue to do that throughout the show as we look back. What else are we going to do this week? We got to 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Intern Matt, what was your favorite thing you had for Thanksgiving?
My girlfriend made some gluten-free mac and cheese, and it was amazing. It was awesome.
Gluten-free mac and cheese.
Yeah, she's got celiac, so everywhere we go. So I'm basically on like a gluten-free diet.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna make fun of you for being gluten-free, but then that would just be mean and terrible. So I decided not to.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
You're an Alabama guy.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts about the game?
It was an amazing game. It was super fun to watch. It was like all the lead changes. It was amazing. I feel bad for that kicker, but I think the only thing I'm really upset about is all the penalties. That was really it.
You're not the guy doing death threats to the kicker?
No, I feel bad for him, honestly, but yeah.
Yeah, tough time right now.
Absolutely.
Speedy, you're holding that right now.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep it away from Bubba because Hamzy brought it for me.
About that right there. That is the coolest version of We Three Kings I've heard. Andrew, how about you playing with Mom and Dad right there? How'd that feel? We were just talking about your hair this past weekend.
Good. It makes me so happy to know that y'all two groups are spending time together. It's so great to have your family at work.
Worlds colliding.
Worlds colliding.
All right. See you guys.
Bye. See you. Bye, Chris. You're awesome. You're a great drummer.
All right. Please stop doing that.
I love Burrow changed his name.
Burrow.
That was funny. You should change your name, Greg.
I may do it.
What would you change your name to? Not playing off the go.
Just change my name?
Tigers thing, but
probably.
Just a heads up, at some point today, I'm gonna ask each one of y'all what the high point of your Thanksgiving break was and the low point of your Thanksgiving break, just to.
Oh, wait a minute. This is family show, right?
Just for a. Just for a.
Lot to be thankful for.
I gotta tell you, my.
okay. I don't know that I can
Rick,
take
I'm
my
recording
mind.
right now.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm recording right now.
Same little Thanksgiving buzz on that one. Kids were gone? Yeah. Hey, the girls gone yet?
All right, forget about it. Just forget about it, guys.
Look at that face. What face you got?
It looks like a big old cat.
What?
You know what I'm talking about? See you right here. How you doing? My name is Baby.
Are you busy the rest of the day?
Can't hear it. Can't hear it. Is there something going on? You can't hear it?
Why can't you hear it?
Because of that thing now? What's wrong with it? Is it making noise?
Hey, we working in here, you mind?
Is it making noise?
We're trying to do commercials, but I gotta tell you,
he's funny man until he gets hit. Oh, now.
See, not so mad anymore.
That thing hurt.
Hey, what was the best dish you guys had at Thanksgiving?
Best what?
Best dish.
Thing. Mine's easy. It's always the dressing. Always.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I love the most though? And this is weird. I like dressing better the next day. I like when I go into the fridge and there's the Tupperware and there's the dressing left in there. Bring it back out, heat it up, and that second day, that is always the best.
I had some fried okra that was pretty good. I love fried okra.
They didn't have that. The Pilgrims never had that.
Well, we added that.
Terry knocked it out of the park with her sweet potato casserole. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And how about this? She had to make it on the road too.
Wow.
I mean, I thought she traveled well.
Wow. My sister brought hers and it was fantastic too.
I don't do sweet potatoes.
You know why? Because the word sweet's in it.
Helms, what was your favorite dish this Thanksgiving?
I'm gonna go pecan pie.
Yeah.
If I can go dessert.
Had some right now.
And I had way too much of it.
Heat it up.
I
Use
even
chubs.
I even hid. I need
This
that.
is the new me now.
Every
That's
day
right.
counts. Every day counts.
Hey, you know how you never gonna lose weight is if you don't change something.
Can I say this? I even hid, like we had like 3 or 4 pieces left, and I hid it from the rest of the family. Yeah.
For yourself.
For myself.
Kids might want some, but I'm gonna keep it for myself.
Well, yeah, of course. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. Thank you for all the great phone calls and emails that we're getting as we wind our way down to Friday's big year-ender. And this year, the show-ender. Best of moments will be available everywhere, and also best of shows after that for the rest of the year. Right where you get them now. So Speedy and Greg will be hosting those as you can reminisce. Also, we updated from the store today. Only a few items remain in the Rick and Bubba store. If you want to grab those last memories, you can. The new CD is not available, completely sold out, but it will be coming to all the streaming services pretty soon. Greg, I know that you put your meter up when a guy called and said that he had been one caller off 3 times during the 8 days that we've done of the 12 working days of Christmas. Zach from email, and some of these researchers like Bubba's talking to me about, our historian, the things he knows, they amaze me. I was with Greg. I thought the guy was absolutely trying to be sharp, but I went back to Friday and I went back to day 1. Now think about that. There's been 8 days. How much research this guy did?
Yeah, I don't know.
He goes, and the guy really has been one call short 3 days. I documented. I found it.
Wow. So there you go, Greg.
Y'all give that documenting guy.
Crazy.
Well, Greg, I'm just telling you, he said it. I do. I'm not
He's
saying
been right about everything else.
All I can
we
say-
checked.
all I-
stuff.
all
We
I can-
checked.
I can't. All I can.
I
check-
could call and say anything as long as I sound confident.
I got you. I'm just reading the email.
He
I don't
works
know.
at NASA, but
Yeah,
Well,
no,
that
we're
doesn't
two
make
different
him
things here. This
not
is
make
just
stuff up.
We've got historian over here,
And they made up that whole moon thing.
This was just a. This is just an emailer that claims he did that. He's not the historian.
I thought
two different people.
thought that was
two different people.
The Dalai Lama there.
Yeah, no, two different people. Two different people.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, ours Bubba
If
called
y'all
him.
want to fall for it, that's fine.
Bubba called him on the one of the best bits before we even had. Those were still cassettes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dalai Lama.
Dalai Lama.
I love that moment.
Wasn't there one where y'all were talking about? They were talking about llamas, and y'all thought it was a real llama.
Yes.
That they were talking about.
I
Never
did.
know it's a person.
Yeah, I did. I didn't understand it. I thought, why does a person be called a llama? To make any
Why are they
sense.
making this big deal out of this llama?
And that was.
Do you remember my concern with the Dalai Lama?
Yeah. How can he be God if he has to wear glasses?
Yeah, I just
Bubba,
didn't
that's
think
that right there is really good.
Yeah, if I created a universe, I'm not going to be nearsighted.
No.
You know what? I'm going to fix that.
No
Be
way.
perfect.
No how. Well, the playoff. We talked about college football playoff. We've kind of been through that. You can revisit in the phone calls if you want to, but it's really this week about memories and hey, shutting her down.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, a lot of folks asking since Alabama was overlooked, SMU got their slot. A lot of people feel. The guys who give us Roll Tide Willie. Now, a lot of you were saying, let's hear from Nadmeyer today, but honestly, Nadmeyer did not want Alabama.
No,
to go.
he had them out before they lost that third one.
So he's not upset. He's upset with the season. Didn't even care that they beat Auburn.
Yeah.
Because he said, what accomplishment was that? So anyway, but
Man, that
Roll
was
Tide
correct.
Willie apparently was still hanging on to a new start.
That's right. It's got to be good.
With
Can we show
the
this?
Tide. Any language here?
Well, it's hard to tell, and
Okay.
I don't mean that. I don't mean
No,
that.
I get it.
Is he in a convenience store?
He's in a gas station that I feel like I've been in 100 times before. You know?
Yeah.
Like it feels that way.
And I will say, Chad's going to be the one recording, and they absolutely love this show. He said they listen all the time.
Now
Nice
I want you to
This
take
guy
it
is
back
so good.
if it's not there now, to him standing in front of the TV when the logo comes up.
Well, he cussed.
But we can't miss that moment. I mean, he's watching the TV, thinking that right now they're saying, "Hey, Willie, now here it comes," and he sees it.
Well, they
if
picked this
I need
location.
to pot it down, I will. But we have to see his reaction. He thinks he's going to see the Tide
Get in.
come up on the screen, and SMU comes up on the screen, and we have to have that reaction.
All right, I'll turn it down. I know where it is.
You
so
do?
I'll-
Am I clear?
you're good.
Okay, great. But we can't miss this moment.
So here he is.
Okay,
He's in
all
a
right.
gas station of some kind and watching it.
No, sure why?
Of course, got a cold beer.
Well, they needed something.
Got a cold one over in the koozie.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, here you go.
Here we go, Willie. Come on, Willie. Come on, Willie. Oh, we did not get in, Willie.
All right, and there he goes. Okay.
Look, he's
Didn't
punching.
get in the daggone playoffs, Willie.
Barefooted.
We out. They didn't do us right.
Well, we lost 3 games.
We still got to be in there. We
Well,
on the great.
you know, if we wouldn't have lost some games, though, that's what killed us. They killed us out.
That's week they got to go out there and play daytime football.
Every week they got to play
Every
time
week you
football.
gotta go out there and play.
And we didn't do it.
Walk around with your finger in the ear.
Damn, that sucks, don't it, Willie?
That sucks. And get
Sucks.
I don't know if they got problems. They can't get along with each other. I don't know what it is, but everybody needs to get everything straightened out.
That sucks, don't it, Willie?
That sucks. We could have been in there if they'd have went out there, played and lost to unranked teams.
That's right.
Alabama ain't never scored 3 points in a damn ball game.
That's why we ain't in.
That's the reason we ain't in. To Oklahoma. What ain't right, we should have whooped them like a whooped dog.
Golly.
Oh, you can't get
I'm
it.
sorry, I had to have that reaction to
Yeah,
see
no,
that
that's
screen.
fine.
That's fine. Like
What
when he
about
starts
he was punching?
When he starts punching the air, that's just great.
Golly.
Barefooted the whole time.
Yeah, everywhere.
What I like was watching him go through the emotion of it's wrong and it's really on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finally got back to that.
He finally got back to
He
being
wanted
mad
to
at
blame them, and he had to bring it home.
Yeah,
That's wisdom, you know.
Yeah, he finally wanted to blame the team.
Barefooted at the C-store.
Oh,
That's probably as a deep of kind of a moment I've seen Willie. At one point, he almost grabs himself
and starts thinking about what's wrong with the team. Are they not getting along?
Right.
I don't know what's going on there.
He looked for deeper answers.
Yeah, that was one of the deeper assessments of the team I've seen from Willie.
You're right.
You know it.
So, are they inner fighting? What's happening?
I mean, Willie's talking about inner fighting.
Yeah,
But,
I don't know what's going on.
Hey, that reaction, he thinks he's about to see the Tide logo on that screen, and that dang Bronco comes up, the Mustang.
There's one last section of this video. If you guys want.
Okay.
Ain't in. That's the reason we ain't in. To Oklahoma. What ain't right, we should have whooped them like a whooped dog.
You ain't happy.
I ain't happy. I'm mad as hell right now. I'm ready to bust something, but I can't. I'm in this store.
I'm in this store.
That's so real. That's so real. And he is. He's in the gas station.
He is.
And you know
which
what?
is
That's
an
a
odd place to watch the countdown.
Yeah,
you might want to get another TV.
Well, Greg, the reason why it's also where the coolers are.
That's true.
Yeah.
He knew it might be some devastating news.
I noticed he went with the tall boy.
Went ahead and buckled up in Goosey.
It's playoff time.
Yeah, Rick, that's a long wheelbase. Come on.
That's
We're getting serious. We got time for them 12 ounce.
Greg, the only thing better than a 12-ounce beer is a 24. You know, it is. Imagine the first person that walked in and said, "Hey, hear me out. What do you think about a bigger can?"
Yeah.
What are we gonna call it? How about a tall boy? Keep talking.
I like it. Tell me some more.
Keep talking. Hey, you know what the first thought would have been? How we keep it cold. Yeah. You know it's gonna get warm before we get down there.
Yeah, can you get to the bottom?
Right. So
I believe Willie can.
Well, if you think about it, think about this seriously. Have you ever heard one true beer drinker ever complain that the tall boy gets warm? That tells you know why it doesn't? Because they don't drink it that slow.
Yeah, it doesn't get warm.
You ain't never heard a beer drinker ever say, "Well, here's my problem with the tall boy."
Yeah, I can't get it drunk.
It gets warm before I get to the bottom of it. You ain't never heard that. You know what?
No.
Bama's out and Willie's upset.
Well, boy, is he.
Wow.
Well, they didn't get the job done.
That's your favorite, Greg. That's real.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I do.
Bama's out, but the SMU Mustangs are in.
They are. Galloping right on in there.
Galloping right in.
They do have tempo, though. I was watching the game of that. They ain't bad.
No. Top of the hour.
They ain't good as Alabama.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Being an adult, kids can't hide stuff.
That's true. I ate so much. I had two Thanksgivings. I had Adler Thanksgiving and then Golden Thanksgiving. And I got full at Adler Thanksgiving and then had to go to Golden Thanksgiving.
That's your wife's maiden name, Golden?
It is.
Well, golden years, cha cha cha. Golden years,
Hey, if we have a boy, Golden Adler.
Golden
Adler
There's
is
a
good.
receiver, Golden Tate.
I like
Golden Tate. There you go.
Of course, it's going to be a girl, but yeah.
It might be. I think it's going to be a girl. Aaron thinks it's a boy. Y'all, I'm so full at Adler Thanksgiving. I have to then go to Golden Thanksgiving. Have y'all ever been sore the next day from how full you are? That was
Stretched
me.
your stomach out to a place it's never been
like you
before.
feel sore, but in your guts.
Yeah.
That was me.
Hey, you better do something. You can be fat like him.
I'm a fat.
It was great. Being really funny. So you just gonna hold that all day?
Yeah, that'd be weird.
You texted me last night to bring it. I was in bed under the covers, watching the football
using
game. It's not true, Greg.
Ask our second favorite thing.
Second favorite. Okay, second favorite.
I hear people say things that's 100% wrong, and they just say it so fast. He goes, well, you know, on interception, I mean, Brown was all over me. It was not Brown. That was actually Big Cat. They came off the edge on the return out of the end zone. He came right off the edge. Wide open.
Caitlin sits next to Big Cat. I think I told you one of the classes. Pretty funny. Earlier in the year, though, this was a game he jumped 2 or 3 times.
He'll jump.
Yeah, and I said, hey, Caitlin, tell Big Cat to stay on side. She says, I said, hey, Big Cat, my dad wants you to stay on side. He goes, I know. I just want to get there so bad.
He'll jump just about a half a second.
I know it. I know it. There was a couple of times they timed snaps on both sides. I thought, my gosh, they're in the backfield. But you look at it on slow-mo, they're not, but it sure looks like it.
Family fans think they're right all the time, and they will always be right.
Well,
plain and simple.
Both fans do it. They're all, you're only going to...
They lose.
No, Greg, only Bama fans do that.
Only the Mavericks. Well, I'm really not going to throw that away, even though it hit the floor.
Greg!
I don't know where this came from, but I'm getting one on Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, got them old knots in your shoulder.
Oh,
Oh, in your
Love
scapula.
it. Hey, tear my shirt up.
What about this right here?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that email, by the way? That lady sent an email that said you got to be really careful where you put that on. You're not supposed to put it like on your heart.
What?
And on your carotid arteries, whatever those arteries are called. You know, old people especially, you don't put it on your carotid arteries or whatever that artery is, because they get build up, and then carotid artery. Thank you, carotid artery, and they can have plaque build up in there, and it'll go to their brain and kill them. So be careful.
Somebody should be in your wife's class here.
I'll move out of the way.
But he's sick. You can tell clearly. Look, he doesn't look good. He's got a fever. He's been coughing.
No, his mom said he had an appointment.
He had an appointment to have that fixed.
Do I have permission to do this, ma'am? Okay.
Make sure, don't put it on the neck.
I want to share the love here. Here we go.
Over here, just a second.
Where, over here?
Yeah.
I don't really think this is part of the golden ticket thing, normal. Yeah. Well, I mean, I want them to feel welcome. Well, I hate eating in front of them, and I hate massaging myself in front of them. Okay. With the massage gun. That sounded terrible. All right, buddy. Okay. All right. All right, buddy.
Flip it over, flip, 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 flip. Adler, I'm sure you know that one of the best things you can do for your brain is to juggle. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
It causes your brain to even grow and rewire things even when you're older. Did you know that?
Yep.
So this is pretty close to juggling just with one hand.
Yeah.
So it may not be as good, but it has to be good a little bit. It's better than eating a donut in there.
It is. It definitely is.
It doesn't burn a lot of calories, but I guess it burns some, don't you?
Yeah. Moving.
All right, going for this.
Oh! I feel like it's like shaking the air out of your lungs sometimes.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, they're nice.
Oh, yeah. You gotta kind of go around.
Don't tell me how to do it. Speedy, I told you not to smoke.
That's not funny.
Don't end up like me, Speedy.
Rick, what is your favorite Christmas song?
Oh. Merry Christmas. If you're looking for gift number 8, you've missed it. You've missed it. It already happened. Gift number 9 tomorrow on the Rick and Bubba Show. Reminiscing, memories galore, talking to people who have been part of the show. Bones just walked in. We'll chat with Bones this hour. He's sporting him a grandson. So there's Bones stopping by. Bubba, you said you thought Bones put on a little weight.
Yeah, I think he's broke 125 now.
About 125, 128. So 6'2". So just continuing. The gang's all here today. And we've enjoyed reminiscing and talking with you on the final week of the show. Bubba, this has been requested. There's certain things that we've been playing, and you know, I hate for Rick Humphrey, who's visiting with us, to leave before he hears Porky Pig singing Blue Christmas.
I know it's a favorite of his.
Yeah. So it's by request.
I'll have a blue Christmas without you.
Let's go, everybody.
It feels so blue. It just thinking about you.
There we go.
Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree. It won't be the same day.
Sing it, Porky.
If you're not here with me, and when those blue snowflakes start falling. That's when those blue memories start calling.
Everybody take it home.
You'll be doing all right with your Christmas up with white. But I'll ever be blue.
Somebody hand the pig a kazoo.
Oh, baby, I'll miss you.
Take it home, Porky.
You'll be doing all right with your Christmas up with white. But I'll ever be blue Christmas.
Porky Pig, there it is. La la, Porky Pig. Somebody asking on the text line, when were we on the radio in Nashville? We had some starts and stops, and then starts and stops. I watched finally the Aaron McNair Netflix documentary.
Yeah.
Horrible thing.
Yes.
But watching Coach Fisher walk through that 99 season with us there, and then seeing us on the sideline in that documentary was because as he walked through everything that was happening, I mean, we lived it. I mean, we were there. We were on in Nashville working with the Titans. So that's 99. So probably 99.
We were still on 94.5 when all that went on. So
it happened pretty quick too into the shows coming to Birmingham. It didn't take long.
Yeah.
And there was a time when they, and I think, I wonder where it is, Speedy. I don't know where that, Bubba's probably got it somewhere because he keeps archives in so many different ways. But there was a TV station, I think it was Brenda LeDunn, might have been the anchor. They did a day in the life of Rick and Bubba.
Right.
Do you remember that?
Right. Yes.
And so, so we actually went to shoot the Marvins. Remember the Marvins commercials? And we used to do those. They went to a shoot where we were shooting. They did the show, then we shot Marvin's commercials, and then we caught a plane to Nashville, landed in Nashville, got up, did the show from Nashville, and then whatever promotion we needed to do and there. So probably 99 was our first year in Nashville, I think. That year of the Titans, maybe 98.
Yeah, maybe a year ahead of that.
Yeah, so, somewhere in there. And then we were taken off. Then we got
moved around.
Then we came back for a short
again.
time. So it's been a sputtering relationship between us and the Music City. But some great memories. Some really good memories.
Oh, yeah.
Including being there for the Music City Miracle and catching punts at halftime.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
And all
so cold and so windy.
Yeah.
So windy.
And everybody got booed when they missed the punt. Because the crowd got something. I don't remember what it was, but
it seemed like it tied to pizza somehow.
Yeah,
but
I want to say that too. And I thought, man, we don't want to miss this because we're going to get booed. And I was so glad to catch. And they put that big helmet on you with a big face mask on it. You could hardly see.
Yeah.
And we'd seen people get hit in the head all year, get knocked down, ball fly over their head. And I thought, there's no way I'm going to miss this. And I did all I could. And I was so happy when I caught it, I started running down the field.
Yes.
And that's when T-Rack came out. And I did a little juke on him.
Yes.
And I know that's hard to believe now, but
I
did.
No.
And
you couldn't really see it because we were so bundled up.
And
then
when you did it, and I know the pressure was on you because you thought if Bubba catches it, I cannot.
Oh, I can't drop it now. I mean, what a terrible ride back to Bama.
And you caught it, and then you went down the field and you tried to juke T-Rack, but your juke was kind of like
a little more straightforward.
Yeah, it kind of went forward, and you kind of ran over him, knocked his head off, and the children were all in a full panic because T-Rack was laying about the 3-yard line. His head was rolling around in the end zone.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Break down.
And shortly thereafter, you guys were not on in Nashville?
That's correct.
It's amazing. Funny how that works.
See, doesn't Rick Humphrey, promoter, doesn't it make you feel better to know you were not alone? Many people struggled doing promotions with us. You weren't the only one.
Oh, yeah. It was a struggle.
Also,
but it's just
like going to a party.
Containment. I mean, sometimes the good ideas, yeah, we could do that. And we could do this. And then nothing that we talked about happens. That is radio.
Yeah.
That is radio.
What was funny was there's so many Titan memories of Nashville.
I remember that ball in the air, though. They had a punt machine that punted it out, and it would spiral it and turn it over. And it was windy, and they put that big and I thought, man, I have got to catch this thing one way or the other.
But see,
it seemed like it hung up there 30 seconds.
Don't miss, this was the first ever playoff game ever in Nashville.
Yeah.
Nobody was there.
Jam-packed.
I mean, hanging from the rafters.
And then
here's the Buffalo Bills.
And then catching it, of course, for us was not enough. Then we take off running, and now the crowd begins to go, they're going to try to score. and then the crowd starts getting into it, and we're running right into an end zone. I mean, how many times you get to score in the NFL?
So and Rick,
let's not forget, I'm on the wireless.
I don't think I saw anybody catch it all year. When every time we'd go, they'd get hit in the head, it'd fly over them, or they'd be scared of it. You know what I mean? It was all kind of.
So they knew who you guys were. They put you guys out there at halftime. This is NFL.
Let me tell you how they know.
The Music City Miracle halftime.
So that's that game. Don't forget how they know.
Some people
ladies
say
and gentlemen,
that our halftime performance fired the Titans up. But I don't know if that's
somebody
true
said,
or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the field at Adelphia, Rick and Bubba. And then he does the whole, if they catch the punt, everybody gets some coupon for a pizza. If they miss it, you get nothing. And Speedy's on the wireless mic.
Yeah, I was on the wireless mic, and just like going to somebody's house and tearing it up and then leaving, and then you got to live there and clean it up. I worked with the game day people all the time, being on the wireless mic. And so they do all that and then leave, and then here I am. So they just ran over.
That wasn't the first time that happened in your career, or the last time.
No.
You cleaned up a lot of messes.
Yeah, don't miss. Speedy had every home game.
Yeah.
We came every now and then.
Yeah.
And, and here he brings his drunk uncles in. They catch a couple of punts, run over the mascot, then spike the ball and leave.
Yeah. I had a boss. It sounds familiar. I had a boss one time that told me that he supervises like a seagull. He comes in, squawks, circles around, poops on everything, and leaves. That's what you guys did.
Everybody
That's what y'all did. They think it's hilarious.
So, Rick, what was even funnier, we're on the sidelines. It's this real close game, back to back. I mean, it's just back and forth. And the Bills score with almost no time left. And we think, well, this is over.
Oh, everybody's playing next year. Good first season, everybody.
I remember us debating, do we just want to go on the car now and beat the crowd? And we're like, let's just stay. And then we had that play like and he runs right in front of us. I mean, just right in front of us.
Yeah. Wow. And so it was that thing where you're on the way home and everybody's calling you and texting you saying, y'all were on the ESPN. Because we were out there on the field with them. Bubba's holding Jeff Fisher in his arms. I'm with McNair jumping up and down.
Listen, Rick, I'm jumping up and down. And everybody, it's just such mania. You lose where you are.
Right.
Yeah.
And at one point I look and I've got Coach Fisher in my arms jumping, and we're out past the 30-yard line.
Yeah. Bubba, do you remember when White Hat went and looked at the replay?
Oh,
you and I were standing beside each other.
I said, I'm going to go over here and stand next to the monitor. I'll be on TV.
And he comes back out and says that Frank Wycheck's pass, it didn't go forward, and it's legit, and it stands, and people went crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Another one, Rick, you'll love, and then we'll go to break. So Greg got to go some games with us. So there was always this hassle on the sideline about your pass. Is it the right pass?
I know you can relate to that.
You can stand here. You can't stand there.
Yeah, they were over the top.
They were over the top. Well, as they're dealing with us, asking if we had the right pass to stand where we were standing. For the 10th time, a guy dressed as Santa Claus runs into the Baltimore Ravens defense.
He bolts
in there. Greg with the line of the day to NFL security. Hey, why don't y'all worry a little less about us and our kids and maybe stop Chris Kringle?
Because he's at the 50. We're over here by the wall.
Because, see, it being a playoff game, it wasn't just the Titans security. The NFL executives were there as well. And so they're walking the sideline.
That is great.
Yeah, somebody's asking what the documentary is called. I think it's called Air McNair.
I remember after they scored, Thurman telling the crowd to be quiet. You remember that?
Absolutely.
Guys, I've enjoyed it.
Rick, thank you, brother.
Rick, what is your favorite Christmas song?
Oh, my.
Favorite Christmas song?
Probably the one, honestly, that I like to hear every single year is Kevin Derryberry's version of Away in the Manger.
Stay by my cradle.
My favorite new one is Noel by Lauren Daigle, which is fantastic. My favorite classic that I like to hear that everybody is kind of traditional is I love to hear Bing Crosby singing White Christmas.
Favorite, what was his 3 categories? Overall favorite, favorite new, favorite old.
I think my overall favorite is Kitty in the Window.
How much is that
Kitty
in the window?
Yeah.
Anything with Bing Crosby.
That's your classic.
Anything off that album where he's got the Santa hat on is what I grew up with. I love that.
And then your favorite new.
Christmas in Dixie, Alabama's a good one.
Christmas in Dixie.
Helmsy, your 3 favorite songs. We got overall, new, old. New, old, overall.
Is the Siberian Orchestra count for new? And then you wanted what favorite? I guess anything Bing Crosby or Mariah Carey.
I gotta admit, I rocked that Mariah Carey song. Favorite Christmas songs? New, old, overall. 3 categories.
Please Come Home for Christmas, the Eagles.
Is your...
That is
that new?
No, that's old. That's old.
Bells will be ringing.
Okay.
And then Nat King Cole, Oh Holy Night.
Okay.
That's probably my overall favorite because my granddad's favorite was Oh Holy Night.
That's good stuff, buddy.
And what's Bruce Springsteen's?
His is Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yeah, whenever I hear that, for some reason I get festive. I don't know why. It's just like
time.
that's But yeah, those are, I guess, are my
it takes you back to your frat days, I think, is what it. Bruce Springsteen. Favorite new, favorite old, and favorite overall Christmas songs. Go.
New?
Yeah.
I don't know any new ones.
I mean,
Twisted Christmas by Twisted Sister. Have you seen that?
Oh, that counts.
That. Old, I guess the old Bing Crosby, White Christmas, Johnny Mathis, Chestnuts.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
And then overall,
your
favorite Christmas song ever.
It's the Eagles. Bells will be ringing.
Bells will be ringing.
This just in, the Grinch has a favorite Christmas song.
Hey, let me tell you what we are going to have. This is a no Christmas shoes zone. No Christmas shoes. Christmas shoes, no.
Sir, I want to buy these shoes for my mama, please.
I mean, give the kid the money. I've driven around with
Give the kid the lay that money down.
Didn't we have them here? The kid comes in. We did. The kid's mama, who's dying, needs shoes to be buried in to meet Jesus in. Give the kid the money. Why do we make him get his change out and put it up on the counter? Hand the kid the money he needs for his mama's shoes. My goodness, what are we waiting so long for? Give the kid the money.
You try to. Why would you say it like that?
Oh my goodness. I can't use any of this.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba memories from you, the audience, from various people that have worked with the show over the years. Next, Bubba, we'll focus on Bones. Bones, how much you weigh now?
175.
You don't weigh 175.
Come on now.
I was just at the doctor last week.
If you got lead in your pocket.
Let me tell you something. I believe that about as much as I believe Saturday at the farm, Gary, the Spurmaster Vines, the following statement. Hey, I like your shirt in here. I said, well, what size you wear? Well, extra large. I said, extra large?
Rick.
Have you what? So I don't think you weigh 170.
Well, that's what the doctor said.
Okay.
I mean,
you're pretty tall, though. How tall are you?
6'2".
Yeah. So maybe
6'2".
So
ish.
Now we actually had an email here recently about. It was in the Rick and Bubba University podcast, which by the way is out. The last one's out over the weekend. Letters from the audience, and asked about stalkers. In our experience with stalkers, and you're one of our stalker success stories, where you were.
Is that what you're calling it?
Well, you remember the question Bubba asked you? Remember the question Bubba asked you as we were sitting there?
Well,
okay.
Okay, so it's April Fool's Day, 2001. We're sitting in Applebee's watching the Rick and Bubba restaurant being built.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And my so-called interview.
Right.
And I thought that was you that asked that question.
Was it one of us asked the question? I can't remember. I thought it was Bubba.
I want to say Bubba gave me the rundown. All the right questions. Hey, what have you done? What's your qualifications? All that. Do you have a CDL?
Right.
And you asked, I wanted to say.
There's Bones' grandson.
I want to say it was you.
Uh-huh.
The only question you asked repeatedly is, you're not a stalker, are you?
Okay. Okay. I knew that took place in that interview. I don't remember which one of us said.
Okay, so there is background to that.
That's funny.
Bubba had said one time, hey, if somebody he was the one driving Mavva at the time.
Right. You drove Mavva?
Yeah, many times.
When it was first built, and he was tired of being in that truck. So he's like, hey, anybody want to drive this truck?
I get so quick, doesn't it?
Anybody want to drive his truck? Just let me know.
Yeah.
So I emailed him, didn't hear. 2 days went by, emailed him again, didn't hear. 3 days went by, emailed him again, didn't hear. So over the course of about a week, I emailed him 20 times.
Right.
I said
sounds about right.
I said either tell me I got the job.
That's high number.
And I'll leave you alone, or tell me I didn't get the job and I'll leave you alone. But one way or the other, tell me something.
That sounds a little bit like a stalker. I'm sorry.
I'm persistent.
You are. As stalkers
He
are.
wouldn't answer me.
Right.
All I was asking for an answer.
Right.
So, and I got it.
Yeah. And
an interview.
Did you ever regret it? Because Bubba and I, sometimes one of the ways that people ask for something, we'll give it to them 2 spoonfuls.
Yeah. Have I ever regret? Yes, I've quit 100 times.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So we put you to work, didn't we?
Yeah.
Now, what's this thing we used to cook breakfast for us? I don't remember that.
See,
are you serious?
I don't remember.
This is what's a little
How
concerning.
can you forget a good breakfast?
I've had so many. I've had so many.
I mean, Red Velvet Lounge, I cooked it in that little kitchen, me and Orange Galooly.
No.
Oh,
She
wow.
just
pancakes.
you tripped the
I've
breaker
cooked-
a bunch of times.
I've cooked breakfast for Bo Bice.
James Gregory for sure.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I see it. So at one time we actually had it prepared every day.
Richard
Somebody
Simmons.
cooked
Well,
it.
it just
I did it every Friday.
It was
Okay.
harem scarum, just whatever.
Every Friday?
we-
But what's so funny is that the little break room he was in, it didn't have any vents or
So it was
anything.
just smoke.
So whenever he would make bacon, it would smell the entire building up.
Yeah, but,
and
but when
it-
something smells like bacon, who cares?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
The next
The
floor
technical
knew.
operations center smelled great.
Yeah, the floor above us, they knew
The
that
fire
we had
marshal
something going
probably
on.
wasn't big on it.
If it tells you anything, when y'all were on Turner South was like, they could smell it over there.
Funny.
And they paid me to come while the show's live. I had to get up at like 2 o'clock in the morning
On
to go to
location,
Atlanta.
yeah.
I had to cook them breakfast in Atlanta in their offices.
Do you remember that?
While the show was on?
Do you remember that at all? Mama, does that ring a bell with you? So where did he cook at the Red Velvet Lounge?
And we showed it. I mean, Adler showed this video not too long ago. But the Red Velvet Lounge, the way you were facing.
Yeah.
And through the glass, Christopher Columbus in the TV room.
Right.
Yeah. You start to go down the hall. The very first room on the left.
The green room?
No, that's one. That's the second.
Okay.
The first, come back.
Okay.
And it had an exit too. There was a door you could come in and out of, and we had a little table there, and it was a countertop of some kind.
I
and
cooked with,
I don't remember that at
with
all.
the little cooktop.
I got no memory of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, all these
you're getting old.
all these breakfasts, they just blend together.
There it is. He's walking through it right now. Go back. Could you pull it back?
There's you with Richard.
Can you pull it back? That's
got
not what
him.
we're doing. Let's go. We're
Not
talking
that
about where the
again.
break. Right there.
No
That's
wonder.
you don't remember that, Rick?
No
Right
wonder
there.
he was so
No,
aggressive with
right
Speedy.
there.
Look how Speedy was handling him
Yeah.
going through
Guys,
the
No, I don't.
This is
What's
this
on
is where y'all go
Speedy's
too
ear?
far.
I don't remember that. I don't
Y'all
remember.
go too far. I'm hot for Richard now.
No. No, I was just saying that.
I mean, good
what I'm
night.
saying is
I'm
you
just walking him
no,
in.
you sent mixed signals. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
So don't you hear us?
He
Don't
read
hear
the
us saying
signals
something
incorrect.
Don't hear us saying something we're not saying.
Yeah.
He was stepping lightly.
Right.
But so
How you can't be responsible for how he received it.
No.
I mean, people-
I might have grabbed his shoulder because he wanted to stop and eat that
Look,
bacon.
He really
I
had
can't
a
picture
good,
me eating
He had
he
some
really had a
sausage
good grip
too in
on
there.
his shoulder going.
Had
It's
some
not like your
eggs.
face
for nothing.
Seriously, he liked all that. And I was like, no, you keep going straight there. Don't stop for that.
all right. So you did. I will just say. So were you driving when you cooked the breakfast, or was that our first introduction to you?
What do you mean?
Did you
no,
cook
no,
or
I was
drive?
driving.
driving.
Rick, if you just
and-
mentally block
So
out both
the first
existence-
start is the driving.
You normally
Yes.
remember things.
Yes,
a little
I
bit.
drove MAPA, but I was bored because there wasn't enough to do. So I had my own business.
Okay.
And I would take Friday mornings off.
And we miss that business now a lot of
Yes,
days.
we
And
do.
I would, yes, I had a record business, and I would come in on Fridays mornings and cook, and then go to work.
I just knew anywhere in the country that I broke down bones who could
I
get
know
me.
it felt so safe.
Absolutely.
It felt the number of times
it was
you
better than AAA.
the number of times you helped our wives when they were
And
stranded.
you know, the worst one I ever
helped
did was
us,
Rick,
kids,
not you.
Kids.
When he had too much van.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And he hit too much curb.
That's right. I remember that.
And didn't have too much
You
time.
don't forget.
Too
I
much
also ran over Ryan Greenwood's mailbox. So
Yeah.
that van was a menace.
I was in it when you did that.
Yeah, that
I mean,
van was
you
a menace.
cleaned it out.
It was
bud.
way too much van.
So Bones also he behind the scenes helps set up for road shows and Regions show and all that. He's the go-to for that. We'd haul stuff around, and then at some
he was
point,
a hoss, man.
then at some point we just retired the truck from traveling, so we'd transport it
pickup truck.
over to our pickup trucks.
All right. He's somebody saying, Rick, y'all used to talk about Bones making breakfast on the radio. Well, I'm sure we did if it was happening.
Concerning
Bones, you were
how did you
awesome,
block
man.
that out? I don't understand.
Look about how many things I do remember.
Well,
Give me
Bones
some.
had that,
That's not how you
he had that
judge.
servant heart, man. He made it happen.
He did.
You know?
Yeah. On location shows with Bones. We'll come back and talk with some of his experiences right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ed, you got a pretty full day. You got Marines coming at 6:30. You got Buffalo Wild Wings coming, bringing food. So it'll be a packed day.
Those gimmicks will win you big games every once in a while, but they don't win you national championships.
No.
They don't.
Look, Gus called a good game, but that's
And
not
he
the
did.
only game actually that he's called.
And for some reason, he's been able to beat Alabama and Saban 3 times at Auburn. I get that. It's confusing to me, but gimmicks that he does, they don't win championships.
That's
They
right.
don't.
You know what? To me, that he beats out, that don't erase any of the other to me. It don't. But, you know, is that all you play for?
Right,
You know?
exactly.
I guess it is.
Wait. Alabama's not fired up about their bowl?
Wait a minute. You mean the Outback Bowl? Don't have them fired up? Well, let me tell you something. When you're Alabama, if you're not in the Final Four, you are very disappointed because well, they've been to every one of them. You know, I don't blame them. That'd be kind of
Here's the thing, we want to expand the playoffs. Make the Power 5 conference champions automatic berths. That makes the conference very important. It makes the conference championships very important. That way, if you win, no matter your record, you're going. And then have 3 at-large, and they can clean up what the the committee has missed, or what the playoff of the championships have missed. I call that 5 plus 3. Like we've always said, we used to argue about who number 2 was.
Yeah.
And now we're arguing about who number 4 is, which is better. If we were arguing about number 8, that pretty much, your margin of error has corrected itself.
We grew up with BCS and this were much better than that crap we had to deal with. When you were tied to your certain bowl, and your conference was tied to a certain bowl.
Always subject to ties, which was ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're going to have 2 national title champions.
I amazed Betty yesterday how I had to leave, pick her up at her work to the minute. Then I got us to the viewing to the minute. I had the car gassed when I picked her up. I had her a drink waiting on her in the car. I mean, I just wanted to prove it could be done.
Hey, Natalie.
What's up? How are you?
Good.
Big, bright, early morning.
That's right. That's the nicest convict I've ever seen.
He's very nice.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen Flavor Flav, and I don't know when.
I love MREs because I'm a prepper. Like I don't have my whole house full of it, but I like to have one box that has gas mask, Geiger counter, MREs, roll of toilet paper, water, the essentials, Pop-Tarts.
While ago, and I heard a song that he did.
Rick and Bubba Show, this is Greg. How's it going?
I was wondering.
What's going on, Greg? Doing great, just chilling out.
Greg's MRE heated up. That's a
MRE.
meal ready to eat. There's spaghetti with beef.
Spaghetti with beef.
One more time.
All in a little packet.
Multi-grain snack bread, peanut butter, a chocolate chip toaster pastry, also known as a Pop-Tart.
Oh, a Pop-Tart.
That's it. All right, this is our heater right here. This is how we're going to heat it up.
Science. This is all science.
All right, so you have to put water in there to activate the heater.
You normally don't have a sink out there when you're doing this.
No, all right, get out of a canteen.
There you go.
All right, I like to give mine a little shake.
Oh, little chemical reaction about to happen.
Get the MRE down in there before it starts getting hot.
Yeah.
And so that's all it takes.
Yep.
Wow. Look at it. How long does it sit?
About 10 minutes.
And then you tear the pack open, she's ready to roll.
It is getting hot.
Yeah.
Oh my! It's like hot hand.
It puts some.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're visiting with many folks throughout the week, the final week of the show. So, we've been chatting with former interns, Rick Humphrey of Talladega Super Speedway, going to all of our Talladega memories today on the program. Bones is here now. Bones was talking. Bones, if we had a location show, either on TV, radio, both, the combinations of it all over the years, you had to be on the ground with Speedy trying to get everything ready. I'll just ask you, what are some of your memories of the Rick and Bubba Show? Some of your more memorable on locations?
Yeah, maybe positive memories.
Yeah,
maybe
good.
we should say that.
Well, I forget which game we went to. We were in Nashville doing a live show, and we got to go to a football game.
Did you enjoy that?
I did.
And you're not a huge football fan?
On the sidelines.
Yeah.
Did you hear him pop?
But where else could you go? I like being a fly on the wall. I like being behind the scenes. You've always asked me to do more in front, and I'm not comfortable in front. I'm not comfortable sitting right here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm doing it.
No, but I'm okay with it. But yeah. I want to be the best behind the scenes there is.
So, Bones is also very much involved. He's the road manager for themanchurch.com. So the first time I experienced this phenomenon, because I just thought he had a servant's heart, we talked about and all that. Mm-hmm. So, you get there. Normally, if you're there, they have seats down front.
Yeah.
Sit down front. Here's how the songs go. After this song, you're up. And I kept noticing that Bones wouldn't do it. He was in the back. Mm-hmm. And I was like, Bones, they have a seat for you up here. And what did you tell me?
I don't like sitting on the front row.
He said, I can't come up here. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, it just makes me uncomfortable. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And of course, what's happened over the years?
I sit on the front.
Yes, you
moved him right up there.
We overcame it.
Well, I mean, we did. I mean, you got to face your fears.
Right. Yeah, just like this one.
See, that sounds little to y'all, but when I'm a back row guy, I'm not used to being in front of, say, per a camera or per visibility. I'll be the best behind the scenes guy you'll ever see.
Well, and I think that's so one of the things that we've always loved about you is, there's people that are behind the scenes but they desire not to be. You're behind the scenes because you want to be, and you have a servant's heart, and you love being able to help people out and be in the background. And you have been such a blessing to the show on so many levels, and continue to be a blessing to the things that
people ask me. They actually do ask me. They go, "What is your job?" And I said, "My only job is to make everybody else's job easier."
Yeah,
that's it.
That's a good job to have.
Yeah, it is. So you've been.
If I do my job right. Say, if we're talking about man church, if I do my job right, all you got to do is show up.
Right. And well, let me tell you what I love is there's been times where we had something planned. And of course, we all get on airplanes and fly, and we needed the mobile assault broadcast vehicle to be there. Mm-hmm. And Bones, you would just get behind the wheel and off we go. You've driven that thing all over the place.
Bubba, you were in the Jacksonville Christmas parade? Mm-hmm. I saw that picture and I went, I've ridden that route many times.
Oh, yeah.
By myself in the truck.
Yeah, I remember like we would do shows from the beach, and of course you had to drive that thing to the beach.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
And then you had to drive it to places that we were. It's just crazy. Yeah.
And so it's truck alert.
You did very slow.
We're not going to talk about the tag.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Yes, Tyler still talks about that to this day.
You got pulled over.
Yeah.
The revenue people aren't very nice.
Yeah.
No, they don't care who you are.
Did you get it going to the beach? Was it on the beach?
We were going to Gulf Shores, I believe.
Right. Got pulled over.
And so I'm riding down the road, and I'm looking forward in this big old box truck, and my wife is following me in our car, so we'll have a car when we get down there. And she calls me on the phone. I'm like, why are you calling me? You're right behind me. Hello? You going to stop? Look in that rearview mirror and I went, wow, there's blue lights behind me. I don't know how long I went with him back there.
Right. No telling.
You'll make a run for it in the big yellow Ricky Bubba truck.
Either he's fixing to give me a ticket or arrest me.
So did he think our tag was not up to date? Or?
It was not up to date.
Okay.
It was like a pickup. I don't remember. It's like a pickup truck tag, and we were supposed to have an X1 or something like that.
All right. Well, paperwork.
There's a little technicality.
But he didn't care. I threw the names out there. He saw it on the truck, and I was like, "You're on the air right now," and didn't matter.
No, didn't work.
Yeah, I don't think you had to tell him.
Not a fan.
Since there was life-size pictures of us on the
yes,
side.
I know. I was doing anything I can.
Right.
Like if you'll turn, I'm sitting in his car going, if you'll turn it on this channel, they're talking about you.
Oh yeah.
Not a big fan.
No, just follow me down to the city dump, and we're going to put you on the scales down there.
Oh.
So, well, okay then. He's serious.
How'd we
mess your schedule?
How'd we do on the scales? Because I know you didn't.
Well, the tag was for like 11,000, and we weighed out at like 16.2.
Okay, well, you know.
Yeah, that will get you a ticket.
Well, that's a big.
Well, we're 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, I mean,
was that the one, Bones, where we would go to the tag office and they would tell us we needed one tag,
and it was something totally different.
And then the state troopers would always tell us we needed another tag.
They couldn't get together on it.
And they're like, "You got to get to," and I'm like, "I can only get the tag that this lady gives me. I can't jump over the counter
you're wrong.
and force her to give me a tag."
Right.
I said, "Can't y'all talk and just
won't y'all call
we'll
each
get
other?
the tag. We'll pay. Y'all tell us what to get."
Yeah.
Yeah, it was exciting. Tyler got to talk on the air while I was in the police car. Y'all talked to him.
Well, that's true.
You can't miss that moment.
Turkey tosses, turkey tosses.
So many.
The frigid. We declared that it was at Nashville, the coldest one we've ever done.
Nashville and Huntsville were both extremely cold.
You think Huntsville was more cold?
Nashville was where? At the stadium?
Yeah.
Right there on the water.
No, it was cold. Huntsville. It was Huntsville. 30 miles an hour wind at 30 degrees.
It was cold.
It was colder than that. I think it's
so
about
cold.
20 something.
Oh,
because my soft drink froze like a brick.
That wind will get it down.
By the way, people are saying that you look a little bit like Andy Griffith.
Andy Griffith?
Oh, really?
It's the guy on the show that sells the Confederate
I'd
bonds.
go more with Barney.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, he does look like that character on Andy Griffith. Yeah.
The only thing that I remember about Nashville is the microphones and the headphones quit working because they were froze. Because I think it was a single-digit day with the wind blowing that day. and we had to carry them to a car that was running to try to warm them up during the break. And they'd get them just really, really warm, and then bring them back and put them on, and they'd be freezing cold. By the end of the break, it just didn't make a good sound anymore.
No, it's well, and you kept the Mobile Assault broadcast vehicle running. Are you?
Yep.
Or somebody's asking on text, whatever happened to the Funmobile? Where is it? At one time,
I first started,
you had ownership of it.
It was in the parking lot, and the radio station's like, get rid of this. So I took it to my record yard, and it sat in storage for 3 or 4 years.
You have any idea where it is? Is it scrapped?
No, we scrapped it after about 3 or 4 years, and I wanted to make sure nobody had that last minute of, hey, what'd you do with that van?
Yeah. Right.
So I kept it 3 or 4 years, and probably it had a light bar on it. Probably pulled the light bar off, and we just took it.
What about the big speakers on top?
Yeah,
the big horns.
Oh, they're
we put those on the Mobile Assault broadcast vehicle, didn't we?
Yeah,
we
did move. We did move them to underneath that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave stuff on a truck.
Yes.
Well,
what was it? All clear.
It's all clear, baby.
There's nothing back there that y'all want. Really?
There's a lot of stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen you declare.
I think we wanted was the key word.
Yeah.
there.
Well, the good news is Bubba got the racks back.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I know he's excited.
Yeah.
Bones, there was so much.
Looking
stuff
back, you wish you had just kept Bones all clear, don't you?
Yeah, just stay clear.
Right.
My thought was that somebody, at least before me, had given it a kind of a once-over.
Right.
And I was just
You don't want to fool
okay,
with it.
I see this stuff. I see the big speakers. They've been in here for 15 years. They're probably not worth anything.
Right. Well, in all fairness, I mean, you kind of rushed us a little bit. We only had 15 years to change.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Right. It's,
but boy, 15 years to go by in a hurry.
Boy, I'm expecting a phone call any day going, where's the generators?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It was. It was just like we said. It was time. And do you feel good to know it's serving still?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Because it was kind of like your baby.
Oh, it was. I called it my truck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
until it wasn't.
Right.
And it would sit there so long that we wouldn't go out and crank it like he asked us to keep the battery charged.
Yeah.
So you'd come and
it served its purpose.
Yeah, it had a good lift gate on it. Of course, that lift gate was awesome.
Yeah. We'd have to erase all the vulgar stuff they put in the dirt on the side of it.
Yeah. People's drawing is very
it's unreal. It's like them people that spray paint trains, I guess.
You think to yourself when you see that kind of artwork, it's that hard realization. Not everybody a fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like not. There's people that love the show, but it's not everybody. You know what I mean? There's people that don't. You know.
Oh wow!
And they're great artists.
Yeah. So detailed.
Yeah, really. Index finger and dust. That'll really draw some stuff out.
We'll come back. We'll hit anything that was left on the table today. We do have one video we want to see. Your phone calls too, 629 We Be Big, and we'll wrap the hour up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Put some steam out too.
Look at that.
That is hot. Like that is seriously very hot. The bottom of it is real hot.
Yeah, she's heating that baby up. When the world turns upside down, this is what we'll eat.
I like to heat the peanut butter
Like
up
when
too.
you're shaking it up.
Oh yeah.
He does. He puts peanut butter in the microwave.
I mean, this right here is so thick you can't even swallow it. Dehydrated cranberries like raisins. This is sweet snack bread with blackberry jam. And then there's a chocolate chip Pop-Tart and throw it in there, which I warmed it up with the MRE heater, so it's all melted and gooey and ready to go.
This here, I took the cocoa, the peanut butter.
Warmed the peanut butter up, made like a fudge with the cocoa with a little bit of water, and then added a little bit of creamer and sugar.
Reese cup.
Does it really taste like a
Yes.
Reese cup? Nice.
All right, here we go, Adam. Check it out.
All right, save one bite from you, Greg. Jeez.
Okay, I'm gonna come off this end here.
It looks normal.
All right, good.
Yeah,
That
is
right
there
there
a
is
date
good.
on those? Is there a date on those at all?
I don't think so.
Nice beer, born on.
I think it's on.
Oh yeah.
That's really good.
That's excellent. And that'll stay good for like years.
Oh yeah, years. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try a military Pop-Tart. That Pop-Tart's good. I'm gonna try some of these cranberries. Cranberries are excellent. They taste like cranberries.
No s'mores.
Cranberries taste like cranberries. The snozberries taste like snozberries.
That's right, man. Greg, did you know that this guy right here tried to walk on at Alabama?
Obviously, he didn't make
What were you center, or were you center or a running back?
Quarterback? No, Adler. Actually,
Quarterback.
making a kicking motion.
Oh.
So I tried out as a kicker.
Oh, okay. So you showed up to the stadium, or is it on a practice field?
It was on the practice football field at the Mount Moore facility. There was about 8 guys out there. The coaches didn't give jack crap.
Nobody cared.
My name. It's obviously showing nowadays. So.
Oh. You said that there was a recruit there.
There was a recruit. He was the #1 kicker in the nation, and he wasn't trying out. He was just watching. But they were showing him a lot more attention than they were showing us.
Would you have made that kick Saturday?
I would 100% made that kick. See, I played soccer.
Greg.
I played soccer for my entire life, and I'm pride myself in being able to aim well.
But
so,
what about with 90,000 people screaming and your face on the jumbotron right there at you? Been a little different than.
It would have been a little different, but I have full confidence I would have made a 30-yard field goal for sure, 100%.
Okay, let's try it.
All right.
No, just throw it.
Throw it. So this shows that I can kick a 30-yard field goal.
Yeah, right. Or you can come up a little closer if you'd like. Okay.
Oh!
Can't make that. Okay. Let's try it again. Try it again.
That was 4 people.
Right there. Go from
90,000.
Going from right
You
there.
are soccer.
Right there. Yeah.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay.
He missed again.
Let's go represent these people.
Pressure.
Bubba, stand right behind him and just scream at him real quick.
Okay, scream at him.
Oh, dadgummit.
Composure. It's all about composure.
It's all about composure, buddy. Good.
We got a very bizarre Christmas thing out here. I don't know what it is. Guys, what is this? This is weird. There's no way this was sanctioned by the builders.
I'm sorry.
Look at the snowflakes everywhere.
I am fully convinced that someone set up an engagement. And this is where they did it.
All right, so
and you had the ring in the mailbox. He brought them here. He set all this up.
He had this ugly tree for it to show how much you love it.
No. That's one of those things they watched together.
You know what? Greg is a blockhead, but he did pick out a nice Christmas tree. Guys, who throws all this everywhere?
It's like when I come to work in the mornings, I feel like homeless people have had a Christmas party overnight or something.
But we just came to work right outside our office entrance, where there's supposed to be benches, is this, and we don't know where it came from or who did it. So we're now. But I got to tell you this: if people are this festive that probably weren't even supposed to do this, it's a shame our Christmas tree's not up. Our Christmas tree's not up, and it's a shame.
We need it up. I'll put it up today, Rick. I'll put the tree up today.
Adler, will you put the tree up today?
Yes.
Because 12 working days of Christmas are starting tomorrow. We can't do without a tree.
I think someone from the golden ticket seats met, and this was the engagement, and somebody set this up, and they got down on one knee, and they asked somebody to marry them.
Why are you getting marriage out of this?
I just am.
Yeah.
It works. It works.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 1 segment and 4 shows remain. We'll get some of your phone calls in here. 629, we be big. We'll try to get a lot of phone calls in this week, and we've definitely done that today, which is good. All right, so from the videos, one video we haven't watched is, we did the college football playoff update today. But over the weekend, there was a field goal for Clemson winning the ACC, right?
Yeah, well, I stayed up late watching this game. Clemson jumped out to a big lead. SMU come back, and then they actually had the lead and kicked off, and Clemson ran the return back like 41 yards.
Sure.
Got a play or two, got them into at least a chance to kick a field goal. And they brought in a guy, and I don't think he was the regular kicker, but he was the long kicker specialist.
Yeah, so didn't you tell me he was a freshman?
Yeah, freshman, and from the city they were playing, from Charlotte, where they were playing.
All right, so and how far is the field goal?
56 yards.
56-yard field goal.
Watch the coach. I think the coach is, Dabo's actually talking to him.
Okay.
And he winks at him, but it looks like he's winking at the camera like, hey, I got this.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see him give the wink and a nod?
Wink and a nod.
You know what he's saying, Coach? We're about to win the ACC right here. And so he's a true freshman. Okay, good.
He is.
55-yard field.
55 or
It ended up being 56, I think.
All right, so there.
And he drills
buddy.
it down.
Oh my goodness! I mean, right?
With no time on the clock,
and for the win.
Yes,
for the win.
Yes.
So in
Gave
this
him the conference championship.
So in this game, you guys were telling me that Clemson jumped out early.
Yeah,
and then SMU had to come back, and they did.
And then Clemson, big kickoff return.
That one right there, yeah, I see that. Well, that is a big return.
Gave him a chance.
Come on, you got to cover the kick if you're trying to get into overtime.
Dabo was so funny, and he's always been a very emotional coach, and you tell he's mellowed just a little bit in all of his responses most of the time.
What about this time?
But it was just so funny. He was he immediately he said, "Hey, SMU's they're a playoff team," and I thought, "Oh boy, the home folks are going to love that." But They played a great game. It was very fun to watch. I started to go to bed 2 or 3 times. I could, it's one of those where something would happen. You go, wait a minute, I'm just going to stay another series. Before you know it, you've been up 2 more hours.
Absolutely. But before you know it, here's Dabo calling that the greatest kick in Clemson history.
Wow.
That's the greatest kick in Clemson history, and it is. And the last game winner we had was the LSU game in 2012, but that was to win the bowl game. This was to win a championship and to go to the playoff, and the longest kick ever for us here. But that return by Adam Randall, none of that happens without Adam Randall.
Yep, like you're talking about.
Adam Randall got it done, brought in the freshman kicker, got it conference champions in the playoff.
And another game I didn't see, Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, buddy.
So Georgia loses their starting quarterback.
That, yeah.
Backup comes in, they still win, but the backup has to go out for a play. And the injured starter comes back, but can only really use one arm because his elbow got hurt.
Pick his other arm up.
and is able to hand the ball off.
Let me tell you something. When the backup quarterback, he thinks he's trying to win the game, so I give him credit, and he bears down on the scramble, and he gets hit so hard. Watch his body.
Oh my!
I mean, and it dislodged his helmet. That's a legal hit, by the way. And watch his body go back. Look at his face.
His knee got bent backwards.
Yeah, it's a wonder his knee didn't explode.
If he drops that ball, Georgia loses the game, by the way.
Yeah, and so what happens here is now, because his helmet was dislodged, he can't stay in the game for the next play. But yet you go to the starter, and he's got an arm hanging that he can't even move.
That already took his helmet away.
Yeah,
and
he comes out there.
He literally comes out there with it hanging.
Yes, he can't even move it and just hands it off. And of course, ETN goes in for the game winner.
Wow!
So that
Quite
was
a finish.
That was crazy. To the phones we go. Let's go to Macy. We talked about Nashville a lot, Macy. Looks like you're calling from Nashville. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that even though I've only been able to watch y'all on YouTube for the last 4 years, that y'all have really changed my life. You're like my news source because I don't watch the regular news.
Yeah, wow.
And I just love everybody, but Adler is my favorite.
Well, and
thanks, Mom. I love you so much.
Yeah, and Macy, just it's there's a lot of emotion right now, but be careful. Don't say that out loud. Probably just in any crowd.
Yeah.
But no, that's very nice, and glad. And look, let's face it. If you wanted to get news, there's plenty of places to get that.
Yeah.
Hearing us break it down, you don't really know about it till then anyway. And we might not have all the facts right, but we're more fun.
You know what? We'll get the general of it all together.
Yeah, that's
the gist of it.
Let's go to Shane. Shane, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How are y'all this morning?
We're good.
Good. Just wanted to tell you guys thank you, and I've been listening since August of 1995.
Thank you.
And it's still a tradition at my Thanksgiving and stuff. It's like my kids have been listening since they were 1, 2 years old, all the way to school. So I wanted to thank you guys for 30 years since 1995, and it's still at our table. Pass the grade, please.
There you go.
So,
we like that a lot. Let's go to I don't know what the name is. It Leonard? Leonard, welcome. Go ahead.
Leonard Loser. Leonard's Loser's going to be us because Bubba's going to be gone and retired. But Bubba, like my wife told me, she asked me when I was going to retire. And I said, baby doll, when the things to do list at home gets shorter than the one at the office, she said, well, that ain't going to happen. So get ready.
Okay, I didn't know who this Leonard was. All right, so Leonard, you used to be the PA guy for the softball team, right?
I actually am the only color commentator that has been a commentator for a sports team that never lost a game. I started out with Scott One, and he sort of left me.
Okay,
That's
right.
Scott
Well, let me ask you this: can you tell us? Did you remember a guy named Horn? 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 Last name?
No. Scott One. Was he one of the ones that announced at the ball games?
No, he played.
Was Scott One's last name Horn?
No.
Scott didn't play.
No,
Scott
didn't play.
He did.
Yeah. Well, I thought we might have given him a jersey. Did you get a jersey?
I did not get a jersey. I didn't get a
Leonard.
popsicle. I didn't get a free Coke or a hot dog. But I had a lot. Hey, I had a lot of fun, and I'm one of the few that saw you get accosted by Batman. The naked cowboy climbed up in the booth, and when he came to his first game, and said, "Where are those crazy guys on the radio?" I think that was over in Leeds, but I had a lot of fun. Y'all meant a lot to me. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, buddy, for all the many years that you were part of the show, and a lot of fun years in there. A lot of things were really evolving at that point. And, there's no doubt that Naked Cowboy was Leeds, because every time I'm around my mom, she reminds me of it.
Yeah.
Since he sang the national anthem standing right in front of her.
Every time she hears the anthem to this day, I know.
You talk about somebody who regretted sitting on the second bleacher.
Is that when Cowgirl came too?
I don't know.
I think so.
I think he was there. That was what was important.
Yeah. Let's go to.
That was another one that ended in a thunderstorm.
It did.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it came a killer.
I remember that. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey guys, love the show. Been listening
Thank
since I was 18 years old in 1994 when y'all started out in Gadsden.
Thank you.
Love the show, guys. Just had a quick moment for Bubba yesterday when you went to Buc-ee's. My daughter is actually the Buc-ee's mascot.
Oh,
so she sent me a text and was like, "You never believe who I got to take my picture with today."
How about that?
Made my kids listen to Rick and Bubba too as well. So.
Well, how about that? You did a good job, and what a moment.
Yeah, she did a great job. It's funny, they had that. Well, I don't think I'm so stuck about all that, but
are you not?
I just felt the
Easy.
costume kind of vibrating. And I realized they had air conditioning in it.
Yeah, well, you need
was
that.
neat.
Have you ever been a mascot?
Yeah, you need it. That's neat.
You want that.
Well, she did a good job. We got a great picture.
And then there were 4.
Send me an email. I'll send you a copy of it.
There you go. 4 shows remain. If you got more Rick and Bubba today,
Mondays are done.
Go ahead and grab it. And Lord willing, if this is our wrap-up time with you, we'll catch you again tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.